بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه ومن تبعه بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. Sisters and brothers, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. This course has been a source of agony for me because I am perhaps the least, and I'm not saying this to make a pretentious, honest, modest statement. I am the least qualified to talk about women inspired by the beloved. I am the least qualified to talk about women full stop. The women in my life are my mother and my wife. And that's it. No sisters, no female associates, even in my very limited members of my family. But I'm a historian, so my friends are my books. My mother, my wife, discuss things with them, and the scholars. So for this course, I had to talk to a lot. I had to understand mentalities. There were things in history that, as a man, I wouldn't understand why a woman would do unless I understand that this who does this thing is a woman. So I learned a lot from what I read. And I am extremely grateful to IslamicCourses.com. I am grateful to Mab Youth. I'm grateful to everyone who made this occasion benefit. Even after tomorrow, you will not benefit much than myself. I know it's a very selfish statement, but no way am I going to be able in a couple of days to tell you all what I've read and all what I thought about. Sometimes you shed tears when you listen to stories. Sometimes you close your eyes and visualize this woman and how she moved in society. It goes beyond male stereotypes about even the most decent women in our Islamic history. So I have benefited a lot, and I hope that you will get some glimpses from what I have learned. In the past, I spoke about men in order to humanize them, so the four great Imams. And then I wanted to give a message to Muslim people who feel a little bit frustrated when they read about great men and think that Imam Shafi'i was born great, or Imam Ahmad bin Hanbal was born great, or Imam Ibn Kathir was born a scholar. No. So I wanted to defy that logic by saying, no, they were children, and therefore the second course was about children around the Prophet. Men are not born great. Men are born children. And then through a process which women is part of, they become great. And then I said to myself, and no sister came to say to me that, which is a shame, but I said to myself, and you might smile and I don't care, if I was a sister attending talks for last 10 years, I don't want to say longer than that because you are quite young, 10 years, 5 years, all what I'm reading and hearing is, with all respect to those people, Umar, Ali, Uthman, Shafi'i, Ahmed, over 1,000 years, all these great people were men. What a boring stuff. You know, I see men everywhere. He's my husband, he's my father, he's my bullying little or younger or older brother. Even Islamic history is like that. So, hence this was the logic for women inspired by the Prophet. I think that this course should be given by a woman. Think about this scenario. Think about a sister giving a series of talks on great heroes in Islam. All of them are male. Think about what will happen to the male audience. Immediately, they might not say it to you in front of your face, but they will certainly say it even to themselves. You know, what does she know about all these, men? What gave her the right to talk about these men? So, why do you accept a man talking to you about great women? Have you ever thought about this? Or, this is the norm and now I'm used to it. I'm not trying to create rebellious movement here. All what I'm trying to say to you is that this course has a function. This course has a role. This course wants to set a turning point and a precedence in educating men and women, yes, but women primarily, so that next time you come on stage. You come on stage as a mother, you come on stage as a sister, you come on stage as a wife and teach the male audience how to treat their wives properly, how to treat their mothers properly, how to treat their sisters properly. Because no, it doesn't matter how eloquent the male speaker is, I assure you, and I'm speaking about myself, I will never be able to appreciate the pain that a mother goes through when she is delivering her baby. I can talk to you, pain, P-A-I-N, but I will never feel it. Never. So you feel it, it will show in your words, it will show in the way that you speak, and you will have greater impact and effect to make on your audience. All what you need might be a little bit of knowledge. And knowledge is not a closet that has a key that is controlled by male. No, you can go to any good bookshop. Yes, the author might be a male at the end of the day. You can't escape from them. But at least you can have access to the knowledge. At least you can read and then begin to think about these themes and about these subjects in the same way that I did. I've written some aims here to do with this course, but I don't have to read all of them to you. They are in your handouts. But my major theme, my major aim is to make you, male and female, have confidence in your Islamic history, have confidence in the human beings that made this history, and also believe deep-heartedly that women have been a major maker of that history, and if we were to omit women from history, there would not be Islamic history. How can you understand and appreciate the revelation without Khadija? How can you understand and appreciate the fiqh and the sunnah of over 2,000 hadiths without Aisha? How can you appreciate Abu Hanifa, Shafi'i, Ahmad, Malik ibn Anas, Rabi'a, etc., without the mothers that decided when the husband died, when they were at their mid-20s, not to remarry, although they had the right to do so, but to live because, I'm not sure if they had this vision or not, because they felt that this person, this young boy, this teenager is great, he deserves that I commit my entire life for. Before you are grateful to Ahmed or Malik or Shafi'i, be grateful to the mothers who have decided to invest in them, because without them, I think they would be selling things on the streets, simply because it was the mother that cared for them and protected them. We're not just talking about genius people, although they were, but we were talking about a normal logical process that was taking place. They say that women is half of the society. After reading a lot of these books, I began to think that women is the entire society. They constitute the half and they make the rest of the society. How did I organize this course? I was eager to make it unique, and I'm not sure if I succeeded in this or not. I'm aware that there are tapes and there are books and there is literature on women in Islam. So the first thing I said to myself, I am not going to do this course according to chronological order. I'm not interested, as a historian would be, in dates and in centuries. I am after women. Wherever the woman is, wherever the great woman is, I look for her, I register her story, and I feel that there is a story, there is a value that should be articulated. That is the story that I want. I came across loads of other stories, but I felt This is not compatible with people living in London or in the West. It might be compatible in the Middle East. This is good story, but it's not powerful enough. I need a very powerful story. So this is quite a selection of the various women that I came across. Now, how did I organize, therefore, my narrative? I organized my narrative according to titles. And I want it to be as attractive, perhaps, as the commercial market when naming perfumes. Names such as envy, desire, just captions, titles. So I said, I'm not interested in names of women. I'm interested in values. And under each value comes whoever serves that value. So energy is one value. U-turn is another value. Connect, these are not perfume titles. This is women inspired by the beloved. So connect is one title, and they will make sense in due course, I hope. Made men, and this is deliberate, made men, i.e. men were made by them. Success, impact, impact not as mothers on their children, no, impact on society. That society is useless, worthless without women. Not rhetorically speaking, realistically, and I'll prove it. Excel, excel in knowledge, in aspiration, in ambition, in everything that you need to excel upon. Aspiration, or himma, or tumuh. And finally, love, which I'm not ashamed of articulating, and you will be shocked to see stories of great lovers, greater than Titanic if you want. But great lovers, honest lovers, decent lovers, genuine lovers, and lovers before getting married. And don't stone me for that. Just be patient and listen. Okay, so these are our perfume titles, which will make sense in due course. But before I dwell into these titles, I wanted to situate or set the scene for the rest of the lectures by talking to you on women during the time of the Prophet ﷺ. And here I'm not interested in fiqh. I'm not interested on whether it's permissible that women travels alone, or I'm not interested in that. Go and ask scholars about these things. What I am interested in is to give you an overall picture of how women used to move in society. Visualize yourselves, okay? You wake up early in the morning, I don't know what you have, conflicts or whatever, and then you dress up. If you are a student, you go to university, this is the Central Line, Metropolitan, you wait, mind the gap, etc., etc. This is your daily, so you can visualize that. If I was to live 200 years and I read your diaries, oh, she used to live in London, commute from this, this sort of things. Oh, after 11th of September, hijab became problematic. Oh, teenagers, yes, drug addict, etc., etc. I can visualize, I can imagine. This is exactly what I would like you to get out of this lecture. How did women visualize women during the time of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam? Okay, by way of an introduction to the overall picture, these three elements is what I think constitute women during the time of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. 3 points. One is that Islam considers women to be Allah's vicegerent on earth, or Allah's Khalifa. We always tend to think, especially the male, oh, Allah's Khalifa on earth is Adam. No, Eve as well. So when Allah said to Al-Malaika, I'm going to create a Khalifa, it's Adam and Eve. Have you ever thought about this? أَتَجْعَلُ فِيهَا مَنْ يَسْفِكُ الدِّمَاء? Someone who would shed blood? A woman? Yes. Murderer, killer, shedding blood. A woman? Yes. No. إِنِّي أَعْلَمُ مَا لَا تَعْلَمُونَ. Oh, so you will create people who are decent women? Yes. Etc., etc. I'm just trying to womanize the way that we read this verse. So Islam considers women to be Allah's Khalifa on earth, and that this role, therefore, is not just restricted to man. Number two, Islam recognizes the women's needs for worship, knowledge, work, and therefore does not restrict the role of women to home or to the private sphere. Number three, Islam respects women's potentials and talents and welcomes their contribution in service of their religion and society at large. Now, this is not philosophizing or trying to make Islam look appealing to the intellectuals. No, this is inspired from what I read regarding stories of women at the time of the Prophet ﷺ. Okay, where do we see this at the time of the Prophet ﷺ? First of all, we see it in women's or girls' right to choose who she wants to marry, based on love or otherwise. I'll leave it to you, but based on a conscious decision that this is the one that I want, or this is the one that I am sure I don't want. And most of the hadiths that I will be reading are from Bukhari and Muslim. I might not have time to read it in both Arabic and English, but let's talk about the right to choose her spouse, and that is seen in this hadith where in Bukhari it says, a woman from the offspring of Ja'far ibn Abi Talib, a woman from the offspring of Ja'far was afraid lest her guardian marry her to somebody against her will. It's not that the nikah was conducted. No, she just had this idea, terrible idea, that her guardian one day might marry her to this person from I don't know where, because he happens to be her cousin. Okay, so she was afraid. So she sent for two elderly men from the Ansar, and they said to her, those two elderly men, don't be afraid. For Khansa bint Khaddam, another girl who was called Khansa bint Khaddam, was given by her father in marriage against her will. Then the Prophet cancelled that marriage. You might not know about Khansa bint Khaddam, but she is famous for that story. The story was that her father wanted her to marry someone that she did not love, or at least she never envisaged that one day she will love him. And she went to Rasulullah, cancelled the marriage. So Ansar said, oh sister, or oh girl, or oh daughter of Ja'far, don't worry, nothing will happen to you because we have a precedence. Two things, two comments that I have on this hadith. One is that the girl, whom we don't know her name, she didn't keep quiet. She didn't commit suicide. She didn't run away with her boyfriend. She didn't contact the police. She didn't go weeping under her pillow and said, قَدَّرَ اللَّهُ مَا شَاءَ فَعَلَ. She went and actively pursued her case to two trustworthy elderly men and expressed her fear. And this is what you should be doing. Not about marriage, about everything in life. Men and women, by the way. I like the signs in hospital. Do not suffer in silence. Okay? Do not suffer in silence. It doesn't mean that you talkative about everything and complain about, nagging about it. No. We are talking about genuine sources of pain here. Okay, you don't want to end up marrying and then being divorced, becoming a single mother. So she went and she spoke, and she was concerned about her life. Number two, society supported, recognized, respected her desire, her fear, her concern. And this respect was not rhetorical, it was realistic. It was not based on tradition, by saying to her, no, respect your father, he's your cousin, at the end of the day, he speaks Urdu, or he speaks Arabic, or he speaks Punjabi, we have to all retain our culture, obey your mother, etc., etc. They said to her, don't worry, because it happened that Rasulullah cancelled a similar marriage. That means what? It means that we have a society that is supportive, but a society that takes as its reference point Islam and the actions of Rasulullah, not tradition. If tradition conflicts with religion. Incidentally, these are two elderly Ansar men, meaning that they were kuffar before, they were not born Muslims. It's amazing, maybe they became Muslims last year or 2 years ago. It's amazing how now they are beginning to think in new terms, even in very sensitive, culturally related issues such as marriage. Fascinating, that is, to me, at least. Okay, look at this other girl that her story is narrated in the book of Ibn Majah. The story says a girl came to the Prophet ﷺ and complained that her father had married her to his nephew against her wish. The Prophet gave her the choice of rejecting the marriage. But she said to the Prophet ﷺ, look at what she said. I think this girl should be giving this lecture here. This girl said, I endorse what my father did, but I just wanted to show women that parents have nothing to do in that matter. I wanted to show women. Look at this woman who is thinking about women who might not be hearing her during that point, that instant, talking to Rasulullah privately, but feeling that she is responsible to setting a precedent for women during her life and for women 2006 back college. It's amazing. So the only comment I say in relation to this is look at this woman, how it says girl, by the way, Jariya or bint, not a woman, girl. I'm not sure, maybe teen or 20s. But look at how she feels that she is responsible for teaching men and women. I endorse what my father. Don't ask me whether I love my nephew or not, but I accept the marriage. But I just wanted to make that point, that no way in the future should someone accept marriage despite her will. Setting a precedent, theoretical precedence. You might say, oh, being troublemaker, why do you have to go and complain? You have already agreed to the marriage. No, it's a principle. Okay, so Islam, Rasulullah can, maybe you can now visualize women in prophetic society. Women, she talks, she goes, she gets out of her house, she goes to two elderly men, discusses marriage, and then she goes to Rasulullah, Ya Rasulullah, by the way, you are invited to my marriage ceremony. I just wanted to make a point, he's my nephew. Initially, I had problems with it, etc. But inshallah, I'm agreeing. You know, come and visit us next time, inshallah, we will have a wedding. And maybe a few years, Ya Rasulullah, you remember my nephew, now he's a father. I brought him Hassan or Layla. Amazing. To see this progression. Similar to this girl that wakes up, conflicts, and then mind the gap and takes the Metropolitan line. So she is not minding the gap. She wants men to mind their own business when her future is something of concern. So in the same way that a sister, and Islam recognizes that in the same way that a sister chooses her future spouse, she can choose to divorce. She can choose to end her relation with her current spouse. For all sorts of reasons. And the classic example is Zawjat, or the wife of Thabit ibn Qais. Incidentally, sometimes, and I asked some of the shuyukh on this, why do they say the wife of Thabit? Why don't they mention her name? This woman that committed adultery and came to said Rasulullah, I committed adultery, why don't we know her name? And some shuyukh said to me, that because the narrator is so sensitive to mentioning names of women in context of embarrassment. And that's why in context of pride, the woman's name is mentioned. In context of embarrassment, it's disguised to protect her honor. The wife of Thabit ibn Qais came to the Prophet ﷺ and said, I have a problem. I don't blame Thabit for defects in his character or his religion. I can see some problems now. But I, being a Muslim, dislike to behave in an un-Islamic manner if I continue to remain with him. On that, Allah's apostle or messenger said to her, will you give back the garden which your husband has given you as a dowry? She said, yes. Then the Prophet said to Thabit, "O Thabit, accept your garden and divorce her at once." 2 points. One is that Rasulullah never enters into a discussion with her, trying to say to her, why? What's the nature of the problem? Do you have any children? What will you do after you divorce? What will society say about you? He didn't, look, the hadith doesn't say anything. The hadith says, would you be prepared to return his garden for him? He's actually engaging in the procedure of divorce immediately. So he respects her feelings, he respects her emotions, he respects that this is a decision that she have thought about day and night, perhaps for months, until she was able to pronounce it to Rasulullah. And when the moment comes for a woman to come and speak, that means she had enough. And when a woman says, Ya Rasulullah, I fear that inni akhafu al-kufr, that's what she says, kufr al-ashir, or I fear that I might become un-Islamic in manners. I don't know what this means. I shout a lot, I lose my temper, I swear at him, I commit sins basically by continuing to be with him. He's good. Thabit ibn Qais was a fascinating companion. He doesn't beat her or do anything bad to her. But it's just that he has problems as far as she's concerned. Incidentally, he had physical problems. And she didn't find him attractive. And Rasulullah never discussed that. Never said, how dare you talk about looks? Of course, we're not talking about exaggerations that he has to be, I don't know, too tall or muscular. No, but he has to retain the minimum, the basic qualities that will make him acceptable. And Thabit ibn Qais, a great companion, to a woman was not like that. Sometimes I say to myself, Thabit ibn Qais, Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, Az-Zubayr ibn al-Awwam, fascinating companions. I would like to do anything to make them happy. And then you read their stories and you see that the wife of Zubayr ibn al-Awwam wanted a divorce. You know what it tells you? It tells you that when a woman wants a divorce, she wouldn't care whether this is a companion or not. Because, well, obviously, whoever she marries afterwards is a companion by default. But the point is, oh, this is Zubayr, you know, fascinating warrior. I have to be with him so that people remember me in history as the wife of a Zubayr ibn al-Awwam. No. Zubayr ibn al-Awwam was a little bit harsh on women, and she could not bear being beaten by Zubayr ibn al-Awwam. Zubayr ibn al-Awwam is a great warrior, but maybe he turns the household into a battlefield. And that's why she wanted divorce. It's just a remark of trying to separate between our admiration to this human being and between those who were close to him and how they perceived him in a way that was totally different than the way that we perceived them. Number 2 comment on this hadith is that the woman is willing to compromise a garden, not a Mercedes or not a, I don't know, 2,000 pounds, or a garden, big garden, hadiqa, mazra'a. Willing to return this garden. Why? Because she respects her feeling. I'm not going to live with him. I'm not going to cheat on him because I want the garden. I'm not going to say, oh Allah, bless him with martyrdom so that I can inherit the garden. No. Are you prepared to buy your happiness in this life by returning a garden? Yes. Are you sure? Yes. Simple as that. This is with regards to intimacy and intimate relationship. Okay, what about knowledge? Rasulullah gives Friday ceremonies, khutbahs. He gives public talks in the mosque. And of course, rest assured that men and women used to attend. And without a segregation. But anyway, I don't want to enter into that. It will create problems. The mosque was small and there were no segregation. Until Umar al-Khattab came and he undertook some procedures afterwards. But this is fiqh. The point I'm trying to make is that women was part and parcel of the daily ceremonies and khutbahs that were taking place. Nonetheless, a woman thought that we deserve more time of Rasul and more talks now directed towards women. So a woman came to Rasul and said, and look at that. A woman could come to Rasul and said, Ya Rasulullah, please, spare us 5 minutes if you don't mind, just for the women. Look at the statement. She says, Ya Rasulullah, ذهب الرجال بحديثك. Ya Rasulullah, men have taken all your time. Men have taken all of your focus in your talks. This is a critical statement, isn't it? Can you visualize women now? That woman was bold. Woman spoke her mind. Not rude in the Western sense. No, she had courtesy. She was honest. She was modest. She lowered her gaze. I don't want you to understand here that I'm a feminist in the radical sense, in the Marxist sense, that, to hell with all men, this patriarchal society. No. I am cautious to set the scene for you. Women and how they moved in society. At the end of the day, women complained to a man. But this man was not talking on his male chauvinistic sentiments. He was a prophet. And she was realizing that she was talking to someone who is inspired. So she said, Ya Rasulullah, ذهب الرجال بحديثك. So men has taken most of your time. So please dedicate to us a day where you sit with us alone. Without my husband, without my brother, and without my father-in-law even. الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم said, اجتمعنا في يوم كذا وكذا في مكان كذا وكذا. He said, gather on that day in that place. Subhanallah. No posters, no, I'll check my schedule, I'll let you know, I'll text you, well, email me, and I'll see my time. Immediately, I sometimes think as if the Prophet ﷺ was one day expecting that to happen, but he was just waiting for her to come. He was just waiting to see, have I really produced good women that are active enough now to come and demand their rights for me, rather than me coming, sister, would you like, inshallah, Wednesday after Maghrib, sit with you? No, I'm busy. No, she will come. She will demand. And this woman, by the way, was representing hundreds of women behind her. This woman is moving. Can you now have I'm trying to just jot some, in this complete the jigsaw for you, some pieces here and there about marriage, about knowledge, etc. 2 points. One is that women did not feel satisfied with what Rasul was saying because they thought that this was general, but they wanted more specific talk in relation to women, which if anything shows that women were eager to learn more and more. Number 2, Rasul is so receptive, immediate receptiveness to this demand. These are 2 points about knowledge. Another aspect, which is participation in congregational public worships. And this, of course, includes the salah in the mosque. Aisha radiallahu anha said in a hadith, the believing women, look at this hadith, the believing women covered with the veiling sheets used to attend the Fajr prayer with Allah's Messenger, and after finishing the prayer, they would return to their home and nobody could recognize them because of darkness. This is in Bukhari, Kitab al-Salat, Waqt al-Fajr, Fajr prayer. Now, 2 points. One is that Aisha radiallahu anha does not need to say this hadith to an audience that already are aware that women attends the prayers with the Rasul. She said, used to attend. That means that Aisha is actually talking to tabi'een, is not talking to companions. Number 2, that means that Aisha is making a statement about a previous practice that is not anymore there. So she wants to tell them, by the way, the fact that we don't see women in Fajr prayer is something that was different than the time of Ar-Rasul sallallahu alayhi wasallam. So if you want to be proper Salafis, we should see women in Fajr and in Isha prayer. Number 3, She could have said the believing women covered with their veiling sheets used to attend the prayer with Allah's messenger. But the fact is that she deliberately said the Fajr prayer, which is, in addition to Isha, a male-dominated time, a male-dominated prayer. 4 o'clock in the morning, would you see a woman in a mosque? You hardly see men even. But a woman knocking on the door of the muezzin, excuse me brother, open the door. What? What are you doing? Well, you know, where did you come from? I would like to pray Fajr prayer. What? Yes, because Aisha radiallahu anha said, كان نساء المؤمنات يشهدن مع رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم صلاة الفجر متلفعات بمروطهن ثم ينقلبن إلى بيوتهن حين يقضين الصلاة لا يعرفن أحدا من غلس. What? I didn't understand a word of what you said. And actually I don't care. This is the situation. Okay, it's not that sarcastic, but this is the real situation. Is that women are absent, not just from Fajr, but from Isha. And then I sometimes think about that and say, well, maybe women don't want to attend the prayer because she's asleep. Because yesterday she was watching Friends. I'm not being harsh now on women, but I'm trying to say to you that this hadith also tells us that women used to pray Fajr because they used to sleep early and pray Fajr in Jama'ah. That means wake up an hour before. And those women, by the way, they were not losers. They were not sad people. They were not unemployed. They were not on pension. They were mothers, busy mothers. Have to feed their child, have to wake them up for school. But it's Fajr. It's my deen. Do you understand? Okay. Look at this, another hadith. It's also fascinating and shows the struggle between male desire for control and between male respect for Sharia. Ibn Umar, the son of Umar al-Khattab, says, one of the wives of Umar ibn al-Khattab used to offer the Fajr and the Isha prayer in congregation in the mosque. She was asked why she had come out for the prayer, as she knew that Umar disliked it. Look here, why do you attend Fajr knowing that Umar disliked it? Not a companion wouldn't say, why do you attend Fajr prayer? Because women are not supposed to attend Fajr prayer. You see, the logic is different. The logic is different. Which shows that it's taken for granted that women can go and pray for Fajr if the husband has no problems. But here, the husband has a problem, as we will come to know now. So she was asked why she had come out for the prayer, as she knew that Umar disliked it. And he has great ghaira, or self-respect, or he's jealous that to see his wife coming and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. In contrast to those that says that women should not go except on 2 occasions, when she leaves the household of her father for marriage and when she leaves her house to be buried. This is a well-known saying among some of the narrow-minded fuqaha. On 2 occasions only. So forget about Eid, forget about whatever. Forget about university, of course. So she says, she replied, what prevents him? She's saying to Ibn Umar, the son, not her son, because this is the son of another woman. Atika was another wife. So she said, what prevents him from stopping me from this act? Look at this fascinating question. If the question was not here, I would say, please, ask this question so that we understand why Umar did not prevent you. Because then we will have ijtihad. Maybe he was busy, maybe she went behind his back. But look at the answer. It sets aside everything else. He said, what stops him, stopping you, is the statement of Allah's messenger. Do not stop Allah's women servants from going to Allah's mosques. So Umar now is making it known that he dislikes the fact that his wife, and this is emotion, this is sentiment. But practically he's not taking any action because there is a hadith. It's amazing to note that these people had feelings like us. They liked and disliked. They sometimes were violent, sometimes lost their temper. They were human beings. But when you said to them, Allah says this, And Rasul says this, they take off their hat and say sami'na. They don't say which madhab, which scholar. Maybe there is a different maybe it's mansukh, maybe it's abrogated. Sami'na wa ata'na. Ibn Hajar, a famous hadith scholar, he said when Umar ibn al-Khattab was stabbed and died in the mosque, his wife Atika was there. That means that Umar never attempted to stop his wife until he died. It's a fascinating quote by Ibn Hajar. فَلَقَدْ طُعِنَ عُمَرْ وَإِنَّهَا لَفِي الْمَسْجِدِ. It is as if the historian registered, Umar was stabbed. Number 2, his wife was in the mosque. And she witnessed the stabbing. Therefore, number 3, his wife continued to attend the mosque even till the last day of Umar's life. 1, 2, 3. Please, please, please understand history like this. Understand your deen like this. There is no point of getting Sahih al-Bukhari and reading day and night and reading. Stop and think. And when you read al-Bukhari, this is just attending congregational prayers. She used to attend Salat al-Janaza, funeral prayer. She used to, of course, attend Hajj. What is more interesting is that they used to make i'tikaf. I'tikaf. Could you imagine going to the mosque and seeing a woman with a sleeping bag? Sister! Look at this hadith. An Aisha radiallahu anha, she said, the Prophet used to practice i'tikaf in the last 10 days of Ramadan till he died. And then his wives used to practice i'tikaf after him. Okay, this is a religious context. What about a non-religious or a social context where there is maybe an element of temptation, an element of a mixture, an element of looking at this girl or looking at this boy or I don't know what? Well, it happens all the time in the tube, in the university, in conferences, in camps. Women used to also participate in communal celebrations. Anas radiallahu anh said, the Prophet saw women and children coming forward. They were returning from a wedding party. The Prophet stood up and said, by Allah, you are the most beloved people, O Ansar, to my heart. Imagine Rasul Sallam. You know, sometimes when I read these hadiths, I imagine them. I'm imagining children, 5 years, you know, with lollipops and ice cream. I don't know if they had ice cream, but running. Yes, mother, yes, my sister. Oh, look at this handsome man here's Rasul Sallam. Rasul Sallam, he doesn't say, oh, come, my boy, come and sit on my lap. No. He stands up and says, oh, Muhammad, Mahmoud, Ali, come. Oh, sister Amina, sister Aliya, wallahi, you are the most beloved people for me. Could you imagine that? Why are you saying that? You know, what's the context? The context is that these are decent human beings. They gave me protection. These are my future sons and daughters. These are in the age of my mothers and, aunts, and I do love them. The problem with us today is that we are embarrassed to mention the word love, because unfortunately the word has been hijacked by everyone, including gays and lesbians, and sorry to say this, except Muslim people who would say, love, yes, love of Allah. Yes, I know love of Allah, love of my mother, love of Islam. What about love of women? What about love of children? What about a woman loving her husband? And what about a husband loving her woman? You don't have to, I'm sorry to say this, do everything in public like what others do. No, but at least retain the emotion and respect it, recognize its existence, and don't feel embarrassed not to articulate it, but to at least recognize that it's legitimate to have it, at least legitimate to have it. So Rasul Sallam stands up and says, Antum ahabbu nasi ilay, Ansar of Medina. Abu Bakr as-Siddiq, in another hadith, he says, when we came migrating from Mecca to Medina and we arrived at night, usually we think that they have arrived at daytime. When we arrived at night, we saw men and women stand on the tops of the houses. Women, they should be in bed. No, they were when we were at night. It was dark and I could see women, Abu Bakr that is, women and men standing on the top of the وَتَفَرَّقَ الْغِلْمَانِ وَالْخَدَمِ, and the children and the servants were in the biyut and were in the houses and outside the houses. يُنَادُونَ يَا مُحَمَّد يَا رَسُولَ اللَّهِ مُحَمَّد Oh Rasulullah. And Rasulullah with Abu Bakr coming, and you know, what would you imagine? Brother, don't smile. Brother, what do you say, Ya Muhammad? You know, what are you talking about? You know, you should respect the Prophet. No, children, women, men, it's a lively community in the middle of the night. You don't have to be Saturday night or Friday night. In the middle of the night, people are celebrating not soccer or not the World Cup, celebrating the coming of a savior from Mecca to Medina. Everyone was celebrating. There wasn't a generational gap. You know, the young were saying, oh, what these elders, you know, who is this old man? You know, why should I be happy about him? Everyone was celebrating because they knew that this person was great and he deserves to be celebrated. You know, it's really fascinating. They not only used to participate in congregational occasions, they used to even participate in places where you would not expect women to be. And you are aware of this, and these are classic examples in battlefields. And one of the well-known female companions is Al-Rabi' bint Muawwad. She says, we were in the company of the Prophet during battlefields, doing what? Shouting and yelling and be careful. No, don't die. Don't, you know, be shaheed. No, they were not yelling. They were there doing a constructive job that without it even war would be impossible. We were in the company of the Prophet, providing the wounded with water, treating them and bringing the killed to Medina. Look at that. Bringing water. Imagine Khalid ibn al-Walid is fighting while he is dying out of thirst. Who will bring him the water? A woman. He drinks the water and continues to fight. You cannot appreciate Khalid ibn Walid's strength without appreciating Evian or whatever. But it's not the Evian, it's not the water. It's the sister that brought it to him in the midst of the battlefield. Oh brother, take some water, you need it. It's good for you. Okay, forget about the water. Someone who is wounded, someone who's bleeding, but he can fight, but not now, tomorrow. That is if he was to be treated. So if you are 50 people fighting, 10 are wounded, tomorrow you will be 60, provided that those 10 are treated. If they are not treated, you will be 50. Do you understand? So who contributes to the power of the Muslim army? Women. You know what I'm trying to tell you? I'm trying to tell you that even you cannot appreciate victory of Muslims in Uhud or in Badr without women bringing waters, without women providing men with first aid. And what else? Third, carrying the killed to Medina. Those killed could be buried in wherever, in Badr, in Uhud, wherever they are. No, I will carry them and I will bury them in Medina, where they will die in a Muslim land. Who was doing this? A woman. Another thing which women did was also defies stereotype, was talking about politics. This is not a male issue. Politics is not, I understand now today in the West this is an irrelevant point, but really it strikes me as a revolutionary point. Ibn Umar says, Hafsa, my sister, entered one day and said to me, أَعْلِمْتَ أَنَّ أَبَاكَ غَيْرَ مُسْتَخْلِفٍ? Do you know that your father, Umar ibn al-Khattab, have not named a successor yet to him? Ibn Umar said, really? He didn't? She said, no. He said, Wallahi, I will have to speak to him about that. I will have to advise him to name a successor, because of the problems of not naming a successor. Okay, few points. Let's have 1, 2, 3, 4 comments. Number one, a woman is informing a man who is well connected to the elites and to the policymakers, Ibn Umar that is, about something that this male elite doesn't know about. So we're not talking about CIA or FBI, but we are talking about a well-informed woman that knows what is going to happen to the ummah after a few days if her father was to be killed or to be deceased. Number one. Number two, we have a woman who cares about and don't be offended, this is just sarcastic, we have a woman who cares about other than cooking, or nursery, or bringing children, or even getting a job and getting married and being pregnant and having children. We care about a woman. We are talking about women who is discussing whether we should vote for the Conservative or for the Labour, or we shouldn't be voting for either because of their policies towards Iraq, for example. Okay? So, a woman is lobbying, a woman is informing. And look at something else, third point. Look at Umar ibn Umar when he narrates this hadith. He could have said to the historians and to you, one day I was informed, trustworthy sources, that my father have not named a successor. But look what he does. دخلت علي حفصة. Hafsa, my sister, and he is not ashamed to mention her name. She came to me once and told me something that I was ignorant of. He's not a male chauvinistic, not suppressing his mother, suppressing his sister, suppressing his wife. I know everything. No, Hafsa. Although incidentally, this hadith, Hafsa, the Hafsa bit, is not relevant to the hadith, is it? I mean, I can understand that there is a problem, that Umar have not named the side. I can understand. It doesn't matter who told you. But it is as if Ibn Umar feels that it's important to promote his sister and not to be ashamed that he is promoting a woman and not to be ashamed of naming that woman. The fourth and final point, actually the fourth, and there is a small fifth point. The fourth is that he didn't say to her, that's not your business, whether he has named the successor or not. Why do you care about these things? How dare you care about? He knows best. He's Umar. Are you going to be better than him? No. He said to her, أَوَقَدْ فَعَلْ إِنَّهُ فَعَلْ. Really? Like a sister and brother told, really? My father Umar has not named. Yes, he has. Wallahi la ukallimanna. And this is my final point, that Umar has been talked to by his son about a political issue because of the sister. Now, if the sister did not inform her brother would not have spoken to Umar, and Umar would not have named the successor. Isn't this an impact on politics? Is it? Tell me, yes or no? Yes, it's an impact. And I'm not talking to you about a party. I'm not talking to you about a councillor. I'm talking to you about a Khalifa, about a prime minister, about a king, about a ruler, the top of the political ladder. Finally, mentioning the name of women. And I thought this is also interesting and has to be brought up to understand women and how they used to be visualized in society. First of all, they were visual. They were not disguised. Sometimes, and you might laugh at this, have you ever watched programs on fish in the sea? Do you see how they travel in communities? Okay? Do you see suddenly how they move away from big fish? Do you see how suddenly they... This is what I sometimes see and witness before my eyes when I look at brothers, when they see sisters, or sisters when they see brothers. And I say to myself, you know, if a sister was walking in the streets of Mecca and she saw Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, oh, Abdullah, let's move this way. Oh, no, he's nice. Let's come and talk to him and chat. No. I'll just walk, I'll lower my gaze and walk on my way. Okay, this person over there, does he know me? Yes, he knows you. Because you are his sister. He sees you 5 times a day. He doesn't see you on occasions. Islam Expo, or on when there is summer tours. Oh yes, long time no see. Are you still alive? I thought you were dead. No. They saw each other's 5 times a day. Did they know that this is me? That this is Zainab? This is Alia? This is Amal? This is Muna? Yes, they knew. Okay, when they called me, what did they say? Sister Alia? No. Alia. Listen to two brothers when they talk. And if the brother wants to make a point that he deals with that sister in a very professional way and there is nothing in between them. Yes, did you speak to Sister Samia? Yes, I spoke to Sister Samia, and Sister Samia said to me that the room is booked. And Sister Samia also said to me, and sister, and perhaps Samia is once, or the sister, sometimes the sister. And Samia is disguised, I know she's dead or something. But the sister is there. When I read Bukhari, عن عائشة, عن صفية. It doesn't, عن أخت عائشة, عن أخت عائشة, Sister Aisha said. Go and read Bukhari. Listen to this hadith. مر رجلان من الأنصار. And this is the hadith in Arabic, and it's quite long, so I'll read it in English. Safiya, the wife of the Prophet, told me that she went to Allah's Messenger to visit him in the mosque. So she visited him in the mosque and she spoke with the Rasul. Then, when Safiya and Rasul, when they reached the gate of the mosque opposite the door of Salama, because Salama, the wife of Rasul, lived, next to the mosque, two Ansari men were passing by and they greeted Allah's Messenger. Look, this is not fish now moving. No, greeting. Yes, he's talking to her. But still, women and a man in private is a little bit suspicious. So they ran away a little bit. After greeting, they ran away. Salaam alaikum. I think, it's like sometimes when you are, I don't know, in Russell Square Saturday night and you are walking and you see a brother. Salaam alaikum, alaikum salam. And you are greeting to recognize that you've seen him, but something, what the hell are you doing here now at this time of the hour? So Rasulullah said to them, don't run away. And subhanAllah, he addressed this emotional concern and said, she is Safiya bint Yahya. She's not Ukht Safiya. She's not your mother of the believer. She's not, إنها أمكم. And if Rasulullah said أمكم, he would be right. Because they are Ummahat al-Mu'mineen. But she is Safiya bint Yahya. In another hadith actually, which is more perhaps direct than that the wife of Abdullah bin Mas'ud is called Zainab. She wanted to ask Rasulullah a question in relation to her giving zakat to her husband because he was extremely poor. And she said to Abdullah bin Mas'ud, go and ask Rasulullah. He said, no, it's very embarrassing. You go and ask him. So she went, and Bilal radiallahu anhu, the mu'adhin Rasulullah, he was standing outside the house of Rasulullah, just giving permission to whoever wants to ask a question. He will take the question, come inside and ask it, bring the answer, and come out to the questioner and deliver the answer to him. So the woman says, when I arrived at the house of Prophet ﷺ, I saw Bilal and I saw a woman that had the same question as my question. Anyway, so I said to Bilal, go and ask Rasulullah if you would about this question. Can I give zakat to my husband? The hadith is too long, but the point I'm trying to get at is that Rasul ﷺ said to him, Bilal said, there are two women outside, Imra'a min al-Ansar, Imra'a from al-Ansar. Because I know all the Imra'a, Bilal, it's fascinating. Bilal knows every woman from Mecca. So she's not from Mecca, therefore she's from Ansar. But that's not the point. The point is the other girl, the other woman. And Zainab. Not Sister Zainab. Look at what the Rasul said. The Rasul said, could have said, okay, what's the question? No. He said, وَأَيُّ الزَّيَانِبْ? Which Zainab? Number one, there are many Zainabs in Medina. Number two, Rasulullah knows them all. Number three, when he said to him, it is the Zainab who is the wife of Abdullah ibn Mas'ud. That means Bilal not only knows the women and their names, he even knows who is married and to who. He knows who is from Mecca. He knows who is from Medina. He knows their names and he knows whether she is married or not. And if she is married to who? It's not just Bilal. It's Rasulullah as well. Because he says, Zainab, the wife of Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, tell her that it's halal and it's permissible to give zakat to Abdullah ibn Mas'ud. The final thing with regards to names is that, what's your name? My name is Hisham ibn Abdul Rahman. Muhammad ibn Adil. What's your name? You. Ahmed. You. Sajid ibn, the son of, Sabir, okay. I want a sister who is willing to volunteer her name. You can say sister, I'm sister, whatever. Yes. Aisha, daughter of who? Iftikhar. Okay, what is common here? Okay, the uncommon is that female names. The common is that you are the son or the daughter of a male. Can you be the son or a daughter of a female? You know that Ali ibn Abi Talib had a well-known son called Muhammad. You know what was his name? If Muhammad was here, I would say to him, Brother Muhammad, please introduce yourself. He would say, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Muhammad ibn al-Hanafiya. And Hanafiya is his mother. You know Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, Rasulullah says, if you want to listen to the Quran as if it was revealed to me, listen to Ibn Abd. Ibn Abd. Listen to the son of the mother of Abd. Abdullah ibn Mas'ud. And who was the mu'adhin of Rasulullah? Bilal. But there was another mu'adhin. Ibn Maktoum. Have you heard of this companion? Ibn not Ibn Abu Maktoum. Ibn Maktoum. What is fascinating is that those men never felt ashamed to be called like this in a male-dominated society, if we suppose that this was a male-dominated society. He never felt embarrassed before his daughter or his son or his colleagues or his friends in the mosque. He never felt embarrassed before his wife to be identified with his mother. Because to him, his mother is a source of pride, not a source of embarrassment. This is the introduction for women inspired by the beloved. It's not women inspired by the beloved. It's setting the scene, situating the topic. I haven't introduced any women yet. I haven't zoomed the camera on any women yet. I haven't attempted to establish a relationship between you and any women yet. This would need you to wake up, put some water on your face, and sit back, relax, and enjoy what is yet to come. قولوا قولي هذا واستغفر الله لي ولكم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Sisters and brothers, now I'm going to introduce to you the first title in our perfume narrative, if you want. And this title, I called it Energy. Energy symbolizes being young. And here, my target audience, or when I was looking for stories that service this title, I was looking for extremely young girls. In fact, I wanted to omit the word women and say girl. Very young girls, preferably teenagers, and up until their early mid-20s. This is the women that I have in mind when I am putting this title, Energy. So again, excuse me for using this commercial mentality. If I wanted to sell this title to a consumer, the title is Energy, and the consumer is a female, teen to early 20s. If we were market producers, this is my title. So most of my consumers, most of my customers, or most of my heroes fall into this category. They are young, they are teenagers, or they are in their 20s. This is the title, Energy. What is this title based upon? Two pillars, two conceptions, two paradigms. I am approaching youth, I am approaching energy, I am approaching young through two lenses. One lens says the following, that being young is a challenging period, particularly when one is growing up in a society that doesn't share her own value system, and therefore identity, which is another important word in my energy title, identity might go through a phase of crisis and confusion about choices, needs, and desire. She should develop, therefore, a commitment to and pride with her heritage, and I mean religious Islamic heritage, not tradition. If tradition opposes religion, if it doesn't, it should be respected. She should develop a commitment, a striking balance, and a commitment to being proud with her heritage, but at the same time engage with and participate in the good of that society that she is part and parcel of. This is my first lens, under energy. That identity during that age for a girl who's going through her teenage and early 20s is problematic. And allow me to use the word crisis and combine it therefore with an identity crisis. The way out is to reorganize your identity in such a way that you are a Muslim, proud of being a Muslim, have an identity that is unique, but open and taken from society that you are in, and which does not necessarily in its entire value system is common to you. Take from that society what is compatible with your identity. This is the first lens or paradigm in approaching the word energy or the title. Number two, being young is perhaps the most exciting period in one's life. However, excitement shouldn't go against responsibility and accountability. The enthusiasm of the period should be utilized in developing long life learning and making use of one's time, effort, and energy. These are the concepts. I have them in mind because I have you in mind. And I say, oh Allah, make the search for women that serves this two paradigms easy so that I can bring it forward to you. And Allah, alhamdulillah, makes it easy, and some stories are generated out of these. Let's talk first of all about being young in a society that doesn't necessarily share your value system. Let's talk about a girl that was born in a Christian society, not in a Muslim society, not even in a pagan society, but from a religious point of view, Christian society. And that is Amma bint Khalid, who some of you might not know of, but she is a very prominent companion. She was born and brought up in Abyssinia, Ethiopia. She's not a Pakistani, born and brought up in Birmingham. She is an Arab from Mecca, but born and brought up in a society that has different color, different language, different culture, different religion. Now, let us see how Amma reacted to that society. This is our first narrative. Amma bint Khalid was born in Abyssinia, and she wasn't the only one who was born in Abyssinia. There were about over 50 girls and boys born in Abyssinia. So we have 50 migrants living in Abyssinia, in a society that was populated with thousands. Look, I'm not talking about 2 million Muslims living in Abyssinia. I'm talking about 50 born children in Abyssinia. Okay, what about the senior? What about the parents? The parents have not exceeded the 100. So in total, I'm talking about a Muslim community who does not exceed 100 living in Abyssinia that is composed of thousands. That means no mosques, no halal food, no conferences, no summer courses. They don't have even the ability to travel to Yemen to learn Arabic, because the moment that they are caught, they will be killed by Abu Jahl. They have no Abyssinian citizenship. They cannot participate in elections. They are migrants and living there, not knowing whether they will live there forever or they will go to Medina. But that was not the point. The point was for Amma and for the rest of the girls and boys that were born, and for the parents, is how to retain our identity as Muslims, but at the same time open up to these positive, healthy aspects of the culture that we are immersed within. Amma bint Khalid is unlike a lot of you in many ways. Amma bint Khalid, her only institution that introduced her to Islam was her parents. No schools, no Islamic schools. No sheikh in the mosque, Sunday schools or Friday schools. No, she doesn't know. She has no perception of that. I sometimes think that if Amma was to sit with any girl of you and chat with you and say, you live in London. Oh, this is non-Muslim country. How many Muslims live in London? Oh, in Britain. You say 2 million. What? 2 million? What is a million? Oh, it's a 1 with 6. No. Oh, that's more than 100, isn't it? Oh, yes, of course, 2 million. Are you being prosecuted? No, we have mosques. Oh, this is a halal shop. I don't know if it's halal or not, but it says halal meat. Oh, right. Oh, sister is wearing hijab. Oh, there is loads of them. Amma didn't have a perception of anything like that. I'm trying to dramatize to you how difficult it was living in non-Muslim societies, to an extent that you yourself will not feel that you are living in a non-Muslim society. I know this is an extreme statement, but I had to make it so extreme to dramatize Amma's case. So her only attachment to Islam is her father and her mother. Amma bint Khalid is also different than you, or some of you at least, because her father and mother were not born Muslims. Her father originally is not called Muhammad or Ali or an Islamic name. Her father actually was a pagan, so he knows the practices of pagans. There is another difference. 3. The father of Amma did not migrate to Abyssinia because Mecca is poor and he is on pension, or he is working from 7 till 11 or day and night, and therefore ignoring his children, and suddenly being shocked that his daughter is going out with a boyfriend, or that suddenly his son is a drug addict. The father and the mother came primarily to Abyssinia, left all their dunya in order to maintain their identity. So Amma is growing up in that context where identity is not controversial. I'm not trying to simplify Amma's case. What I'm trying to tell you, that identity for Amma is more or less a resolved issue. She sees her father pray, and she sees her mother pray, and she sees that her father, yes, he is from Mecca and he loves Mecca, but Mecca to him doesn't mean anything if he had to make a choice between kufr and iman, not between money and being unemployed. There is another difference between us and Amma. Amma loved the Prophet, but never saw him when she was young. She saw him later. But her religiosity was not contingent on the fact that when I see the Prophet, my iman will increase. What's the point? The point is that you have to make an effort to retain your identity and not wait for a savior. Be it language, Arabic, or a speaker, or a movement, or this, or sheikh, or maulana, or that. Because Amma was not living for the time until she meets the Prophet ﷺ. She was not concerned much In her immediate daily life, what she was concerned about is trying to be a good Muslim. And one day, if she migrates to Medina, it will be an additional pleasure and blessing that now she is a proper companion seeing the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. How many differences now? 4. Okay, another difference. Amma's love for Rasul sallam was not based on a superficial emotionality that came through reading books. Amma has a personal attachment to Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Now, this is not a mystical statement. I want to justify this statement for you to appreciate what I'm saying. First of all, let us pause and let me tell you a story, and then we'll come back to Amma. Amma learned that her father was a non-Muslim. This is not mentioned in the books of literature and history, but I would imagine that when Amma grew up a little bit, she said, my father, we are not black, I'm not Christian, we are not Abyssinians. Yes, we are Arabs. Oh, Arabs. Where is that? Oh, it's in Mecca. Then what are we doing here? Oh, we were prosecuted, and this is what I imagine he would say, but this is true in the story. He say, yes, because I married your mother, we were quite young. My father and my 2 brothers did not choose Islam, so I was prosecuted, so I had to escape and come to Abyssinia. This is a different narrative than saying in Bangladesh or in Calcutta or in Mogadishu there is a civil war, or there is tribal war, or there is poverty, so I came to Leicester. I am in no way undermining the legitimacy of forefathers that came here. I'm just trying to strike your head to alert you to a contrasting difference, and therefore for you to appreciate now concepts that are being created in the minds and in the hearts of young people. And therefore to appreciate later that Amma did not have a problem being a Muslim and living in a non-Muslim society, because she knew what it means to be Muslim, and she's proud. She's not negotiating whether to wear hijab or not, or maybe wear it but leave a little bit of hair here or a makeup here. No, it's resolved. But yes, we can open up to society and we can learn from that society. So she says to her father, how did you become a Muslim? And he says to her, one day I dreamt a dream. I dreamt, oh Amma. And his father was famous for telling her stories. And this is the point I'm trying to tell you, that the household was the only institution. He was the storyteller, he was the father, he was the murabbi, he was everything. Because if she opens the door in Abyssinia, it was people playing football here. There were no Islamic institutions to complement the role of the household. So the load of building this Islamic identity was concentrated on those 100, but primarily, in so far as Amma is concerned, on those 2, father and mother. So the father used to tell her lots of narratives, and one of the narrative was, and you tell your children narratives. And I told this story to my daughter. And she knows about Amma because of that story. I said to her, one day there was a girl called Amma. And her father, like your father, used to tell her stories. I'm not lying. Meaning, I'm not lying to my daughter. This is true. Her father used to tell her stories. And she's listening. And sometimes when I say, I have to leave now, no, continue, please. I feel happy, okay. She's attracted. So I said to her, her father one day told her, oh, Amma, I had a bad dream. And my daughter said, what was this dream? It's a matter of engaging this child in a narrative. He said to her, one day I saw in my dream that I was walking and I came across a deep hole that was full of fire. And I was about to fall into that hole. Imagine a father tells his daughter that. And imagine Amma is listening. And he says to her, and I was about to fall into that hole. And I'm saying this to my daughter. And all my body would burn, and my daughter. And Amma, again, is doing like this, I suppose. But before I fall into this hole, someone grabs me from the back and rescues me. I don't know who is this person. So the following day, I would go to Abu Bakr. Amma is now introduced to Abu Bakr. So maybe he would tell her, and I went the following day to Abu Bakr. By the way, Abu Bakr, Amma, is a very nice man. He's in Medina now with the Rasul. He was a good friend of mine. Okay, but what was the story? Amma would say. He said, I went to Abu Bakr and narrated to him the dream. And you know, Amma, what was his interpretation? His interpretation was that this person who grabbed you from the back was Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He saved you from hellfire. You should become a Muslim. And based on that dream, I became, oh Amma, a Muslim. And that's why I'm narrating this story to you today. And that's why we are in Abyssinia. This is different than having a fish and chips shop in Leicester and saying to your daughter, go to the mosque. The mullah will teach you. The Maulana will teach you. He will beat you up a little bit, but he will take care of you because I don't know anything about Islam, because I came to Leicester 1950s, not because of anything other than to have a fish and chip shop. Different or not? The identity becomes different or not? Forget about the identity, the love. Wouldn't Amma then say, oh my father, whoever rescued you, I love him. So what if the person who rescued you is Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam? Do you understand when I said to you from the beginning, she has a personal attachment to the Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam? Who has a personal attachment to the Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam in the sense that he rescued your father or rescued your mother? She has a personal attachment. You know what it means? It means that if Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam did not grab him, he will be in hellfire. He would not have married to my mother. He would not have been prosecuted. I would not be born. We would not be in Abyssinia. I might have been born, but I'm a mushrik or I'm a kafir. Oh, it's because of Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam grab, concern and care that I'm now a Muslim. How on earth will this girl ever have an identity crisis or confusion about why she is a Muslim wearing hijab after 11th of September? This is crucial, identity. Also knowing that my relationship is not with land, originality, ethnicity, but my relation is with the deen, and wherever my deen takes me, that's my home. This is how identity is being built up. This is about being proud of being a Muslim. What about the society that you are living in? What about your duties towards your society? Amma bint Khalid, when she went to Medina and settled there, her Arabic wasn't that good. She spoke Abyssinian. And Rasul sallallahu once had some clothes to give. And he said, bring me Amma, I would like to give her this clothes by way of a gift. He loved Amma. And when he put the cloth on her, he said, Sana, Sana. Sana, Sana. You know what Sana means? Sana in Abyssinian means beautiful. It's nice. It suits you. It's beautiful. Why? Why does Rasul sallallahu need to speak a language other than Arabic? The language of the Quran. I would expect the opposite. I would expect that Amma would say, oh, this Sana, Sana. And Rasul sallallahu would say, speak Arabic and say, this is Hassan, Hassan. No. Rasul sallallahu has no problem with different language, different accent, different culture, different bag. Has no problem with that. In fact, this is a sign of Allah's creation. But what is more important is that Amma learn the language of the community. I know that you all speak English, but language here symbolizes culture. She learned language, with language came ideas. Come on, okay, learned language, what does this tell you? There was an Abyssinian Oxford dictionary read by Amma? No, language means that she interacted with society, that she went to the market, and said, how much is this? Oh, 50 pounds. That's sana. That's nice. That's good. That's affordable. That means she interacted with society. Please don't put these words into the contemporary politics, talking about integration and being part of this society. I agree with all this, but I don't want to now gear this talk towards contemporary events to prove a point for someone in power so that he is happy with me. That is not in my mind. What is in my mind now is to show that reading our history is even relevant to us, however unique your situation is. And indeed it's unique, but not that unique. When Amma migrated to Medina, and when the Muslim community left Abyssinia, and Najashi, who was the king and the ruler of Abyssinia, he said to the elders, convey my salam to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, convey my salam to Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And when the ship sailed from Abyssinia through the Red Sea to Medina, and as they were boarding, Amma, the young girl, said to Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Ya Rasulullah, this is the first time now she sees this person, real person, rescuing her father. She doesn't understand now this is the Prophet. Yes, she knows this is Rasulullah, but what I want to say is this prophetic glamour was not there in the mind of a, I don't know how many years old. What was there was that this is the man that rescued my father. He was the one who rescued my father. If it was Abu Bakr who rescued my father, she would have the same love. That's why I'm saying personal. As they were boarding the ship, Amma went to Rasulullah, said, Ya Rasulullah, and Najashi says salam to you. And sometimes I'm shocked. Isn't there someone who is much older than you to say this? Or isn't there is someone already was going to actually convey the salam? Najashi did not ask Amma to convey the salam, but Amma heard Najashi and felt that she is responsible to participate in conveying them. You know what this tells you? It tells you that I am talking about a girl that was open, that was not embarrassed, that was not ashamed. I have problems pushing my daughter to speak to strangers, or to speak to elders, or to say no thank you, or yes please, because she is embarrassed. Amma was not embarrassed to speak to the greatest man on this earth and say to him, Ya Rasulullah, and Najashi conveys salam to you. You know what else it tells me? It tells me something also fascinating, that she didn't have this perception of a generational gap between her and Rasulullah. You look at fathers when they take their sons to the mosque, and you see how the father grabs the son. Say salam to Maulana. No. Say salam to Maulana. No. He wants to play with the son of the Maulana. Smoke with the son of the Maulana perhaps. But not to say he's Maulana, he's too old. He's old-fashioned, he speaks Urdu. Amma did not perceive this 60 years old man as old. He had grey hair. He was old. But he was the one that rescued my father. I'm trying to make you visualize how young girls were young. They had an exciting life. They liked joking and they liked laughing, and they were young, full of energy. This is a story of inspiration. Incidentally, Amma was the last female companion to pass away. She passed away at the time of the Tabi'een, because she was extremely young when she came to Medina. So she saw Rasulullah when he passed away. And she would always talk to At-Tabi'een about Ar-Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam. She was a reference point about Rasulullah. And I would think that she might say, I heard about Rasulullah even before I saw him. And I loved him even before I saw him. Do you know why? Because I became a Muslim because of him. Because he was the one who grabbed my father from hellfire. Because of him, I became a Muslim. Amma got married to a famous companion, and she integrated very well with the Islamic society. And this is a crucial point. She integrated very well. She didn't say, this is a Middle Eastern, Arab, Pakistani, I have problems with. No, these are not as educated as the Abyssinians. No. She integrated with the society. She learned Arabic very quickly, picked it up. and she participated. She wasn't a burden on Islamic society. Oh, teach me Arabic. Oh, give me this book. Oh, what to read. No, she actually contributed to the progress of her society by actually memorizing hadiths from the mouth of the Prophet ﷺ and narrating the hadiths to the future generations. So in Bukhari, there are various hadiths that begin with عن أمة بنت خالد رضي الله عنها قالت قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. When you read about Amma, remember, she was born and brought up in Abyssinia, but when she went back to Medina, she straight away integrated. She had no problems with old people. She had no problems with religious people. She was willing to receive whatever order Rasulullah would say to her, because she has no problem with her Islamic identity. In fact, she's proud of being Muslim. And she, at a later state, participated in the progress of Islamic society. Number two, the lens. I'm done now with identity. Number two, utilizing the time period of being young. And here I have a nice quotation from Hafsa bint Sirin, who is the sister of Muhammad ibn Sirin. We tend to know Muhammad ibn Sirin because he was famous for his ability to interpret dreams. Well, he has a famous sister, and he adored his sister and was proud of having a sister that was called Hafsa. Hafsa ibn Sirin, as if she is talking to you now, she says, يا معشر الشباب خذوا من أنفسكم وأنتم شباب فإني رأيت العمل في الشباب. All young people, men and women, boys and girls, utilize your youth for the best work. During my personal experience, based on my personal experience, the best work, the most fruitful, beneficial work is when you are young. Sister Hafsa, if I was to meet you, I would say to you, you know what's our problem today, sister? Is that this age goes to waste. The brother, once he reaches puberty, starts smoking, starts dating. Only when he gets married, if Allah wants to bless him, does he become religious. Only when he has a very big gray beard does he stay in the mosque 24 hours. I hope that you, if not you, your future or current sons or daughter, try not to make them waste their time to struggle about their identity and exhaust their time until they reach maturity at the age of 30. Society tells them have fun. Society tells them don't think too much, don't work too hard, relax, enjoy yourself. That's what society tells them. I'm not asking you to tell them work hard day and night, no. But I don't want you to inculcate in their minds that because he is a teenager or that because she's a teenager, she is Mad Max, she can do anything. Because she's only 15, do you think that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when a 15 years old girl lies, and the malaika says she gets a sin, Allah says, no, erase this sin because she's only 15? Allah created that 15 years old girl and she knows that she can do better than that. So Hafsa is very wise in saying that. And Hafsa does not speak rhetorics. She speaks out of experience. When she was only 12, she memorized the entire Quran. Aisha radiallahu anha is another fascinating example, and I was cautious not to introduce her too much because she's famous. And I don't want to introduce famous people here. But I wanted to make sure that whatever I say about Aisha is somehow going to be a little bit unique. Aisha married Rasul when she was extremely young. When Rasul died, she was only 18 years old. This is the age where a girl in this country can, smoke or buy liquor. She have reached the legal age. When Aisha was 18, she was already a memorizer of over 2,000 hadiths. 2,000 hadiths. We are speaking about a teenager who has a fascinating, powerful memory. When Rasul passed away and Aisha was only 18, she had developed a very rare skill. And that is the ability to read. And you might say, read? We are in the age of computers. But at her time, not every man could read, not to mention girls. The ability for an 18 years girl to excel over the rest of society, she knows how to write. So if we had today someone that thinks in similar terms to Aisha radiallahu anha, but she is the product of 2006, she would master a rare skill in that society. Of course, it will go beyond being able to use a mobile or to do programming or to use a computer. I'm saying a rare skill in that society, be it physics, medicine, whatever. Because I'm not interested in the fact that she was able to read. That doesn't interest me. What interests me is that she is able to do something that was rare. And something else. Why does she need to read? You need to read to learn, to gain a certificate, to increase your job prospects. You need to read books. You need to read the Quran. This is an 18 years old girl married to the Prophet, met Jibreel on several occasions. The Quran was fresh as it was revealed. There is no incentive to learn to read. We are talking about a girl that have mastered a rare skill in the absence of an incentive. Are we talking about a unique girl or not? Now superimpose this on you. Say to yourself, now I'm going to master a rare skill in the absence of an incentive. I'm not thinking about jobs, I'm not thinking about husbands, I'm thinking about mastering a rare skill inspired by Islam. Aisha was eloquent. Musa ibn Talha says, I never saw an eloquent human being, not an eloquent woman, an eloquent person more than Aisha. So Aisha actually speaks more eloquent than many men. So that's another communication skill that she mastered. We need sisters here that sits here and speaks eloquently and forces the brothers to listen and respect and not to laugh. But that comes with effort. I don't need a rude sister. I don't need a sister that speaks boldly. I need a soft, courteous sister, but powerful, confident, eloquent, that says, by the way, Najashi conveys his salam to you. That's what we need. Someone who's confident, someone who forces you to respect. We are talking about a girl who had a comprehensive encyclopedic knowledge. Urwa ibn Zubayr, one companion, says, I never saw someone who had more knowledge in fiqh, in medicine, in poetry than Aisha. I never saw someone who knew much about medicine. If we had someone like Aisha today, would we be able to have someone like Aisha today? And I can say that I've never seen someone who can write excellent novels and poetry, a fascinating speaker, knows everything about medicine and not just first aid, and someone who is amazing in fiqh, so much so that she can give ijtihad, than Sister Samia. Can you imagine one day we will say that? Sister Samia, Sister Alia, Sister Anisa, medicine, fiqh, hadith, literature. Aisha was that. We are not just talking about someone who was developing encyclopedic knowledge. We are talking about someone who made use, and this is a very important point, made use of avenues of knowledge. You have internet access, you make use of it. You have Waterstones, you make use of this bookshop. You have talks and books, and you listen to the radio, you have a TV, make use of whatever channels of knowledge to accumulate knowledge, even if there wasn't an immediate incentive for you to do so. Where is this in the life of Aisha? Urwa, again, the same person who says, I've never seen someone more knowledgeable in fiqh. He actually said to Aisha, I am not amazed that you know fiqh, because after all, you were the wife of the Prophet ﷺ. You know how he made ablution. You even know how he made ghusl. You were the one who told us how he made ghusl. Only you could tell us that. I'm not amazed. I'm not amazed. I'm not amazed that you know poetry. Your father, Abu Bakr, a great knowledgeable person in ilm al-ansab and family trees, and he knew all the tribes, etc. I'm not amazed. What amazes me, O Aisha, is how on earth do you know about medicine? You know what Aisha said? She said, كان رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم يسقم آخر عمره. O Urwa, Ar-Rasul صلى الله عليه وسلم, when he became old, he used to ill a lot. He used to cough. He used to pray while he is sitting down. He had bones problem. He had headaches. So various Arab tribes used to visit us in the house. This Arab tribe from Kinda, this Arab tribe from Haritha, this Arab tribe from Hawazin. They used to come and visit us. And everyone would prescribe to Rasulullah because this is the Prophet. Ya Rasulullah, try honey. Honey is good for coughing. Ya Rasulullah, for headache, try this. I'm not saying that they had painkillers at that time, but what I'm saying is that whatever they had, the top of sciences at that time, they prescribed. Where was Aisha? In the kitchen? Saying, no, this is male's talk, this is men's talk? She says to Urwa, and I used to listen. And I used to memorize. And the knowledge I accumulated in medicine was from them. And in another narration she said, I was the person who used to listen to the prescription and apply it. When they say, Ya Rasulullah, use honey with hot water, I was the one that used to heat the water and put the honey. I was the pharmacy, not just the medicine person. I was the one who was doing the medicine. So Aisha actually knows what actually happens and why when you take that medicine. Now, that's not my point. The point is that we had a girl that didn't say to herself, I am married to a great person, I don't care less, history will remember me anyway, or I am the mother of the believer. You will not go to Jannah unless you believe in me, or respect me, or say Aisha radiallahu anha, Allah can cure Muhammad. Why should I do the prescriptions for him? All those men can send their wives, they themselves can mix the honey and the water. Why should I care? No, I will learn, and I will do it, and I will accumulate the knowledge so that one day Urwa will be impressed and ask me. But not just to impress, to tell my little girls that all girls living in Birmingham, London, Manchester, Canada, Washington, Middle East, utilize the opportunities. Seize the time and the hour. If you can memorize Quran like Hafsa at the age of 12, do it before you reach the age of 40 and become the mother of 6 children and say, I have no time other than to cook. Cease to be confused forever about whether music is halal or haram. Sort everything out and release and emancipate your energy and learn. Because I'm talking from personal experience. I came through amazing people when I was a teenager, but I never appreciated them because they were labeled as extremists or as liberals. Now, after their death, I'm reading their books and saying, wow, this person was my neighbor. Aisha didn't wait until Rasulullah passed away, and then she would say, I wish I could have treated Rasulullah. I better learn about medicine. The final story in my narrative is a story now of a wife who benefited from her husband enormously. But her husband would not have benefited his wife if his wife did not show concern for learning. And here I'm talking about Ibn Hajar, a great muhaddith, He got married when he was 25 years old. His wife was 18, again a teenager. When he married her, she said to him, you need to teach me now. But not only you, with all due respect, I want you to bring me you teachers to teach me as well. كان يسمعها الأحاديث التي سمعها من شيوخه. Any hadith that he used to listen from his sheikh, straight away, Uns. Her name was Uns, bint Abdul Karim. Uns. Today I heard a new hadith. My sheikh told me, عن الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم قال, عن قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. You know what is the interpretation of this hadith? And she listens, and she listens, and she listens. She doesn't say, oh, wait, I'll just go to, close the kettle first. No, I have to change the nappies. No, I'm not, I have a headache now. No, I'm not in a good mood. She would be receptive. I'm not again undermining. We are human beings. I'm respecting that. But what I'm telling you is a secret. I am telling you that a husband will not care about you if you don't show signs that you care about yourself. It's so time consuming for husbands to sit down and teach you. It's boring as well. I'm not going to eat and drink and talk with you and take you out and teach you. I'm doing this normally at university, getting paid I don't know how many pounds for, and I'm not going to do it for you, for free, unless you pester me. You wake me up and say, teach me. And if I say go away, you say, you go away, you teach me. Uns did this with Ibn Hajar. Ibn Hajar secured her travel to go and meet the same shuyukhs that he has met in Medina. He secured certificates of acceptance, ajazas, for her. And when she secured these certificates, he said to her one word, قَدْ صِرْتِ الْآنَ شَيْخًا. Now you are a sheikha. Sheikha Uns. Ibn Hajar passed away. Sheikha Uns never got married, though she was young. But she continued to learn, although she was a single mother. She had children, but she continued to excel in knowledge. What does this tell you? It tells you that the man in her life is insignificant insofar as excelling and aspiring knowledge is concerned. I'm not coming to this conference because of my husband. I'm not reading this book because the sheikh is from this group and he is recommended and approved by my husband. I'm not wearing niqab or hijab because of my husband. I'm doing this because I'm convinced, and because I think I'm able, and because I think I can do it and supersede my husband. So much so that when my husband passes away, I'm not going to take the hijab off the niqab off, or cease to read this book, or join this other group. My life is not going to change, because I based my life on principle. That's being young, that's having energy. قولوا قولي هذا استغفر الله لي ولكم فاستغفروه والغفور الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. Sisters and brothers, not all great women were born great. Greatness is not genetic. You are not born great. Being unique, being great, being successful, being worthy of registering your name in history, for us today to come and talk about your story is a difficult process. And I'm saying this because sometimes students, girls, boys, men, women feel frustrated when they read history of great people such as Umar, or such as Ali, or such as Hamza, and say to themselves, I cannot be like them. Yes, they were companions, of course. You will not be like them in terms of seeing Rasulullah, in terms of living the same conditions that they have lived. But sometimes you think of yourself as having more qualities than them. With some companions, you know more than them. Some companions have been Muslims only for 10 years. You have been a Muslim for over 20 years, or 30 years. You were born a Muslim. Have you ever been drunk? You never. Maybe. They were drunk. They committed adultery. They know what it means to vomit at the end of the night when you are drunk. They know it. Okay, what's then the uniqueness? What's then the greatness? One word. In a moment of honesty, they decided to change. Hence, our title, U-Turn. This title serves to give you hope that if he or she can change, and if she comes from perhaps more difficult background than you, that means that you can change as well. And that you can also have a U-turn in your life. I have divided this theme into 3 categories. 3 categories of change. One is radical change, from disbelief to belief, from kufr to iman. This is, by the way, very radical. It's not about dating and about being in love with I don't know who through the chatting and through the internet. No, it's being kafir, being an unbeliever, being someone who, if he died as a kafir, he will go to hellfire. It's very serious. So this is the first category, and this is a very radical category. And inshallah, no one is in that category. But I'm going to narrate to you a story of a woman that was in that category for you to appreciate where you are. Number 1. Number 2, this is the category that maybe a lot of us are in it. And that is doing a U-turn from doing something that is wrong, that is sinful, to actually repenting. But the repentance, most of the time, is permanent. It's not moody. It's not that when you do so, oh, I feel sorry about myself, and you shed a little bit of tear here and there, and then you return the following. This is not a U-turn. A U-turn is, in most cases, permanent change, permanent turn. This is the second category. The third category is a category of doing something that is halal, but shifting to or U-turning into an area that is, I don't want to say more halal. There is halal and less halal. No, halal, but a lifestyle that is of a higher caliber, higher ambitions. Rather than hoping to have a car, you are hoping to learn Arabic. Have a car is halal, and learn Arabic is not more halal. Do you understand? But this is higher. This is a higher aspiration. Because if we say this is more halal, that means this is less halal, that means it's haram. You know, I don't want to go into more and less. It's halal, haram, makruh, and you know the categories, or the mandub. So, before the mandub, or the preferred, or the recommended. Okay, so, U-turn. I am looking through these stories, and again selecting. You see, I think about a title, I think about paradigms, and I select the stories. The stories come later. And that's why I say to you, I'm not interested in narrating you stories. I can write you emails telling you the story. But it's the reflection, it's the comment, it's what we get out of the story. And incidentally, this is something that I should have said at the beginning. What I extract from the story might be totally different from what you extract. In fact, I believe that as women, your extraction is even more genuine, more legitimate if you want, than mine, because you think about it from a woman point of view. Oh, he would never say this, but I know it. But suffice it to say that, okay, I'm helping. I am giving you insinuating ideas. If you don't like them, go and do something else and think along other lines, or develop these lines further. So I'm looking through this U-turn title, looking to it through 4 main points. And these are very simple statements that I will justify through these stories. A U-turn or a change is a result of deep desire and high ambition for self-improvement. You don't have to write this down, it's common sense. You know, I want to change because I'm fed up with the way of life that I'm living. I've been a smoker for 20 years. I've been listening to music for I don't know how many years. It's time to change now. Okay? So it's a desire to be a better person. Very simple. When it happens, it happens because you, and I've written the word you in italics, it happens because you decided that the time for it was right, i.e. for the change was right, and not because that what was someone else thought. You know why I've put this point? Because that will then decide whether the change is serious or not. If it's imposed, it's not serious. As soon as that who imposed it on you passes away, you will return again. And therefore, it defies the logic of a U-turn. A U-turn is that moment of change that is based on persuasion and self-conviction. Yes, of course, it could be inspired by talks and advices, but not imposed. Not imposed. Okay. So, when it happens, it's because you decided that it was the time, and the time was right and ripe, and not because that was what someone else had thought. Number 3, this self-enthusiasm and desire and keenness for change is what guarantees its genuineness and durability, a point that I've already mentioned. Number 4, the mere ability to change is, to my mind, a source of power to women. The fact that you were able to change, and the fact that it was you who decided to change, that is emancipation, that is power. And that gives hope that you are able to change, and that you have enough commitment, enough will to change. Okay, these are the lenses, these are the ideas, these are the paradigms. Now let's talk and service these paradigms in terms of the stories that I have. 3 simple stories. Change from kufr to iman. And there is loads of stories about companions who turned into Islam. Most of them were, all of them are kuffar. I don't think, to my knowledge, I have came across a radical, disbelieving woman like Hind bint Utbah. If I was someone who was a contemporary of Hind and saw what she did, I would say to myself, this woman would never become a Muslim. You would be amazed, sisters and brothers, you would be amazed when you know that there was someone who said and thought that Umar ibn al-Khattab will not become a Muslim until a donkey becomes a Muslim. This is literal. I'm quoting you literally. What someone, لا يسلم عمر حتى يسلم حمار عمر. Umar will never become a Muslim until his donkey becomes a Muslim. That's how people thought about Umar. Drinking, he drank. Beating, he was beating. Killing, he wanted to kill the Prophet. Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Hind did things that I would never imagine a woman would do. But she did it. Hind was a cannibal. Hind was able to chew a liver of a human being. I don't want to disgust you, but you just imagine that you are watching her doing that. You don't have to know that it was the liver of Hamza. It's enough to say that this was a liver of a human being, and a raw one, uncooked. If it was a liver of, I don't know, a chicken, you would become disgusted. No, this is a human being. And it happens that it is the liver of Hamza. This woman changed. This woman, and she changed at an old age. Okay, so I want to dramatize to you. You see, I need to dramatize the original position for you to appreciate the change from that position. It's like telling you someone was a drug addict. For example, now he's a scholar that raises awareness about drugs. You have to appreciate his life before he became a scholar. It's like watching Malcolm X film. You have to watch 3/4 of the film, Malcolm X doing all sorts of things, for you to appreciate this Malcolm X with a goatee beard that talks about racism and the segregation between white and black. And then, in the last 10 minutes, he goes to Mecca and becomes a proper Muslim. This is change. So you have to appreciate Hind. And to appreciate Hind when she was a kafir, let me tell you a few things about her. First of all, Hind was one of the greatest enemy of Islam. When the battle of Badr ended, she realized that her father was killed, non-Muslims, her brother was killed, her uncle was killed, and Hamza radiallahu anhu was the one that killed these members in the family. Look at the procedures that she took to articulate and to express her hate and anger. I want you to appreciate. I want you to appreciate how terrible she was. I need to do that very well for you to appreciate the change. First of all, she never cried. I want you to appreciate how solidified her heart was. You know why she didn't cry? Not because she didn't love them, but because she said, I would not want the news to reach Hamza that he have broke my heart and that I am weeping and crying for the death of my father, brother, and uncle. Even of the level of pleasing the enemy, she's not willing to do it. She's not willing to register this moment of tear so that it's not reported that Hind has cried. So as not to please. This is radical hate that I don't want you to enjoy a moment in your life. What's this? This is hate or what? Of course it's hate. Number two, she said to her husband, Abu Sufyan, great companion, later great companion, but at that time a non-Muslim. She said to him, I will never wash myself to you. I will never wash my hair to you. I will never wear any perfume to you until you wage another war against Muhammad and until you defeat him. I'm aware of someone like the deceased Yasser Arafat, for example, that he said, I will never shave my beard until Palestine is liberated. And there are people who say, I'll never get married until whatever. But for a woman to ignore her femininity and to ignore her body and to, sorry to say the word, to be disgusting in such a hot desert weather, just because making this public statement that I am so angry and I will not return to my normal life until we kill Muhammad, this is something extreme, amazing. This is something extreme. And she would never have intimate relation with Abu Sufyan. And Abu Sufyan, whenever he comes closer to her, she said, until we defeat Muhammad. You want to enjoy this moment? Defeat Muhammad. What's the relationship between the bed and Muhammad? She made it an issue. She made it a case. You know what's amazing? Forget about the fact that she is a disbeliever. Imagine we have a believer that thinks in these terms. You know what I'm trying to tell you? I'm trying to tell you that those people were great, even before they believed. This is a great woman. If I was not a Muslim, or even if I'm a Muslim, this is a great woman. She has a case, she has a cause, she believes in that cause, she's willing to sacrifice everything for that cause, and she's lobbying and orchestrating campaigns. And she, on the battle of Uhud, this was good news for her, she was among the few women that decided to go on the battlefield. There were only 15 women that decided to go. She was the first to register her name in this battlefield, to make sure that she will clap, that she will sing, that she will mobilize the forces, and that men will not retreat. That was her fourth cause. She was lobbying before the war. She was taking procedures even in her intimate life, lobbying for that war, and now she is in the process of the war itself. Look at this, look at this, look at this himma, look at this aspiration. The fifth procedure is that she asked Wahshi, who was a mushrik servant, to kill Hamza, and he succeeded in that, and that's okay. in the sense that we know that. But she, after the battlefield, decided that she has to go and mutilate Hamza, as if death is not enough. ويعني Wahshi said to her, look, this is Hamza. I've killed him. Are you sure? يعني me and you, are you sure? He's dead? Okay, alhamdulillah, good, whatever. No. I want to actually go and take revenge from this man. This is a woman, by the way. This is not a man. I sometimes think a man would not even be able to do that. And fascinating. I said this to my mother again. I said, Mother, can a woman do that? She says, yes, when a woman gets angry, she will do that. I am aware in many Arab countries of women chopping their husbands. And they brought an interview with this woman that they said, you killed your husband. Why did you chop him and put him in this dustbin bag? You know what she said? This was on air. She said, well, the body was just lying there. I thought the smell, would ruin the house. So I had to chop him, put him in the bag and throw him. A woman. And I said to her, my mother, would she do that? She said, if you might be surprised, but you never know what the husband used to do to her. And if Hind was here, she would tell me, are you making fun of me? Saying that I'm a cannibal? You don't understand what my father meant to me, what my uncle was to me, what my husband. I have childhood memories with my father. I'm not rationalizing cannibalism now. I'm not promoting it. What I'm saying is that you have to appreciate that when a woman is angry and she wants to engage in revenge, I don't think that gender becomes an issue here. It becomes about an angry human being. Okay, so please don't become angry at me. And please, husbands, do not provoke because dustbin bags are a lot these days in the kitchen. So Hind did this. So she went to mutilate Hamza. And she wanted to do it by herself. So I don't want to again discuss you, but it's in the books of Sirah. She went and opened the stomach. I don't want to, again, I did A-level biologies. And one of the things that we used to do is to, shall I say it? You know it, dissect rats. So you open the rat and this is the liver and we have to draw it and we have to label it, part of our assessment. And I was aware of some people who fainted in the lab when they were dissecting a rat. No, she is actually dissecting a human being. And not in a lab, not for A-level, not for GCSE, no, it's for revenge. And to make a point that, oh Muhammad, come and see what has happened to your uncle. She took his ears out and threw it away. Some historians said she took his ears and made it into a necklace. This is when a woman wants to beautify herself. She cut his nose and threw it away. And she took the liver and ate the liver. And, for obvious reasons, it was, so she threw it away. Now, we don't want to fantasize about stuff like this. But the point I'm trying to make is that I stopped for a while. And then I said, imagine now, visualize how will the face of Hamza look. Think about that. Think about the face of Hamza without ears, they say also historians that she put a pierce in his mouth and started to play until the mouth. I mean, I don't think that any CNN or whatever would show this. It's disgusting. So much so that Sufyan, when he became a Muslim, he had to apologize for what she did. He said, Wallahi, she did it behind my back. I wasn't aware of what my wife was up to, and I didn't expect that. I'm trying to dramatize the amount of anger that she had. So much so that one of the companions called Rasulullah and Rasulullah looked at the face and said, who did this? They said, Ya Rasulullah, it's Hind. He said, whoever sees Hind, she should be killed. So wanted, dead or alive, Hind. Hind was a danger for Islamic national security. And when the sister of Hamza, Safiya, bint Abdul Muttalib, she is also the aunt of Rasulullah, wanted to see the body. Rasulullah said to Zubayr ibn al-Awwam or Abdullah ibn Zubayr, said to him, Safiya is coming. Try to block her. Try to prevent her. It's a very bad scene. And Abdullah ibn Zubayr went and said, Auntie, please go. She said, I want to see Hamza. He said, I have orders from Rasulullah. Please go. She said, get out of the way. I want to see my brother. And Abdullah ibn Zubayr straight away got out of the way. And went to Rasulullah and said, Ya Rasulullah, she's insisting. Rasulullah said, okay, it's okay, just let her have a look and that's it. So she went and she looked at the face, and this is a sister, by the way. But alhamdulillah, she didn't become like Hind, seeing her brother. I mean, she could have been like Hind. Wallahi, I will kill Hind, I will eat her liver. No. And this is where Islam comes into it. Yes, I hate her guts. But salam alaikum, sister. You know, there is manners. So she said, Inna lillah wa inna ilayhi raji'un. And she came and she said to Rasulullah, Ya Rasulullah, I saw Hamza and I saw the situation, and inshallah, may Allah give me the ajr for my patience. And then she left. Okay, let's zoom the camera now into that person who is dead or alive, needed dead or alive. Hind, let's go. Where is Hind? Hind went back to Mecca. And she remained there as a non-Muslim until years passed, and Rasulullah conquered and opened Mecca. Now Hind is watching from the window. And this is the turning point. I sometimes say to myself, if Hind was killed somehow by someone who said, who you know, wanted to obey Rasulullah, she's needed dead or alive, she would have not turned, she would have been killed. But it is as if Allah made her witness an incentive and an incitement that will create this turning point. She looked from her window and she saw the companions going round the Kaaba and making tawaf and praying the salah. We sometimes pray in the Hyde Park and you find tourists and, you know, people in Britain who would come and take a photograph. But that's it. That's it. Hind wasn't taking a photograph. Hind was watching and watching and watching. And then she looked at Abu Sufyan and she said to him, Inni uridu an utabi'a Muhammad. I want to follow Muhammad. Are you aware that Muhammad was the one that said that you should be dead? Yes. I want to believe in him. Are you aware that Muhammad ﷺ was the one that actually orchestrated the death of your father, uncle, and aunt? Yes, I am aware. But I want to follow Muhammad. Why? No lectures, no talks, no pamphlets, no leaflets. Nothing except seeing someone who prays. And she says, when she says to Abu Sufyan, I want to follow Muhammad, he said to her, قَدْ رَأَيْتُكِ تَكْرَهِينَ هَذَا الْأَمْرِ الْبَارِحَةِ. He said to her, come on, you are the most person with animosity to Islam. What has happened to you? She said, Wallahi, I have been living in Mecca for years and years and years and years. This is the first time that I am seeing Allah being worshipped properly. That's what she said. Of course, worship properly, because all what she have seen for the last 30, 40 years are naked people going around Kaaba and doing nothing except worshipping idols. Who will these people change and create U-turns? You need companions of high quality. You don't need me. You don't need us. Allahu Akbar, Bismillah, Assalamu Alaikum. You don't need that. You need someone who prays properly and reads Quran in a melodious voice to be able to change the heart of Hind, of a cannibalist woman. Can you see what prayers does to a human being? This is what prayers do. And then she went and she accompanied either Umar or Uthman, historians disagree, and she covered her face so that Rasulullah would not know her immediately. And she went and said, Ya Rasulullah, I would like to become a Muslim. And he said, and who are you? And she took the niqab and she said, I am Hind. Of course there was a moment of shock. Of course there was a moment of anger. But this is a Rasul, this is not me and you. He said to her, Marhaban bihind. Welcome Hind. Welcome. And Hind said what? Said a fascinating statement. She said, with this welcome, welcome, Hind. She said, by Allah, Messenger of Allah, there was no person dwelling on the face of the earth whose family I wished to see dead or abased more than your family. Now, today, you turn. Now, today, there is no person dwelling on the face of the earth whose family I wished to see exalted more than your family. It's a fascinating change, isn't it? It's a radical change. Okay, this is Hind disbelieving, cannibalism. This is Hind transforming. Now let's see Hind in action as a Muslim. Let's see the third now change. Many incidents about Hind, but just to see what she did in one battle, the Battle of Yarmouk. The Muslims were fighting against their enemies. Believe it or not, Hind was doing the same thing that she was doing in the Battle of Uhud. In the Battle of Uhud, she was clapping. In the Battle of Uhud, she was doing poetry. You know what was the poetry that she was singing in the Battle of Uhud? She's talking to the men now. She's saying, this is the poetry. If you advance, we hug you. Spread soft rugs beneath you. If you retreat, we leave you. Leave and no more love you. This was the poetry of Hind. Well, I have got news for you. This was the same poetry that Hind was saying to the Muslims in Yarmouk. Which, if anything, shows that a fascinating person is always fascinating. A great person is always great. All what happens is that he or she takes his talents, her talents, and transforms them into a new channel in service of Islam. And when the army was retreating, she was shouting and she was saying, إِلَى أَيْنَ تَنْهَزِمُونَ إِلَى أَيْنَ تَفِرُّونَ مِنَ اللَّهِ وَجَنَّتِهِ Subhanallah. She's saying now to the Muslims, where are you running? Where are you going? Are you running away from the enemy, or are you running away from Allah and His Jannah? I think if Hind was living with us today, she would have been labeled as a terrorist. But the point was that she was lobbying and she was campaigning. هُوَ مُطَّلِعٌ عَلَيْكُمْ. Allah sees you, so do not retreat and do not run away. Who's doing this? Men? No, women. And Abu Sufyan and the men that was retreating, after they heard this, they came back and they began to fight and they won the war. So this is a story from Kufr to Iman. Okay, tell us a story that is more relevant to us now. Come on, I'm not a mushrik, I've never eaten liver or whatever, but tell me something that is more realistic. You know the story of Al-Ghamidiyya. And this is a story of a woman that no one knows her name, except that she is Ghamidiyya because she comes from the tribe of Ghamid, hence she is called Al-Ghamidiyya. And of course, she had an embarrassing story and no one wanted to reveal her name. So she was known, her name is known, but you don't know it. And the people who know her name have passed away now, so she is in disguise. If she came here, you won't notice her. If you spoke to her, you won't notice her. You won't know her. But if she said to you, I am Al-Ghamidiyya, then you will know. Al-Ghamidiyya committed adultery. And I cannot cease to think about her day and night and dramatize her action. She committed adultery. Number one, she was married. Number two, you don't commit adultery with anyone. You have to know that person. A woman would not commit adultery with anyone. A woman would know the man. A woman might fall in love with the man. A woman would kiss or be kissed, and then she will fall into adultery. So that means that she was going through a process that have been maybe taking years until she decided or until she was tempted to fall into adultery. Is this right or I'm exaggerating? Have you ever seen a woman, unless of course she was a bad woman? But it's a process. And I say to myself, why would a married woman do that? I don't know. Okay, forget all that, forget all that. That means that the one she committed adultery with was a man, yes of course a man, a Muslim, most probably, in Medina, yes of course, because she was living in Medina. At the time of the Prophet, yes, at the time of the Prophet. She saw the Prophet, yes, she's a companion. Yet she committed adultery, yes. She saw Abu Bakr, Umar, yes. She attended Friday ceremonies, yes. She prayed in Jama'ah, maybe once, twice, yes, yes, yes. How on earth did she commit adultery? Well, she did. You know what this tells us? That these people were real people. These people were not Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings. Those people were human beings walking on earth. Okay, what's the difference? The difference is that they recognize that the moment that they have done something wrong, they need to change. That's the only difference. We recognize that we are doing something wrong, but we don't want to change. That's the difference. And therefore, it is beside the point, whether you are living in London, whether we are in a corrupt society, whether the Prophet is here, this is beside the point. Because even if you now were living in Medina and you wanted to access the internet, you will do it. Because it's you. Not because it's the time. Or not because it's the country. And similarly, if Al-Ghamidiyya was living in London, she would also change. Because she is Al-Ghamidiyya. Do you understand? Are you with me? Please, please think and wake up and think about this woman called Al-Ghamidiyya that knows that when she goes and confesses to Rasulullah, you know the punishment for a married woman? It's like committing suicide. And Rasulullah actually gave her the opportunity to escape and to run away, but she didn't. And this is what I mean when I say U-turn. U-turn. It wasn't that she committed adultery and then she felt sorry for a couple of days, and the third day she began to think and she smiled and he was a handsome guy. No. She is hating the moment. And the passage of time then becomes irrelevant. What about when she is pregnant? What about when she has a beautiful baby? What about when she breastfeeds the baby? What about when the baby looks at his mother's eyes and smile? What about when she gives him a piece of bread? What about a woman's desire, a mother's desire to see this baby grow up and go to school? Isn't this a legitimate desire? It is legitimate. But she doesn't want to see all that. She doesn't want to spare herself another day to witness a development. She's so angry with herself that she wants to change and to purify herself. And after 3 years of a period of providing her for escape, imagine I put you in prison and I leave the door open. I have locked the door, but I want you to know that it's open. And I'm saying to myself, escape, escape, escape. It's open, it's open, it's open. And I come after 3 years and you're still in prison. This was Al-Ghamidiyya. She came with the baby and she said, Ya Rasulullah, now he's about 2 years and something. I am aware some of you have a baby for 1 year. This relationship, this intimate relationship, this social, emotional attachment with your baby that lasted for 1 year is nothing compared to 3 years that Al-Ghamidiyya had with her baby. Yet Al-Ghamidiyya said to the baby, bye-bye, I'm leaving. I'm leaving you for a decent society. I'm leaving you for Rasulullah and his companion. They will take care of you. But I have business to do. I have purification to do. I need to change. I need to purify myself. And I'm willing not to give the garden back to my husband as a dowry, give it back. I'm willing to give my life and I'm willing to give my baby in order to please Allah. Now, if this is not change, what is change? What is change? This is to me a U-turn. Okay, a third category of change. Change that is less extreme, but also fascinating. You need to change when you are doing something bad. You need to change when you are disbelieving in something and suddenly... But if you are good, if you pray, if you, I don't know, wear hijab, have a beard, or I don't know how you identify religiosity, if you are okay and safe, why do you need to change? Fatima bint Abdul Malik. Fatima bint Abdul Malik was a daughter, forget about daughter, she was a girl of the highest class in Muslim society. I don't know what are the manifestations of high classes here. If she was living in London, she would be living in a mansion. She wouldn't be coming and praying in Central Mosque unless she has bodyguards everywhere. She will come with her black Mercedes, wearing her sunglasses so that no one sees her. I don't know wearing what, and will pray and then go. She shops at certain places. She buys certain clothes, designers, tailors, made. She's unique. 13 members of her family are rulers. Either a husband is a ruler, a khalifa, a father is a khalifa, an uncle is a khalifa, her brother is a khalifa. She is surrounded by 13 men who became khulafa. She's the duke of I don't know what. She is a member of a respected royal family. I cannot now dramatize it more than that. She married Umar ibn Abdul Aziz. And she got married to him. Her father loved her so much. She was his spoiled daughter. When she married Umar ibn Abdul Aziz, the wedding was the greatest wedding on earth. Here, weddings, I don't know, tandoori chicken, and it's always spicy, so I cannot eat it. I have to drink loads of water, and they say, brother, sorry, alhamdulillah, water is, it's there, so you don't have to eat the chicken. Anyway, so these are weddings here. Fatima's wedding, people were not given tandoori. People were given gold. If you wanted gold, you don't have to go to Samuel's. You go to Fatima's wedding. And you will come out with golds everywhere. So everyone, I think, wanted to go to Fatima's wedding. The historians talk about millions and millions and millions. I mean, I'm not sure about the currency now, but millions. Because Fatima is getting married. And I say to myself, it's a one night. It's a one night. Why does the Khalifa have to spend all this amount of money while people are begging in the street, etc.? It's politically incorrect. It's not right. But this is what rich people do. Rich people will spend for half an hour of enjoyment. Now, when Fatima got married to Umar ibn Abdul Aziz, and Umar ibn Abdul Aziz also went through a period of transformation. He was handsome, he was rich, very rich, because his father is Abdul Aziz. Not as rich as Fatima, incidentally, but from the same royal family, the Marwanite family. So they went on their honeymoon in a place in Syria, beautiful weather, without fans, without sweat, beautiful area in Damascus. And they had a tremendous honeymoon there, thousands of dirham on a daily basis. But the moment that Umar ibn Abdul Aziz was made a Khalifa, he took all the clothes, all the designers. Do you have designers? Would you be prepared one day to give them to the issue or the charity shop? Not after you wear them. No, buy a designer brand new and give them to the charity. Would you be able to do that? I don't know. Umar ibn Abdul Aziz, he would wear a shirt once. That's before he changed. A shirt. You know, what are you doing? I'm throwing my shirt. Why? Well, I've used it. How many times? Oh, yes, just once. That's how rich these people were. So Umar ibn Abdul Aziz, when he became a Khalifa, he took all the clothes and gave them to the fuqara. and he kept 2 clothes for him. And he said to Fatima, Fatima, if you want to remain with me, everything that you wear. You might say it's an extremist statement. You know, if I was Umar ibn Aziz's friend, I'd say, Amir al-Mu'mineen, let her at least keep this necklace that you gave her on her, you know, anniversary, good memories. No. Let her take everything. So she took everything. And he said to her, if you are prepared to spend your life with me, the rest of your life with me, take everything. She said, and this is to me genuine love. This is, you know, really it's love. She said, Ya Amir al-Mu'mineen, or Umar, Wallahi, if you ask me to give even double what I have, I would agree. Now, it's amazing because look, this is a spoiled girl now. Spoiled girl. Anything she wanted to do. Imagine now, Umar says, only your pajamas, only your abaya, only your hijab, that's it. What about my other women? What about my friends? What will they say if I sold my Mercedes or my house or did not wear designer? No, I can't do that. No, Umar, please divorce me. I cannot. I'm going to return to my father. And when she goes to the father, oh, how dare Umar? This is my daughter. Okay, divorce her. I will get her married to the best men. No. It's a choice. She made the decision and she changed. And she used to eat nothing but onions, and bread. She would eat less than you. But bear in mind, she was living in mansions, and she spent millions in her honeymoons. And you remember that this woman that was eating onions, you remember you attended her wedding? What did you get? I got a Rolex watch, I got lots of gold. Yes, she's eating onions now. You might say, what a sad person. No, she's not sad. You know why? Because now we are mentioning her today. She registered herself with her onions, with her bread, with her commitment, with her discipline. If Fatima lived the same lifestyle, well, you know, she's the daughter of the Khalifa. What's new? Okay, I'm going to end it here with few lessons, very short. 1, the 3 stories of Hind, of Al-Ghamidiyya, of Fatima, tells us that when a woman is convinced and when a woman is persuaded, she will change. Rest assured. Your wife will wear hijab only when she is convinced. And when she is convinced, she will be the saintest saint or the holiest person on earth. We hope that. But the point I'm trying to say is that when a woman, unlike men perhaps, dedicate herself to something, she becomes loyal and faithful to it. Number 1. Number 2, neither of the 3 women returned to their previous life. Al-Ghamidiyya, after 3 years, or during her 1.5 years, never committed adultery. Hind did not believe and then disbelieved, or believed and then sat at home rearing children. I'm a good Muslim, alhamdulillah, my name is Hind, radiyallahu anha. No, it's change and it's progress and it's excelling. Number 3, they changed on their own accord. Abu Sufyan did not pressurize Hind to change. Umar ibn Abdul Aziz gave her the freedom, but did not impose it on her. Al-Ghamidiyya, the man that committed adultery with her, he's not in the narrative, he's absent. He didn't say to her, oh, go and confess to her. He might have escaped. No one knows anything about him. It's the woman in the narrative. She's everywhere. On her own accord. Not being like in a remote control, moving according to the man's wish. Number 3, we do not see a man in the entire narrative. I have not introduced to you a man to tell you that change has to be from the self and not imposed on man. Now I'm using man here as a symbol of authority. Man could be society, man could be father, man could be custom, man could be tradition, man could be your uncle, man could be your culture. Man is on any source of authority. All the change that we see here is insinuated from within. Number 4, and this is the final point, that if they can do it, you can do it. If they can do it, you can do it. If Fatma can eat onions, I'm not asking you to eat onions, but look at the change now. Look at the change. If she can live in a mansion and then live in a small house, you can do it. It's not house, it's the symbol of adapting to something new. If you smoke and you quit smoking and you are able to adapt with non-smoking, you can do it. If you have a relationship on the internet, for example, with someone, I don't know, who might turn out to be a pedophile, you can quit that. You can do it. I understand it's not as simple as logging off, but if Hind can do it, you can do it. If Ghamidiyya can do it, you can do it. This is U-turn. قولوا قولي هذا واستغفر الله لي ولكم فاستغفروه إنه هو الغفور الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. I began the course with young or energy, and then I wanted you to have the impression that not all young girls are born great and pure and nice, so I had to talk about U-turn. Now, the logical consequence of a U-turn is then to begin to develop yourself and to begin to accumulate the resources that will maintain this progressive change. Hence, the third title, which I called Connect. You need to connect with Allah. I'm going to show you examples of women that connected with Allah. Okay, so this is now introducing the title. I had tremendous struggle to include or exclude this theme. Not because I don't believe in its importance. In fact, I feel and I am certain that some of you find it the most attractive theme. Ibadah, closeness to Allah, spiritualism, prayer, fasting, etc. And I respect that. I respect that you, living in the West, you need to recharge yourself. You need to fuel yourself. And this is a legitimate, whether you are in the West or in the East, but I'm saying more in the West. So I respect that. But I was worried of ending up giving you examples of people who connected with Allah in a mystical way. And then we end up talking about individual experiences between a woman and her Lord, which is legitimate and respectable, but as far as men and as far as society and as far as children and as far as the community is concerned, no one will benefit from that individual relationship unless you reflect the outcome and the product of this connection to society. Let me tell you then the paradigms that I have constructed in order to discuss this theme, which in fact I have decided to put last minute because I had other themes. A theme such as creativity, and I came across examples. In fact, you know some of the examples. And because I'm talking about creativity now, when Salama suggested that the Sahaba, if they wanted to shave their head, that Rasulullah should do it, isn't this creative thinking? When Asma wants to deliver the food to Abu Bakr and Rasulullah in the cave, and then she has one piece of cloth, and then she makes it and tears it into two pieces, one to put it around her waist and the other to put the food in. Isn't this creativity? So we have loads of examples of creativity. This woman, Sulaim, that her son passed away, And she didn't want to inform her husband, and she wanted to choose the context. She made herself beautiful and attractive. And after they had their husband-wife relation, she told her, isn't this creativity? And he says to her, we have a guest and we are extremely poor, and Rasul Sallam asked me to accommodate this guest, but we don't have any food except the food for the children. She said, don't worry, I will make the children go to bed early. I will close the light. You imitate as if you are eating and produce some sound to show that we are eating, while in reality there is only enough food for him, the guest, to eat. Isn't this creativity? This defies the logic that some male have that women cannot think. I laughed a little, but then I laughed even more when I saw this actor in this As Good As It Gets, Jack Nicholson. He's a novel writer and he writes about women, etc. And women loved him while he had psychological problems. He was basically rude. And he saw a woman in the lift. And when she saw him, she was fascinated. Oh, you are this novelist. How on earth do you write on women like that? He said to her, well, it's simple. I think about a man, but without accountability and responsibility. And that's how I write about women. So a woman equals man minus accountability and responsibility. But creativity here tells me that woman equals a man plus creativity. Sorry, we are talking about women. When we talk about men, I will say the opposite. I will change the equation. So, this is creativity. But then I said, no, people want to know stories about great spiritual women because it's the West and we are lacking in spirit. So I said, okay, fine, I will do that, but on my conditions and on my paradigms. Now, these are my 5 paradigms. 1, no woman could enjoy a peaceful relation with herself without a positive connection with the creator of this self. And this is a common sense statement. 2, proper worship is a manifestation of this connection. This is just to say that we are not after any form of connection. We are after a Sunni Salafi connection. We don't want a connection with bid'ah. Okay, so this is just a precautionary paradigm. Number 2, a proper worship is a manifestation of this connection. 3, a strong connection with Allah should, and this is my most important paradigm now, a strong connection with Allah should not disengage one from her responsibilities to society. Being closer to Allah does not make me a mystic. Being closer to Allah does not make me selfish. Being closer to Allah does not make me look at society in a condescending way, and that to hell to this society as long as I am safe. So the more you connect to Allah, the more you care for society. The more you become closer to Allah, you begin to be responsible as a mother, as a wife, etc. So this is number 3. 4, the one with the closer bond to Allah is the one who is of greater benefit to society. خيركم للناس أنفعهم للناس. The best among you is that who is of greater benefit to society. Number 5, and I had to mention this, mystic women personalities, or let me spell it out and say Sufi women personalities that have existed in history, and indeed they did, and the great respectable character Rabi'a al-Adawiyya did exist, and she was not a myth, and she is greatly respected, and I'm not going to talk about her because I've chose my paradigms and she does not fit into that paradigm. Mystic women personalities who disengaged themselves from society, for example, chose not to marry or to stay at home all of the time, fast every day, etc., were a rarity, were a minority. And they chose this path for reasons related to specific conditions of their time, and that I do not have to replicate these conditions in my time. These are the paradigms that go under the title Connect. Okay, now who serves, therefore, these paradigms? The first woman that serves that paradigm is Aisha radiallahu anha, the wife of Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And what is fascinating about Aisha radiallahu anha is that she knows that she's going to go to heaven. Is that she knows that by default of becoming the wife of the Prophet, no wife will go to hellfire. Yet she behaves in such a way as if she doesn't know. And this is what is fascinating. It's the opposite of other people's attitude that don't know where the hell, where they are going, and say, I am saved, hallelujah, I'm going to Jannah. It's a contrasting attitude and approach to Allah's mercy. And Allah is indeed merciful, but He is also just. So Aisha radiallahu anha, what does she do that is amazing? She is closely connected to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The first thing that she does, whenever you see her after the death of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, particularly when she grew up and she came closer to dying, she would cry out of the fear of Allah. And when I read this story that she cries because of the fear of Allah, I say to myself, if I was there watching her and had access to her, I would say, why are you crying? If Allah said and Jibreel conveyed the salam of Allah on you, one day Jibreel said, who is this? And Rasulullah said, this is Aisha. Says, give her my salam. Who's saying salam? If you say to me, by the way, Sheikh so-and-so, oh, mashallah, by the way, Allah gives his salam. It's amazing. Yet that woman, teenager, 18 years, can bear the burden of such a news because she is so mature. If I had access to her, I would say to her, why are you crying? Why are you fearing Allah? I imagine, and sometimes, because actually she asked the same question to Rasulullah when she saw him praying all the night and his feet swelling, and she says to him, she asked the same question that I'm asking to her now. She says, I asked the same question to Rasulullah, and you know what he said to me? أَفَلَا أَكُونُ عَبْدًا شَكُورًا. Shouldn't I be a grateful servant? So, oh, you who think that it's surprising to see me crying, shouldn't I be a thankful woman servant? But it's not just about being thankful. She had a genuine fear of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You know why? Because she knows Allah very well. She knows Allah very well, and when you know Allah very well, you are bound to cry. Urwa ibn Zubayr, the one who said, I have never seen such an eloquent, and I've never seen someone who is exalted in medicine, said, Urwa, he narrates another story that is applicable here in the Connect theme. He says, one day I went and entered into the house of Aisha. He's related. I think she is his khala or aunt. So he can go to her. He said, I went to visit Aisha and I saw her قائمة. She was standing, reading and crying. فَمَنَّ اللَّهُ عَلَيْنَا وَوَقَانَا عَذَابَ السَّمُومِ. Allah saved us from hellfire. And she was making dua and crying. Usually people cry when they've committed a sin, but she's crying full stop. Then he says, and then I stood waiting for her to finish, but she did not finish. She took long time. So I went to the market and I said, by that time she will be done. I went to the market, did my shopping, came back, and she was reading the same verse and continuing to cry. Imagine you see your mother, and then she's praying, and then you take the tube, you go to Sainsbury, you stay there for an hour, you do your shopping, and you come back and you come and you see your mother not prostrating, no, she's still standing, reading the same verse. This was Aisha. And Urwa ibn Zubayr, again, the same man, he would say, كانت كثيرة الصيام. She used to fast a lot. Okay, now this is connection with Allah. Where is society? Bear in mind, all the women that I will be introducing to you, I will be dividing them into two stages. Allah, society. Connecting with Allah, reflecting on society. Aisha was extremely kind person. She interacted with society. She listened to medical prescriptions and applied them. She met lots of people. She had political engagements and political opinions. She was a dynamic woman. She can teach an entire male generation with her knowledge. Yet, كثيرة الصيام, كثيرة البكاء, كثيرة القيام. She prays a lot, she fasts a lot, she cries a lot. And that's the model that we want. It's not your business what I do at home in the night. I might pray 200 rak'at, but what you should be concerned about is that when I deal with you in decency. And I should be good to you. And I expect the same from you. I don't care if you are the Sufiest of the Sufis. I want to see that reflected on your character. And that was there in the character of Aisha. She received 100,000 dirham, and she was fasting during that time. She gave out all this amount of money, and her servant says to her, couldn't you just retain 1 dirham for us to be able to purchase a piece of meat so that when the time of Maghrib comes, you are able to break your fast? What did she say? She said, I forgot. If you reminded me, I would have done it. But when I was engaged in giving the money, I forgot that I was fasting. I forgot that I should retain 1 dirham. All what I was thinking about was society, society, society. This is the model that I am after. And that's why when I read the story, I said, this is the woman that I want to have under connect. Urwa again says, Aisha gave 70,000 dirham while she was sewing her clothes. The level of poverty. I'm not asking you to sew your clothes. All what I'm telling you is that the spirit here, what's the spirit here? The spirit is that do not connect with Allah, do not connect with dunya in a way that makes you forget everyone else except yourself. It's the opposite. She forgets herself, remembers everyone else. That's what you need to do. Or at least remember everyone else and remember yourself, but remember everyone else. And don't give 70,000, give 60,000. Come on, give 10p, but just give something. You know, that's the example. A more extreme example, still wife of Rasulullah, Zainab bint Jahsh. Zainab was famous for loving the poor and for loving the orphan. So much so that Rasulullah said that the first one who will come with me in Jannah will be the one with the longest arm. And all the women, mothers of the believers, Ummahat al-Mu'mineen, were taking it literally, measuring their arms. And maybe Zainab had the shortest arm. Only later did they realize that Rasulullah was talking in symbolic terms. Why did Rasulullah say long arms? Because she used to give money a lot. And she used to be called al-Masakin. al-Masakin. She's giving charity. Well, we have here princesses and royal duchess and charity. And no, but she has relations with Allah as well. It's not just so that the son comes and takes a photo and she is in page I don't know what. No. She does this because she loves the masakin and she doesn't care if there were digital cameras shooting photographs or not, but because she worships Allah. And she was a great abida, great connector, Zainab bint Jahsh. Another character is called Nafisa bint al-Hasan, who was related, I think, the granddaughter of Al-Hasan, who is the son of Ali ibn Abi Talib. And Nafisa is venerated by both the Sunnah and the Shia. She is a Hashemite. She is a Sayyida. She is from this household of Bani Hashim and Ar-Rasul Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. She was born in Mecca, but when she got married, she resided with her husband in Egypt. She made Hajj 30 times. Shafi'i was fascinated with Nafisa. And he would sit with her and have discussions on fiqh. And before he leaves, he says, Shaykh Nafisa, make dua for me. You ask Shafi'i to do dua for you. But Shafi'i will have to ask Nafisa to do dua for him. We are down, down, down. But Nafisa is up, up, up. You are grateful that Shafi'i does dua for you, but Shafi'i is grateful for Nafisa to do dua for him. When Shafi'i passed away, she became extremely upset. And when the funeral, janazah of Shafi'i passed in front of her door to the graveyard, she asked that the body entered her house, and she prayed and performed janazah prayer on him, and she made dua for him. So Shafi'i came to her house when he was alive, and Shafi'i came to her house when he was a dead person. These are great people that are magnets for other great people, dead or alive. They are magnets, and they magnetize and they attract great people, dead or alive. That's how great they are. Okay, this is Allah, this is connection, this is ibadah. Shafi'i, otherwise, why would he ask her to make dua for him if she was of a lesser ibadah? Where is society? Whenever someone was exposed to injustice from the rulers of Egypt, they would go to Nafisa and ask that she interferes and gets their rights back. One very rich person asked and demanded that she interferes in a particular issue. And she went and spoke to the ruler, and the issue was solved, and this rich man gave her loads of money by way of a gift. She took all the money and she gave it, like Zainab, to society. So she helps society, but whatever benefit she gets from society, it's rechanneled again to society. I'm not here to make money. I'm here to help. In her final days, she was always fasting. And on the day of her death, she was fasting. So they said to her, please drink some water. Look at us now, drinking water all the time. Cannot live without coffee. Cannot live without tea. Otherwise I will get a terrible headache. She fasted over 30 years. Fasting and fasting and fasting. And on the day, they said to her, you need to drink water. She said, wa ajaban, what a surprise. For 30 years I've been asking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to take my soul while I am fasting. And now when I feel that I'm going to meet Allah, you want me to break my fast? No way. And she died while she was fasting. Her husband wanted to take her from Egypt and bury her in Medina. There were rallies everywhere in Cairo. Not because the rate of bread price has gone out. No, because there is a great dead body now that wants to immigrate somewhere else. No, great people should remain great, and they should be wherever the society has benefited from. And they lobbied, rallied, demonstrated until the husband said, okay, the body will be buried in Egypt. And the body is buried in Egypt till today. Of course, there is a masjid called Masjid Sayyida Nafisa, and people do all sorts of bid'ah, but she's buried there. And people in Egypt still venerate this character because of her good works and good deeds. To conclude with her story, that she was a great worshipper, great person of piety, but she was a reformer. She cared about society, money-wise, and by way of helping those who were politically oppressed. Another example, fascinating example, is an example of a woman that never got married. And please, you don't have to do like her. It's like, don't try this at home, it's dangerous. So you don't have to do this at home or in your life. But take it as an example, think about it and reflect on it. Mukha bint al-Harith, a great abida and a great scholar, she was known for her piety. Mukha, whenever she is mentioned, it's wara, it's piety. Her brother, again, men, don't try this at home. Her brother, her brother never got married. Those two brother and sister are fascinating example. This is Bishr, this is Mukha. Never got married. They were well-known figures in Baghdad for piety. Whenever you wanted piety manifested in a woman, see the sister. Whenever you wanted piety manifested in a man, see her brother. You wonder what kind of father and mother they had. You know who was a contemporary to Mukha and Bishr? Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal, who is the father of Zuhud, the father of Wara'. He used to think, I cannot match Mukha. It's like Shafi'i asking for the dua of Nafisa. Ahmad ibn Hanbal is amazed. Do you know why? First of all, he never knew about Mukha. But Mukha would go and ask questions, and the questions reveal that this woman is abnormal. Not abnormal. She's a superwoman. I don't think that this woman, he might say, this woman is not from this earth. You know what sort of questions she would ask? I'll just give you one question. She wasn't asking about mortgage or halal food or is music haram or... No. Look at the question. She said, Ya Imam, I make money from flocking cotton or sewing clothes. And I do this based on, of course, at that time they didn't have electricity, so they had candles. So I do it based on the light coming from the candle. And I sew this cloth and I tailor it. One day, she says, one day, the candle finished. And the bodyguards and the police of the Khalifa, and at that time, a lot of the Khulafa were unjust rulers. So the bodyguards with the torches passed by my window. So just less than a fraction of a minute, I used their light to make this needle go into the thread. Do you think that this sewing that I did is halal or haram? I sometimes think if I was to be asked this question, I would say, Mukha, what's wrong with you? Everything is okay, everything is halal, the niyyah is important, etc. Ahmad Hanbal said, don't use their torches. Those are zalimeen. Those are unjust people. Don't try this at home. I mean, these are the rulers of Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal. Now the rulers are more corrupt, so you better try it at home as well. But the point I'm trying to say to you is that look how critical these people were. And then she leaves. And this is amazing. Ahmad ibn Hanbal asks his son Abdullah. He says, oh Abdullah, who is this woman? Who's this amazing woman? Never saw her before. Abdullah says, I don't know. Do you know what Ahmad says to him, Imam Ahmad? He says, go after her and get me her address. Tell me where she lives. I know the people of Baghdad, but I have to know those great people. You know, if I'm aware that there is a great person living in London, I would go zone 1, 5, 6 looking for him or her. Ahmad Hanbal wanted to do the same because he is the monopolizer of Zuhd. Is there another person and I'm not aware of? And Abdullah comes and says, oh my father, I saw her entering into the house of Bishr. Ahmad Hanbal knows Bishr, but he never realized that he had a sister called Mukha. In fact, Bishr has 4 sisters. Mukha is one of them, but he wasn't aware of Mukha. So he said, of course she has to come from this house, because this is the house of the pious people. So this is Mukha bint al-Harith. Bishr, her brother, who is, by the way, venerated by the Sufis and the mystics and all the spiritual people. It's called Bishr al-Hafi. Bishr says, And he's not ashamed of saying this. He says, تعلمت الزهد من أختي. I learned zuhd and piety from my sister. He's not ashamed of saying that. The final girl or woman is someone that you don't know, unless you can surprise me and say, oh no, I know her better than you. But I'm sure that you don't. Her name is Aisha bint Ibrahim, or Aisha, the daughter of Ibrahim. Well, could be any Aisha and her father is Ibrahim, but she is unique, this woman. Aisha bint Ibrahim is the mother-in-law of Ibn Kathir. You know Ibn Kathir. You see, you are the victims of a patriarchal society. You know all the men, but you don't know the women. You know Ibn Kathir, of course, and you know Ahmed Hanbal, and you know Shafi'i, but you don't know about Nafisa, and you don't know about Mukha, and you don't know about Aisha. These were players behind the scene, behind the male, saying to you, look, look, we are here at the back. It is Aisha bint Ibrahim that was the responsible person that brought up this fascinating girl that then Ibn Kathir got married to. And Aisha, was the husband of a well-known sheikh called Al-Hafidh al-Mazzi. And Al-Hafidh al-Mazzi, you might not know him, is actually the sheikh of Ibn Kathir. So it's like you can see now family relations and family connections and shuyukh and student-teacher relations. Ibn Kathir says about his mother-in-law, it's fascinating how husbands can say something good about their mothers-in-law. He says, she was blind because she worshipped Allah a lot and she feared Allah and she cried a lot that she became blind, and she read the Quran repetitively. And this is fascinating what he says, تفضل في ذلك على كثير من الرجال. She superseded in her ibadah. That's Ibn Kathir talking. She superseded in her ibadah a lot of men. A lot of men. And he's talking from experience. Okay, that's connecting with Allah. Where is society? He says, كانت تلقن الناس القرآن. تلقن النساء القرآن. She would go to all the women and teach them how to read Quran. And she used to make tafsir of the Quran to the women. So what are we talking about? We are talking about a da'iyah. We are talking about someone who had a weekly, daily circle. Not to talk about politics. Not to talk about, I don't know, cookery. Just to teach the people how to read Quran. Not to talk about how to ruin your life with your husband, or how to, I don't know what. Just to read Quran. So she was a da'iyah, and she used to teach her people when and how to read Quran. And when she passed away, as usual, society was so upset and disappointed because of her sudden departure. This is Connect. قولوا قولي هذا واستغفر الله لي ولكم فاستغفروه. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. So sisters and brothers, this is session number 5 with a simple theme, made men. And you can see now that the choice of words, not just with made men, but with excel, with impact, with love, with success. These are the sort of themes that I'll be discussing. I am trying to defy the stereotypes that people have about women. You think women are weak? They have impact. You think women are stubborn? You have U-turn. You think women might... This is a man speaking now. You think women are useless? Energy. They don't think about much things of use? Aspiration. They are not ambitious or excel. They are not usually that religious? Connect. And to a man that he thinks he is the master of the world, made men. So this is the 5th theme, made men. So what am I going to discuss in this theme? 3 paradigms, 3 lenses. And based upon these 3 paradigms, I'm selecting my stories. So I'm not going to exhaust the list. Don't tell me why haven't you spoke about X and Y and Z. I've chose a paradigm, and whoever fits that paradigm in a dramatic, fascinating, interesting, exciting, she has a story to tell, I take her. If she is nice, good, but she's boring, I say to her, excellent, but you are not appropriate. So, let us see who we have chosen. But first, let me introduce to you my 3 paradigms. Number 1, most of the famous Muslim men that we know and respect are the make of their mothers, sisters, or a female member in the family. Look, I'm telling you, I'm very specific. Are the make of their mothers, I could have said full stop, no, and sisters, or a female member in the family. There has to be a female member. For example, mother, or sister, or an aunt. Okay, but there has to be a female in the narrative. There has to. I'm certain. Now, a male historian comes and disguises that female member, that's his problem. I am here to actually reveal that female member. So that's number 1. Number 2, with this reality in mind, some argue women are not, as is commonly mentioned, just half of the society, but in essence, I would say, are all of it. So we have females, half of the society, not 50-50, but half more or less, and they are responsible for the making of the other half. Then do you think it's a waste of time doing a course about women inspired by the beloved? Do you think it's a waste of time for men to know about their stories if he is knowing the stories of those who made him? So this is paradigm number 2. 3, women will always continue to produce great men, and in the process will not care much if her name is recognized or not. This is the most fascinating thing about great women, is that they don't want to be recognized. Unlike many men. Yes, I am the mother of Bukhari. Excuse me, mother of Bukhari, what's your name? You don't have to know. Suffice it to know, my son. Hence, I am the mother of Bukhari. I am the mother of Shafi. Excuse me, what's your name? You don't have to know. But suffice it to know, because mothers are happy when you see the offspring and you recognize them. They don't want to come into the picture. Let's then begin with our narrative. And I have a few narratives in relation to mothers, but I wanted to go beyond the stereotype and talk to you about a sister that had an impact on her brother. With regards to mothers now, I have noticed that all these mothers, the mother of Imam Bukhari, the mother of Imam Shafi'i, the mother of Imam Ahmed ibn Hanbal, the mother of Rabi'ah, were all single mothers. It's amazing. You know what single mother means. Not just living in a council flat and drunk and... No. Single mother means responsible mother. Being able to care about her children and produce good men. Okay. Let's begin with the mother of Imam Bukhari, and I'm not going to talk much about each character because I think I did this in other places when I talked about the life of Imam Bukhari and the 4 great Imams. So I'm not going to repeat myself here. And if anything, I'm going to zoom the camera now on the female player in the narrative. I'm not going to market Bukhari and Shafi. I've done this already, and I'm not going to replicate that. Okay, what do we know about the mother of Imam Bukhari or Imam Shafi? Notice something. When we talk about the mother of Bukhari or Shafi'i or Ahmed ibn Hanbal or Malik ibn Anas, you would realize or you would notice that every mother had a contribution to make in the character of her son. One mother might not have taught her children or her great son much of knowledge, but lots of morals. Another mother cared about knowledge. What I'm trying to say is that all of the mothers gave their sons a tool, and that tool later was developed by the son. But at least she gave him something. Okay, Imam Bukhari, what did his mother give him? Immediately, and to dramatize what she gave him the ability to see. Imagine blind Imam Bukhari. Imagine a blind Imam. I know that he had a Xerox photographic memory, I know that. But still, imagine we have a blind Bukhari. Because he had a great memory, but all his notes were kept in writing. Imagine he was blind. Why do you have to imagine? He was blind. Imam Bukhari was blind. Do you know this? Well, no, he wasn't. Well, actually, he was blind during his childhood, and because of his mother's dua, he could see again. This is an immediate physical impact and contribution that the mother had on her child. Imam Bukhari was born an orphan, and his mother never got married. Now, getting married after the husband passes away, nothing is wrong with that. And there were many men that passed away and their wives got married. Nothing is wrong with that. But in our case, most if not all of the mothers never remarried. So we have a mother that makes dua that her son sees again. And we have a mother that sacrifices her desires for the sake of her son. Number two, because then imagine when the mother gets married and the husband says, look, you have Bukhari. He's not my son. You know, I want a new baby. So Bukhari shouldn't come and visit us all the time. You should rent him a room or I don't know where. And Bukhari is an orphan and he's blind and no one takes care of him. Would we have Imam Bukhari as we have him today if we did not have a mother that committed her entire life for him? Think about that. So these are two important things, I think. Okay, let me dramatize the dua of the mother of Imam Bukhari. Why did Allah accept the mother's dua? Because the mother was a woman of karama. A woman of karama. And karama means that she is so close to Allah, so she's connecting to Allah, so much so that whenever she asks for something, Allah gives it to her. So imagine these scenarios between a mother and between a blind child. Various scenarios. Imagine a mother that is not religious, a mother that is not a good worshipper, a mother that is not of a karamat. Whatever dua she will make, Allah will never answer, and Bukhari will remain blind. Okay, imagine a mother with karamat, imagine a mother that is religious, but a mother that never thought about making dua for her son. Never occurred to her mind. Then we have a good mother, but yet a blind imam. Okay, imagine a mother that is of karamat, that thought about dua, but and Bukhari can see, alhamdulillah, but after he could see, that was it. That was the entire relationship between him and her. So what are we talking about? I'm trying to dramatize her role. We are talking about a good mother. We are talking about a mother that was close to Allah. We are talking about a mother that made dua. We are talking about a mother that after Allah opened his eyes, she supported him financially, physically, and emotionally until he became the scholar that we know today. That is the mother of Imam Bukhari. 4 contributions and impacts that she had on her son. It's not enough to say he had a good mother. We all have good mothers. But good in terms of what? Feeding me chicken and meat and... But for a mother to make dua every night and cry for me and say, oh Allah, make him see again, this is a unique mother. Shafi'i, radiyallahu anhu. Shafi'i is a Hashemite. But he was born in Gaza. in Palestine. His father passed away. So again, like Bukhari, we are talking about a single mother, we are talking about orphan. His father passed away while Shafi'i was in the womb of his mother. So actually Shafi'i never saw his father. The concept of fatherhood does not come in the minds of Imam Shafi'i. His entire life is his mother. In the books of history, we are told by people like Ibn Hajar that his mother was a great worshipper. Again, we have a unique mother. You know why I'm focusing on this? I know that every mother by nature loves her daughter, loves her son, wants her son to be... But here I'm talking about natural mothers, yes. But they went beyond being natural mother into someone who has a vision, or someone who has ideas, who has aspirations about what they want their children to be. Not that he has to do PhD and get a job in the city. No, that he has to be unique in the sight of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You see, that's why I feel they are different, those mothers. So Imam Ibn Hajar says, وَكَانَتْ مِنَ الْعَابِدَاتِ. She was a great worshipper. So what did she decide, the mother of Imam Shafi'i? She decided, first of all, she will never get married. She was young, beautiful, but no to marriage. Don't try this at home. But she decided not to get married. She decided that my project is to make something out of this person. Incidentally, bear in mind that at that time, she never thought that she will be bringing someone who was a mujaddid in the fiqh and someone who has followers in millions all over the world. She didn't have this in mind. And to be honest, she didn't care. She thought, this is Shafi'i, this is a Muttalibi, this is a Hashemite, I have to take care of him as a mother. So number one, I'm not going to get married. Number two, why should we remain in Gaza? Why should we remain in Palestine? He's a Hashemite. He belongs to Mecca. So I'm going to take him to Mecca. So now we zoom the camera into the mother, watching her, packing her stuff, going from Gaza through checkpoints, going from Gaza, etc., taking the sea, traveling, all the hardship, reaching Mecca. Why? Tourism? No. Because she wants her son to get the best education. Well, she could have went to Oxford. No. The best education in deen. And Mecca was the Oxford of Islam, if you want. So she took him to Mecca, and Imam Shafi'i says, my mother was extremely poor. She did not have money to give to the sheikh by way of a salary. And the sheikh agreed and accepted that I to learn for free only because I'm a Muttalibi, only because I'm a Hashemite. So out of respect, and also out of a particular service, that when the sheikh leaves the students, Shafi'i will take care of them until he comes. So he said, okay, you do that and I'm not going to take money from you. But the point was that despite the fact that the mother was poor, she had this ambition that I'm going to travel to Mecca. Okay, do you have money? It doesn't matter. Do you have the fees? It doesn't matter. What matters is with my commitment, with my discipline, with my ibadah, I'm going to make something out of this baby. And she succeeded. And she did it. And that's why Imam Shafi'i is so grateful to his mother. And that's maybe why Imam Shafi'i has no problems asking Nafisa, a woman, to make dua for him. Because in his life he knows nothing or no one other than a female, other than mother. So I have no gender complexities. Okay, this is Shafi'i. Let's talk about Ahmad ibn Hanbal. The mother of Ahmad ibn Hanbal did not inculcate much knowledge in Ahmad ibn Hanbal, but she inculcated adab, or akhlaq, or morals, or good attitude. Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal, sisters and brothers, Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal was famous even when he was a young boy, but not as a faqih or a scholar of jurisprudence, but of a nice, cute, lovely boy who was well-mannered, who would say thank you and no thank you and yes please and table manners and all the rest of. He was the well-mannered boy. So much so that one man made a fascinating comment on Ahmad bin Hanbal. One man said to his friend, he said, I get the best teachers, the mu'addibin. Back then there was this custom to employ mu'addibin, not teachers to teach 1 + 1 = 2. No, to teach the children manners. They call them the mu'addibin, coming from the word adab. So, especially people who come from wealthy backgrounds, they used to employ mu'addibin. The mu'addib would sit with the boy, teaches him manners as a complement to the role of the father and the mother. So this man tells his friend, he says, I spend a lot of money on trying to make my sons well-mannered, but no way are their manners matching with this orphan boy. That's what he says. And who is he talking about? Ahmad bin Hanbal. You know what I said here? I said the mother made her son already famous, so much so that society has already begun to talk about him. But society at that time was not speaking about his knowledge because he was too young, but speaking about his morals. It was the mother that was the reason for the source of fame of Ahmad bin Hanbal. Without the mother, Ahmad bin Hanbal would have been, I don't know, doing what? So what does this tell you? It tells you that ilm comes after adab, and that knowledge comes after akhlaq. The problem with us today in the West is that we are eager to learn Arabic, and that we are eager to learn fiqh, and that we are eager to say, this is madhab, this, should I follow a madhab, this is that, this is that. But we don't have akhlaq. You don't have adab. My mother didn't teach me adab, she taught me how to cook. My father didn't teach me, he teach me how to do the mathematics so that in the corner shop I would sell the cigarettes or the top shelf magazines for £1, I don't know, not for... That's what they taught me. I mean, this is an extreme example. What I'm saying is that we never, a lot of us have not been internalizing akhlaq. Akhlaq is so superficial. We learn it through books and through lectures. What I'm telling you now here is that Ahmad bin Hanbal, before he became a faqih, he was a mu'addab. So much so that he was an impressive case to men around him. Malik ibn Anas. I'm shifting now. Shifting to another scholar. Of course, I chose these mothers. You know why? Because, unfortunately, they are the mothers of famous men. So I had to introduce them through Ahmed, through Malik. One day we need to introduce Ahmed and Malik through them, rather than the opposite. Of course, I'm not, by no means, I did the 4 great imams. But what I'm saying is that we should also see the other side of the coin. Malik ibn Anas is a great faqih, as you know. His mother was not single mother, he had his father with him, but it was the mother that actually played the active role in bringing Malik ibn Anas into society as a great man of akhlaq. In fact, the mother of Imam Malik said to him, go to Rabi'a. And Rabi'a was a scholar in Medina. She said to him, I want you to go to Rabi'a, and I want you to learn from his manners before you learn from his knowledge. What is fascinating here in this story is that the mother is aware of the scholars in Medina. So this is Rabi'a, this is Hamza, this is Ali. Not only that, she is able to scrutinize them, and who is good at knowledge, and who is good at adab, and who is good at fiqh, and who is good at hadith. Not only that, but she is able even to direct her son as to begin with what first. She didn't say go to X and learn from his ilm, because now it's, you know, ilm is fashionable and conferences, everyone wants to be a scholar. No. As a mother, I know that you have to have adab first. So, Malik, go to Rabi'a and learn from his adab before his ilm. And when he learned from Rabi'a adab, he said to her, now, O mother, I am ready to learn. Shall I go now to learn? She said, come, now I will give you the clothes of knowledge. تعال فالبس ثياب العلم. There isn't certain clothes for knowledge, like martial arts or whatever. But at that time, when people wanted to go to sit with a scholar, they would wear a turban, nice clothes, white clothes, with perfumes, etc. You know what's fascinating here? The mother is directing him to go to adab before ilm. Once he attains adab, graduates with a BA in adab, then she says to him, okay, now you are fit with ilm. Look what I've done to you. I've been sewing this turban, now come. And she actually does the turban for him. And she says to him, go. Now you are ready to learn the ilm. Now imagine, where will Malik be without this great mother? He will be confused. Studying medicine and then discovering, no, I'm not a medic, I want to do economics. And then going into economics and then dropping and going and studying Sharia in Mauritania for 4 years. And then from Mauritania, he goes to Kosovo for, 4 years. And then he doesn't know what he's doing. He's trial and error. How old are you, brother? 45 years old. No, here you have a mother. Now you are 5 years, okay, learn adab. Now you are 7 years, come, I will do the turban for you. Now you are 8 years, okay, Rabi'a is enough, now go to Hamza. Hamza now is good for those who are aged 7. That is the mother. She has a vision. She knows what she's doing. Okay, Rabi'a, and this is the final story with mothers. Rabi'a, you don't know much perhaps about Rabi'a. Rabi'a is the person, the scholar that the mother of Imam Malik said to her son, go to Rabi'a, learn from his adab before his ilm. Well, Rabi'a was a scholar in adab and in ilm, but he was more known for his adab and for his akhlaq. And it's amazing. And sometimes you meet scholarly people, but you say, okay, he's knowledgeable, or vice versa. And it's hardly that you see people combining knowledge and adab. Rabi'a was that combination. Okay, Rabi'a himself was the product of his mother. And his story is fascinating and is unbelievable. And I'm going to narrate to you his story. Rabi'a's father left him when he was a baby in the womb of his mother. And left with his mother 30,000 dinar. I'm not sure how many in dollars, but quite a lot of money during that time. Or sterling. He left her to fight somewhere. Do you know for how many years he left her? Couple of years, 3 years, 6, 10, 15, 27 years. 27 years. In fiqh, when a wife loses her husband, whether he's dead or alive, for over, I don't know how many years, she have the right to get married. But you don't understand, this is the mother of Rabi'a. It's not about marriage. It's about this baby. I don't want to lose this baby. I don't want to do abortion. I don't want to throw him to the social security and they will take care of him. No, I will live for that baby. Even for 27 years, even if it took me 27 years. Okay, what are you going to do? There is no male guardian, there is no one to work. Well, he left me 30,000 dinar. I'm going to spend it on that baby. Will it last for 27 years? Well, I'll try to do my best. After 27 years, the father comes and opens the door of his house. If I was him, I would say at least, 27 years, where is my house? Maybe it has changed, maybe my wife is dead. At least let me knock the door. He didn't. To him, 27 years is like 27 minutes. He opened the door and saw a 27 years old man in front of him. And he said to him, what are you doing in this house, you stranger? And the 27 years old man said, what the hell are you doing? I mean, they didn't say what the hell, but what are you doing here? That's my house. He said, what? That's my house, the father was saying. And they began to fight and fight and fight. And the neighbors came. And you know who came with the neighbors? Malik ibn Anas, who was at that time beginning to be famous. So when Malik ibn Anas came, he doesn't know this man. He doesn't know the father. He knows this is his sheikh. You are beating up my sheikh. And the father, of course, doesn't know that he's beating up his son. So Malik ibn Anas says, Ya Sheikh, he's speaking to the father, Ya Sheikh, go and live somewhere else. He's not getting the point. It's not a hotel that he has booked in. No, this is his house. Or at least that's what he thinks. He said, Ya Sheikh, go and live somewhere else. He said, listen, that's my house. I am Farrukh. That's his name. I am Farrukh. And the wife is inside the room. And she heard the name. And she heard the voice. And she came out and said, Farrukh, you're still alive? He said, yes. Who the hell is he? This is Rabi'a, your son. And they started crying and weeping and hugging each other after breaking the face of each other. They were hugging each other, kissing each other. And then Rabi'a had to leave. Not because he had a Saturday night party with his gigs and... No, he had to leave because he is a great scholar, great teacher. So he had to leave. So when he left, the father spoke to the mother, said, what did you do with the 30,000? Come on, you still have hope that you have still 30,000. Anyway, this was the question, what did you do with the 30,000? And this is creativity. She didn't answer. She said, I will tell you what I did with the 30,000 tomorrow. 30,000 dinar tomorrow. He said, okay. So when the following day came, and the time for prayer came, she said to the husband, aren't you going to pray? He said, yes. And he made ablution and he went to the mosque. This was the central mosque, not the one in Baker Street. Bigger, bigger, bigger. Thousands and thousands and thousands. And when you go, incidentally, to the mosque of Baghdad, it's not like a single circle in English. Many circles. If you don't like it, there is circle number 20, fiqh. Circle number 30, hadith. Okay, on your right, circle number tafsir. So he entered and he saw a massive circle. And he saw someone who was sitting at the center of the circle, and that was Rabi'a. But he was wearing a turban. And when he saw his father coming, he was embarrassed. Because this is, they had a fight yesterday and they hugged each other, but my father never saw me in that context. So he covered his face with the turban. So the father saw the circle very big, very massive. So he sat down and started hearing. Oh, very, very good scholar. MashaAllah, very good scholar. Who is he? Very good scholar. Again, who is he? Anyway, so very good scholar, very good. And then he said to the person sitting next to him, who is this scholar? He said, don't you know him? He's Rabi'a. And he was shocked. And this was even a bigger shock than knowing yesterday that this was his son. Because when he left, there were no much circles, and he wasn't aware even that his wife is pregnant after 27 years. This household that has the great Malik ibn Anas has a mother saying to him, go to Rabi'a. That's how famous your son is. So he goes to his wife. He said, I saw a fascinating thing. She said, what did you see? She knows, of course. I saw a massive circle. Rabi'a was in the middle of it. She said, are you happy with that? He said, of course. No father will be unhappy with that. She said, this is where I spend the 30,000 dinars. This was the product. He said, this is a fascinating news to me. You know what is fascinating also? Is that she invested the money in human development. She didn't buy a mansion, she didn't buy a house, she didn't buy a car, she didn't buy a donkey. She didn't even, look, okay, forget about she. She could have invested in him, but he is a spoiled lad. He goes to Oxford and Cambridge to drink and to mingle with girls, and he comes to her and says, I have ended up with an A-levels. So we have a great mother investing 30,000, we have a great son, recipient of the 30,000, and we have a father coming out of, after 27 years, appreciating the investment. All are sharing the same value of human development and investing in human development. I am done, except with one final story. This is a final story not of a mother, but of a sister. I told you that Ibn Hajar married to Uns when he was 25 and she was 18, and he educated her and he taught her. Okay, who taught Ibn Hajar? I know shuyukh, but in the household, who taught him? Ibn Hajar's father died when Ibn Hajar was only 4 years old. His elder sister, Sitt al-Rakb, this is the name, Sitt al-Rakb, she was only 7. There was a male guardian that took care of Sitt al-Rakb, but Sitt al-Rakb was already a respectable girl. You know why? Because her father, the father of Ibn Hajar, when she was 4, 5, he used to take her with him to the mosque. And he used to make her sit with him in the study circles. She's 4. She has a lollipop. She's crying. She doesn't understand fiqh, but she is sitting. Tomorrow she will understand. Tomorrow she will appreciate. And indeed she did. That when the father died, she was only 7, but she was mature and she was respectable. What did she do? Sitt al-Rakb. The first thing she did was that she retained the library of her father. Her father had a massive library. And it is that library that Ibn Hajar relied upon to accumulate knowledge in Islam. Imagine if the daughter went to Waterstones and sold all these books second-hand. Or imagine if she used them in the winter to light some fire to keep herself warm. Or imagine if she just donated them to a charity shop or to the mosque. Imagine she just got rid of the books because they are not cookery books. Imagine. She retained the entire library. Now, there is something unique, by the way, in that. This is not normal. Because back then, books used to be written by hand. So books were expensive. And when you sell books, you become wealthy. So if you had 10,000 books and you sold them, you could become... I'm not talking about a pamphlet, paperback, penguin book for $2.99. I'm talking about proper volumes of hadith and fiqh and tafsir. So don't underestimate and don't take lightly the fact that she decided not to sell the book. Also, I am aware of a great scholar called Ibn al-Jawzi, not Ibn al-Qayyim al-Jawziyya, another scholar who was called Ibn al-Jawzi. Ibn al-Jawzi was a fascinating speaker. His audience are not in 80 or 90. His audience are in thousands on a daily basis. And of course, at that time, there were no microphones. And when al-Jawzi speaks, someone, after 1,000, he will repeat the lecture. And after 1,000, another, he will repeat the lecture. So that at the end, someone will listen to the lecture. Not by the voice of Ibn al-Jawzi, but by the voice of the 3rd and 4th speaker. A fascinating scholar, prolific writer. He wrote books on everything. In fact, he wrote a book called Akhbar al-Nisa. Stories of women or news about women. And all sorts of jokes. And, you know, you laugh at many of this mad stories that you hear about women and stuff like this. But this is not our topic, because a lot of you will be offended. So, prolific writer. But the point I'm trying to make was that his son was corrupt. So he can give lectures and make you cry, but his son was corrupt. When he died, when Ibn al-Jawzi died, his son, you know what he did? He went and sold all the books that he wrote. All the books that his father wrote, he went and sold them. Ibn al-Jawzi had a massive library at home. He went and sold it all. His father, not when he died, he was taken to prison, the father. So the father came after 3 years, went into his house like the father of Rabi'a, entered into the house. I thought there was a library here. And there was no library. Okay? And he went to his son, what did you do? He said, I sold all your books. I want you to appreciate what the daughter of this great father of Ibn Hajar did. She retained the book. She didn't sell the books. Okay, this is with regards to the books. But the daughter wasn't only a book collector. She didn't have just the hobby for collection. No, she was a serious reader, a well-read. She doesn't read pamphlets. She reads books. And she traveled and met the greatest scholars of her time. She traveled to Mecca, she traveled to Medina, she traveled to Damascus, she traveled to Tunisia, she traveled to Egypt. All that when she was a teenager, all that when she was in her 20s. She got married when she was young. She had 5 daughters. All of them died, various illnesses. Her husband died. She died at the age of 28. She died very young. When she died, the society cried, the elites, the scholars, the students, she had students. Okay, but what's the point? The point is that Ibn Hajar makes this fascinating confession. He says, هي أمي بعد أمي. She was my mother. To me, she was my second mother. He didn't say she was my eldest sister. She was my second mother. In fact, literally in Arabic, هي أمي بعد أمي. She was my mother after my mother. And then he says, كانت رفيقة بي. She used to be soft and tender. Of course, he's talking about her when she's dead now. So he is remembering. He says, كانت رفيقة بي. She used to love me, kiss me, hug me. انتفعت بآدابها مع صغر سني. I learned a lot from her, despite the fact that she was extremely young. Now, I'm not saying this. I'm not the one who's saying this. You are not the one who's saying this. The one who's saying this is a great scholar. So he knows what he's talking about. And he knows when to say and give credit for those who taught him, because he knows whether it's worthy to give credit to them or not. I am done with made men, and tomorrow we will continue with success. Our first brand, perfume designer brand or theme. I'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Sleep well. And قولوا قولي هذا واستغفر الله لي ولكم فاستغفروه إنه هو الغفور الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه ومن تبعه بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. اللهم لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. Sisters and brothers, yesterday we spoke about various themes that I thought were important to understand the role of women in our Islamic history. We spoke about energy, U-turn, connect, and women who made men. Today I'm going to introduce 5 new themes. Some of them are controversial, some of them are problematic, but I have to be controversial and I have to be problematic, and this is the process of changing people's ideas. I'm not here coming to tell you things and eager to see your heads nodding. I don't like doing that. In fact, I would like to see people in amazement, in rejection if you want, but at least let's have a thought about some of the ideas that we have already thought about things and consider thinking about them from a new dimension. So today's themes are to do with success, impact, excel, aspiration, and finally love. Yesterday I spoke about young women, energetic women, and then about women who lived a lifestyle that was unacceptable or acceptable but wanted to live a better lifestyle and wanted to change basically, hence U-turn. And then we spoke about women who connected to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala through ibadah, but not at the expense of society. And then I spoke about women who made men, not just mothers who had an impact on sons, but even sisters who had an impact on their younger brothers. But life is not that easy, despite U-turn, despite the connecting, despite being young. Life is full of problems, life is full of challenges, life is full of obstacles, even for those who are religious, even those who are happy in their life. But we all have problems. You might be smiling, you might be laughing, but deep inside you are crying, you are in pain, you are in agony. We all have problems of one sort or another, and this is the sunnah of life. يا أيها الإنسان إنك كادح إلى ربك كدحا. Kadh is persevering, struggling, encountering life. Sometimes it's a disease, sometimes it's a mental problem, sometimes it's a physical problem, sometimes it's a daily challenge or a daily problem. So this theme today does not want to draw a rosy picture that life is easy, etc. But nonetheless, it aims to put hope and instill hope in your minds that whatever the obstacle, whatever the problem, you have the capacity. And here, when I say you, I'm thinking about women, I'm thinking about sisters, I'm thinking about girls, I'm thinking about mothers, grandmothers, girls at university, girls who are doing A-levels, girls who are teenagers, girls who are struggling with their identity, with their future. You are in my mind whenever I am thinking about success. You are in my mind when I think about some sisters who sometimes you feel they are frustrated. What sort of hope that we can give to those sisters? One of the things that we can give is to narrate to them stories of people, of women, of girls who went more or less through, I don't want to say similar problems. You are unique. Your problems are unique. You are in Britain, I understand that. But at that time, as far as they were concerned, their problems was unique as well. I mean, they never thought, and no one thinks when he or she is in a problem that this problem is shared by another one. Everyone thinks that his or her problem is unique. So their problems were also unique. So I am not here engaged about or care about the nature of the problem. I don't care about the nature of who you want to marry and how agreeable your father is. I don't engage in the nature of the problem. I engage in how, in principle, to deal with problems. So please listen to the stories of these women. Don't say she had a problem that is less difficult than mine. No, she had a problem. She was challenged. She succeeded in solving that problem. She is able to succeed. Therefore, I am able to succeed. This is the sort of approach. Otherwise, I can tell you stories and you say, oh, subhanallah, oh, mashallah. And she is there and you are here and there is no connection between you. And we end up with this course with no practical lesson or practical application. So to benefit from the stories, you have to always learn from the attitude and the approach that these women had whenever they dealt with a problem. In your outline, I mentioned these words under the word success. I wrote, the unique elements of these women that you will hear their stories today are the difficult circumstances that they encountered in their lives which made their success an uneasy achievement. So I'm not here narrating you stories of women who succeeded, who got an A in their GCSE or A-level. No, I am after stories of women who succeeded in a context of difficulty. In a context of difficulty. I'm not interested in a rich woman that became richer. I'm interested in a rich woman that was able to use her mind to accumulate wealth while she was unemployed. Do you understand? I'm looking for radical changes, radical shifts. Their stories are an inspiration for those who want to succeed in life but are frustrated with what they consider to be formidable barriers and constraints to success. And that's you. So the theme is success, and this is the paradigm, and this is where I'm coming from, and this is how I'm going to introduce this topic to you. Okay, what are then the lenses? What are my conditions for selecting my heroes that service this theme? 4 tools, 4 channels, 4 lenses. Number 1, the true essence of success is not just about achievement, but to achieve in context of challenge and difficulty. Number 1. Number 2, challenging difficulties include all sorts of social, family, and personal constraints. Yet, despite the constraints and occasions of frustration, women illustrated a tremendous ability to overcome the difficulties and persevere in the process. Number 3, all human beings, so that our brothers, they don't feel left out or alienated. All human beings. Incidentally, by the way, I haven't said this. I look at women I know that maybe this is not a radical statement. If you dissect my brain, that's how I think. I look at women and men are human beings. I say to myself, Allah created human being, and from that human soul, He made into a woman and man. So there is a human being, and then a list of all the characteristics of human. Rationality, reason, aql, qalb, etc., etc. And then down the list, they branch, women and men. And here where the disagreements come. Women feel offended when you say, oh, just emotional, and men, reason. I'm not interested in these characteristics here and there. I'm interested in the human characteristics. So all human beings are subject to some degree of social forces that limit freedom. But within those limits, people are able to exercise greater or lesser degrees of control over their own lives. And this is maybe relating to the question now. Yes, you are free to choose your spouse. Yes, this is the ultimate principle. But you are not living in the desert. You have a father, you have a mother. They might not understand you very well, but you should respect them, because one day, you might not admit it, but one day, when your daughter grows, you might have reservation about her choice. Your values today, you think you are extremely liberal, extremely modern. She might bring you AT in the future and say, this is my future husband. I want to marry him. He's an alien. He comes from another planet, but I love him. You might say you are mad. Well, that's what your father thinks now. So try to understand other people's views and respect them. I'm not saying agree with them, but understand them and respect them, because this is what you will beg your daughters and your sons to do in the future. Fourth and final point, this insight of being able to control your own life, this insight applies equally to women, even in oppressive societies, even after 11th of September, even after 7/7, even whatever. Not just oppressive societies, oppressive households, oppressive husbands, oppressive someone who's on the top of your head day and night. Even within that oppression, you have the freedom. And the one who understood these two ideas was Bilal. Bilal, they were torturing everything in him, but his tongue was moving with ahadun ahad. This is exactly what I'm getting at. That you can burn me, you can torture me, but you cannot stop this tongue from making this bold statement, Allah is one. And that's what infuriated someone like Abu Jahl. How come I'm torturing you and you're saying, ahadun ahad, oh Allah is one. This element, this ability is this freedom. It might not be big, but it's significant. And this is what I'm trying to get at when I choose my heroes to service this theme. Let me begin then, after I hope I have explained this point. Let me begin with a girl, and a young one, that was able to escape the oppression of a non-Muslim society. And you might not know this girl, but she is famous. Her name is Kulthum, and she is different, of course, than the daughter of the Prophet ﷺ. This woman, or this girl, comes from a very, very, very bad background. Her father is like Hind of yesterday, if you remember. Her father was one of the brutal mushriks in Mecca. When we say kuffar, yes? When we say munafiqeen, yes? When we say Muslims, are all Muslims good Muslims? Okay, are all munafiqeen? Yes, I understand, they are all hypocrites. But sometimes you see one who is an art in hypocrisy, a master in hypocrisy. Similarly, the kuffar. They were the kuffar that were passive towards Rasul, but they were the kuffar that wanted to see the end of Islam. Like in this society, British society, American society, there are people who are willing to negotiate and have dialogue with Muslims and integrate, and there are people who are racist, skinheads, PNP, whatever, wants to see the end of any aliens in this society. Okay? Uqba was a PNP. So Uqba was a right-wing, racist, mushrik, who died a kafir. and who died in a battle wanting to kill the Prophet ﷺ. His daughter is Kulthum. Okay? I'm not talking about Uqba, but I have to talk about him for you to appreciate. Now don't tell me that my father he doesn't pray. Don't tell me that my father is Muslim but he doesn't fast. I am telling you Uqba. I'm sure that your father doesn't want to kill the Prophet. Uqba does. Okay? So there is a radical difference between what you think are bad people and the real bad people. Uqba ibn Abi Mu'ayt is a brutal mushrik, kafir, that attempted to kill the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, so much so that Ar-Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam made dua, and Ar-Rasul sallam hardly makes a dua against any mushrik or kafir, but he have happened to make dua against two people that may Allah curse them. One of them was Abu Jahl, that you know, don't you? Brutal, classic kafir. And the second one was Uqba. Again, I'm trying to dramatize. Okay, why? Why did he hate Uqba that much? Well, you don't know what he used to do, this Uqba. Uqba ibn Abi Mu'ayt was the one that when Rasulullah used to pray in Mecca during the persecution years, he used to bring all the dust, all the dirt, all the intestine from the animals and throw it on him. And I would like you to visualize that. Whenever I say eating the liver of, visualize it. It might be disgusting, but visualize it. Because visualizing things gives you a taste of appreciating what we are talking about. So imagine you are praying. Sometimes, you know the stop and check. I read it in the newspaper. Someone was very offended because while I was praying in the Hyde Park, a stop and search police came to me and said, excuse me, can I? And the brother was offended, why are you, discriminating against? I was only praying. And the police didn't do anything. He just said, show me, any sort of identification. Uqba didn't do this to Rasulullah. Uqba literally took all the garbage and put it on the back of Rasulullah. And little Fatima, his daughter, or Abu Bakr, what can they do other than to go at the back of Rasulullah and just clean it up? And then Fatima was extremely young at that age, would shout and insult on Uqba. But she's only a little girl and you cannot, slap a little girl, 7, 8 years old. And they will all laugh at Ar-Rasul. Uqba once tried to Ar-Rasul. I don't want to fantasize and extrapolate, but imagine Ar-Rasul dead. Like other nations killed their prophets. Imagine. Would you be a Muslim? Would we have Islam spreading? Well, Uqba, that was his vision. To actually end Islam while it was in Mecca. And if Rasulullah is praying there, at that time, no bodyguards, no security forces, nothing, then I can go and strangle him and kill him. And that's exactly what he went and did. He took a piece of cloth, consider this cloth to be a belt, a gun, a machine gun, a rocket, but at that time it was a cloth. And he strangled the Prophet ﷺ, so much so that his tongue went out of his mouth and his eyes were swollen and were red. And you can see that there is a dying person here. Until Abu Bakr comes and tries to push Uqba and say, get away from him. What has he done to you except to say that Allah is one? Why this animosity and hatred? And Rasulullah began to cough and then he recovered. So this is Uqba. I haven't spoken about his daughter yet. She's an angel. But this angel has come out from this devil, which is to me a success story. In another occasion, Rasulullah is praying. You see, always in a context of prayer, because they knew that when you pray, you have to contemplate, you have to think, you cannot resist basically. So while he was praying, Uqba comes and presses with his feet on the neck of Rasulullah. Another attempt to kill. Another attempt to strangle. And this was also the incident the historian said, the eyes of Rasulullah also began to come out of his face. Rasulullah, by the way, suffered a lot. A lot. We tend to think about Rasulullah on his horse, coming from Medina to Mecca, and mashallah, victory. You have to Bear in mind that there were over 10 years of hardship and humiliation you would not bear, you would not tolerate. Let's anyone just touch you on your shoulder and you see how many F words you will say to him. They suffered, those people. So Uqba had a daughter who was called Kulthum, and somehow she was able to go beyond. This is a success now, but this is not the ultimate success. This is not the story. She was able to go beyond the constraints of the household to see a different TV channel, a different satellite channel, a different internet page, a different stereotype of the sun and the mirror and society, and to appreciate the da'wah of Ar-Rasul Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam and to become a Muslim. And she became a Muslim. And Uqba, her father, became mad at her. This is not about, oh my father, I have a boyfriend. Oh my father, I'm going to marry, I don't know who. No. If it was that, Uqba has no problem with that. But, oh my father, I became a Muslim. The very person that you wanted to kill, I am one of his followers. So they imprisoned Kulthum in Mecca, and where Kulthum was literally put under house arrest. No university, no underground, nothing. You are at home 24 hours under house arrest by way of a punishment. All the companions, all the Sahaba migrated. They left Mecca. So Mecca now is predominantly non-Muslim. And those who are Muslim are either in disguise or are being tortured day and night or are under house arrest. Mostly now have left either to Abyssinia, and Amma bint Khalid is born at that moment, or have left to Medina. So Kulthum was under house arrest. For how many years? Since Rasul left Mecca? For 7 years. Under house arrest. To me, she is the Joseph. She is Yusuf alayhi salam. She is the female Yusuf. She is the female version of Yusuf alayhi salam, who is put under house arrest despite her will for 7 years. She was allowed an hour or so of getting outside the house, just to go with a companion, with a bodyguard, a mushrik of course, to go to the desert and stay there for a couple of days. But within houses close by, so she cannot literally escape. And the companion would take her from Mecca, escort her, and would leave her for a couple of days just to have some air, to relax. But she is under the eyes of the spies. And after that, the companion would go back to Mecca and would pick her up after a couple of days, after she had relaxed, whatever, changed her prison, and then he would bring her back to Mecca under the supervision and the protection of her father, Uqba. And for 7 years, she remained like that. But suddenly, she thought, I'm not going to bear that anymore. But before telling you what she did, imagine, brothers and sisters, just imagine, sisters and brothers. I'm thinking about this woman for 7 years. What was she doing? She cannot pray in Jama'ah. She cannot attend an Islamic conference in the summer. She has no access to pamphlets, leaflets, tape recorders, CDs, DVDs. She has access to nothing. She is living at the time of the Prophet. She has no access. She cannot see him. She is in a worse position than Amma bint Khalid, who is living with another 100 people in Abyssinia. So Kulthum is a radical case of someone who was living in an island alone in the midst of non-believers. Yet she persevered. Yet she resisted. And what is amazing is that during these 7 years, and this is what is relevant to you, that she was able to retain her Muslim identity. Sometimes we tend to think, oh, it's the environment, oh, it's the conditions, oh, it's the friends, oh, it's the companions, oh, it's the father, oh, it's the TV. I'm not undermining that. I do believe wholeheartedly that environment does play an impact and effect on you. But sometimes it can produce radical wonders. It can make you even more religious. It can make you even more proud of being a Muslim. Not in a fanatical, mad way, by way of a reaction. No, in a subtle, complicated, sophisticated way, because you feel that you are unique. I tend to think that Kulthum had the same sentiment, that I am unique, and I am proud to be unique, even if I am in a minority. So you wouldn't see Kulthum like you walking with another sisters and traveling to a conference. Whenever you see Kulthum, she's alone. And maybe she's crying, and maybe she's in tears, and maybe she is suffering. Maybe she's having problems praying in front of her father. She has to wait until he goes to bed for her to pray. Maybe she has problems. In fact, I would tend to think certainly she would have problems with everything that you do and take for granted. But she thought that it was the time to escape. So she said, I planned. And incidentally, she said, because when she went to Medina and she succeeded, she began to narrate her story to everyone. And I sometimes imagine all the girls in Medina, all the Ansar, Auntie, tell us your story of success, of escape. You escaped from Alcatraz, or you escaped from this imprisonment. Tell us your story. And she would be sitting there proud and telling her story. Kulthum died perhaps at the age of 70 or 80. So she was there at the time of the Tabi'een. And even the Tabi'een, Kulthum, please tell us your story. She was an inspiration to everyone that was around her. Not about escaping from Mecca, but about resisting oppression. That was the example of that principle. So she decided to escape according to her narrative. So she said, I went with this companion or this escort or this guard who took me to Al-Badia, or the desert. And then when he left me, I stayed there for a couple of days. And I was planning during that time to escape. But the word plan is misleading, because she didn't know where she was heading. Meaning what? She knew that she wanted to go to Medina, but literally she doesn't know how to go to Medina. You come from Manchester, you take the train to Manchester, or you are coming via a car, but certainly you have A to Z, or certainly you have a navigating system, or certainly at least you can stop at a motorway and ask about directions. She didn't have a clue where is Medina. I'm talking about a young girl, not a woman, and she never been to Medina. Imagine you see a woman walking in London, and you say, Sister, salam alaikum. She says, alaikum salam. And you say to her, where are you heading to? She says, I'm heading to Canada. All right, how are you heading to Canada? I don't know. I don't have money. I'm not intending to take a plane. And you say, how are you going to go to Canada? I don't know, but I'm going to Canada. Look at this persistence. Look at this insistence. Sister, you are mad. Canada is overseas. I don't care. I'm going to Canada. Kulthum had the same persistence. I don't know. Don't ask me. So she decided to escape, and she succeeded in the escape, and she left the desert and started. Now, historians here disagree on whether she was able to travel from Mecca to Medina walking. Some historians say walking. I don't know. I tend to doubt this narrative. But the more powerful narrative is that she found a man on the street. And the element of a man and a woman in private is fascinating to me. And I'll tell you why, and you might have guessed it. Because actually it shows how genuine your identity is. We can all sit here and theorize about being good Muslims. But this is not the real challenge. The real challenge is that when you are working in an office with a male, how do you conduct yourself? When a brother is working with a girl, how does he conduct himself? This is the real challenge. I'm not saying that you become, yes, give me this, take this, yes, do this. No, I'm not saying that. But you don't have to do the extreme. Oh, hi, how are you doing? What are you doing Saturday night? I'm not saying that as well. I'm saying this is your identity. And it has to radiate, it has to be clear that Hisham, Muhammad, Ali, Salim, Alia, Samia, Amal are Muslims. Not in the fanatic sense, not in the spoiled sense. In the middle. And Kulthum, again, illustrated that. You know why? Because this man actually came to her and approached her, like a man would do usually when he sees a woman alone, for all sorts of reasons. So he approached her, and she said to him, what do you want? What do you want? This is a girl for 7 years in a mushrik society, in a society that drinks day and night, in a society that commits adultery and fornication day and night, in a spoiled society. So the man, the moment she saw the man, she didn't say, oh, he might be a potential boyfriend. No. She said to him, what do you want? He said, Ya ukht al-Arab. He appeared to be a mushrik, not a Muslim, but a mushrik who is an ally with Rasul Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Because during the Hudaybiyah treaty, Rasul Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam allied or had peace with some tribes. One of them were called Khuza'a tribe. So, subhanallah, alhamdulillah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and this is when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sees that you are persevering, sees that you are persisting, sees that you are making an effort, He will make it easy for you. He said to her, I am from Khuza'a. She's aware who is Khuza'a, and she's aware that they are an ally of Rasul. She immediately revealed her secret to him, and she said, Uridu Muhammad. I want to go to Medina. So Khuza'a said to her, I will escort you to Medina. And she, in her narrative, she talks about him. She says, Wallahi, during our travel from Mecca to Medina, he would never speak to me. He would leave, and then I would jump on the camel, and he would put his face the other way around so that he doesn't see me while I'm taking the camel, or while I'm getting down from the camel. When I want to go to the toilet or whatever, he would go away. What I want to say is that she was complimenting his attitude. He was not a Muslim, but look at this genuine Arab, which if anything tells you that you could be a non-Muslim and you could be good. As far as dunya is concerned, as far as dunya is concerned. And because you are good, Allah will give you in this dunya, as far as dunya is concerned. So he escorted her. And what is fascinating as well is not this man not talking to her, because he is a mushrik, whether he wants to talk or not. What is fascinating to me is that she did not chat him up, or speak to him, or laugh with him, or smile to him. Or what's your name, brother? Where do you live? Do you have a mobile number? Do you have an email address? Do you think we can see each other sometime? Of course, a sister might not say this, but she will say it in a different way. And sisters are experts in that. Meaning that there are messages being sent in a smile, in a this, in a that, and you know that. Or maybe you don't. But Kulthum did not engage in all that. You know why? Because she knew exactly that she had a plan. She has a vision. She has a goal. And she's not going to be distracted by another love story. And you have to have a vision. You have to have a goal. Yes, get married. Yes, have children. Yes, engage and get in, be in love. But what is your goal? Yes, to go to Jannah. Kulthum wanted to go to Jannah. But you have to have a more specific goal in order to take you for Jannah. Yes, I want to establish this institution. Yes, I want to write this book. Yes, I want to have an impact on my sisters. Yes, I want to change my father and mother. Yes, I want to create a ripple in society. Brothers and sisters, there is an idea that I hate thinking about. And the answer to this idea is what's keeping me going. And this is a personal confession. But I'm saying it to you to inspire you to think along these lines if you would. And I say this to my relatives, but of course they say, oh, don't say this, don't think like this, because they are my mother, etc. But really, I say to myself, if I died now, 200 years from now, will people remember me? Or what sort of impact would I have had on the society that I lived in? Nothing. You cannot say this about someone like Ahmed Deedat. You cannot say this about someone like Malcolm X. But you can say that about a lot of us. I'm not saying that you have to work so that people remember you, but that will be the end result, the natural outcome of you working in society. And of course, there are workers who work in secret and no one knows about them. But the point I'm trying to make is that you have to have an impact. You have to have a goal. That when you say to yourself, I lived 60 years of my life in the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom was different during this 60 years. People come and go. People grow and die. People are born. And they come and go, and they have no impact whatsoever. All what they had done is that they have consumed a little bit of oxygen and produced a little bit of CO2 and a little bit of pension and occupied a house and paid a tax and got a PhD and got to know this sister and got married to her, and that's it. And that's it. Kulthum wanted to be different. Her story is unique and her story is different. So she escaped and she went to Medina, and Khuza'a said, that is Medina. This is Medina, this is Canada. Wow. After 4 months of travel, I have reached Medina. Yes, this is Medina. Salamu alaikum, sister. And he leaves. And she goes in Medina. No one knows her. And she says to someone, I want to meet the Prophet. That person takes her. Who are you? I am Kulthum. I am from Mecca. Of course he doesn't know who is Kulthum. But he takes her. He takes her, do you know to who? To Salama, the wife of Rasulullah. She knocks the door. Salama opens. Yes, sister, can I help you? I am Kulthum. Where did you come from? Mecca. I ran away. I just arrived. And Salama laughs and smiles and hugs her and takes her inside. And Rasulullah comes and says, Ya Rasulullah, this is Kulthum. She escaped from Mecca. She is the daughter of Uqba. Uqba by that time was dead. And Kulthum sat down and narrated her story to Rasulullah in the same way that I have narrated this story to you now. And when Rasulullah listens to that story, what did he think? He says, look, these are my students. These are my followers. Men or women, they are all powerful. They are all strong. So when Kulthum came, and this ties in very well with what I said to you, that when she came, she didn't just want to live in Medina. Yes, I'm a Muslim sister. Yes, I'll go and pray and retain my identity. No, she felt that she had a responsibility. She has a role to play. So one of the things that she did, as soon as she arrived to Medina, she began to learn how to write and read. She was an intellectual, an educated person at a time where in Medina there wasn't a lot of men who could read or write. And sometimes I say to myself, what was the incentive? There are other men who are reading and writing. There are other scribes who are writing Kuttab al-Wahi, who are writing the Quran. We don't need you. We don't need a woman. We don't need someone who writes. It doesn't matter whether society needs it or not. What matters is that you feel, you think, you are sure that society one day will need it. And I will convince that society that it should need it. And I will be the person that provides that society with it. This society needs Islam, even if they think that this is the last thing that they need. But how are you going to convey it? How are you going to articulate it? How are you going to explain it? This is the challenge. You need skills, communication skills. You need to understand the mentality. You need to know how to approach these people. And this is exactly what she was doing. She was learning how to write and how to read. Knowledge-wise, she was able to contribute to society. She narrated 10 hadiths from Rasulullah. She heard it personally from Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And this is one hadith that someone like Bukhari is privileged to have and include in his book, narrated by Kulthum. Narrated Kulthum bint Uqba, that she heard Allah's Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam say, he who makes peace between the people by inventing good information and saying good things is not a liar. A hadith that is famous, isn't it? She was the woman that narrated this hadith. And whenever you hear this hadith, you have an emotional, personal attachment to the one who narrated this hadith, Kulthum. She was also able to produce to the Muslim societies and to generate scholars to the Muslim society. She got married to a decent, well-known, famous companion, and she was able to have from him 2 sons. One was called Ibrahim and the other was Humayd. And when they grew up as scholars. Graduates of Oxford, if you want, or Cambridge, they were scholars. The point I'm trying to tell you is that she lived 7 years in exile. in a mushrik society. Yet she was able to retain her identity. She was a qualified mother. She was a qualified teacher. She was a qualified reader and writer. What a fascinating story of a successful girl or a successful woman. This is Kulthum. I just want to make them by way of statements, these concluding remarks on the story of Kulthum before I go into the other story. I say in my notes that Kulthum represents a classic example and is a source of inspiration to girls living in the West, in the sense of breaking away from the authority of society. And I'm saying breaking away, not escaping or leaving or migrating, breaking away from the authority of society in imposing on you customs, cultural practices that are not compatible to your deen or your religion. This is a statement. Now, whatever examples that you have in mind, I'm not going to think on your behalf. The second concluding statement is that Kulthum shows us that you don't have to be imprisoned to lose your freedom. There are a lot of people who think they are free, but in reality they are imprisoned within cultural constraints and cultural practices. They are under a cultural house arrest. Yet they feel that they are free, or people think that they are free. Okay, this is another concluding statement. I've already mentioned the third concluding statement, and that is, look at how balanced and stable that woman was in her attitude to strangers, and particularly men, despite the fact that she was not born and brought up in a Muslim society. Her father is mushrik, her brother is mushrik. All the people in authority are mushriks. Despite all that, despite her young age, she was confident enough to retain her identity and to preserve her morals and her good attitude. A fourth concluding statement, Kulthum would have been able to please Allah if she retained her aqidah and her iman inside her heart and continued to live in Mecca and grow in Mecca and die in Mecca. Allah will accept her as a Muslim, but she would not have had any impact on society and as far as history and as far as the future is concerned. So you can choose to be like Kulthum if she chose to live in Mecca. You could choose to live in Britain and to wear the hijab and go to work and live Islam very private, mystical, spiritual. You can do that and Allah will be happy with you. But you will not have any impact on society. And 200 years, rather 100, 50, 20, even 10 years from now, people will not remember you because you didn't do anything to the people. But Kulthum decided to escape, and not only to escape and to be a burden on the new Islamic society, like a lot of converts. It's hardly that you find converts that contribute to the society with their talents, with their voices, with the legacies, with the skills that they have accumulated. Because mistakenly they think that to be a Muslim is to be a spiritual pacifist and to retain your iman, and this society is corrupt and this government is corrupt, and they live and live and live and live and die. Kulthum did not do that. Kulthum was an activist. Kulthum learned how to write and to read. Kulthum narrated a hadith. Kulthum got married and had a successful life and breeded children that were ultimately ulama. This is the model that I am promoting. I'm not promoting a good Muslim sister. This is between you and Allah. I am promoting a good Muslim sister that as a result of her being good, society felt it. A fifth concluding statement. Kulthum never thought about the consequences of the escape. Do I have an A to Z? What am I going to do in the night? What if a lion came and appeared to me in the night? What if a ghost came? I have phobia against crabs or against spiders. I cannot sleep in the middle of the desert, in the middle of the heat, or in the middle of the winter. I can't do that. So what's the result? What's the solution? The solution is that I'm going to remain in Mecca until a Superman comes, carries me to Medina. No. I'm going to escape. I'm not asking now that you become an adventurer in a mad way. and say to me, I'm going to jump from Everest mountain and Allah inshallah will carry me and my bones are not going to break. No. But what I'm saying is that the goal sometimes appears far-fetched. But this far-fetched goal should not frustrate you and should not break your spirit, that you say to yourself, no, this is a dream, I will not be able to do it. To Martin Luther, he had a dream, and that dream became a reality. Malcolm X had a dream. Gandhi had a dream. Muslims or non-Muslims, most revolutionary people, makers or breakers of history, had a dream. And at that time, people laughed at them. Herzl, when he talked about a promised land in Palestine, at that time, people laughed at him. Jewish people laughed at him. They said to have a homeland in Uganda or in Argentina is far more easier than to have it in Palestine under the Ottoman Empire. How come the Ottoman Empire will give us a piece of land? And within 40 years after Herzl died, the state of Israel was established and the dream became true. Kulthum's escape was a dream. How on earth, Kulthum, would you escape from Mecca to Medina? A sister might have been telling her, but she did not think about all these things. The point I'm trying to make is that when you decide for yourself a goal, first of all, the goal should be high, high, high. Realistic, but high, high. And don't think about the difficulties, but think about the opportunities within these difficulties and say, I will seize these opportunities to evade and to overcome the difficulties and establish and fulfill my goal. Sixth, final comment, concluding statement, and that is, when Allah sees that you are serious about attaining your goal, He will make these difficulties easy beyond human imagination and beyond human effort. There will be an element of karama, an element of push. Yesterday I had a terrible headache that was going to blow my head. You might not have noticed it, but with a little bit of dua, with a little bit of thabat, and I'm sure you have stories like this. I'm not trying to show that I'm unique. You all have stories. How many times a sister took the underground, middle of the night, and a drunk person came, and a rapist or whatever, and she was rescued, not by a muscular brother, but by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. How many times you went to an exam, but you were not prepared well, not because you were watching I don't know what, but because you were servicing your mother when she was ill, doing something good, and Allah helped you. I'm not saying that He made you from a D to an A grade, but at least helped you. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala helped, but all what Allah wants to see is commitment, discipline, and effort from your behalf. And the moment He sees that, He will help and He will bless. So these were the final concluding statements I wanted to do based on Kulthum's story. My guest for today, my hero of today, complementing the theme of success, is an Egyptian woman that lived in the 19th century Egypt. And to appreciate 19th century, not just Egypt, but the world, you have to be aware of the history of the world in 19th century. But of course, this is not a history class. But at that time, Muslims were under the rule of the Ottoman Empire. So people who lived in Egypt paid allegiance to the Khalifa in Turkey or in Istanbul. During 19th century, Britain was an enormous empire, not just a small little island. And there was the Germanic Empire, the Austro-Habsburg Empire, the French Empire. It was the age of imperialism. 19th century was the age of exploitation, not just exploiting the other, the Muslim or the Jew or the African, but exploiting all sorts of people, including women. Women were exploited because of the Industrial Revolution. Children were, at the age of 5 and 6 and 7, working in factories for days and nights. It was a dark century, to my mind, the 19th century. In some aspects, it was bright in other aspects. But I'm trying to dramatize the 19th century for us, again, to appreciate how within this darkness a glowing woman outstands and become significant. Most women in the world, including British, were stereotyped according to their gender, and they were confined to certain feminine roles. And one of the roles was that a woman is to engage solely in making clothes and in sewing or in nurturing children. That was it. Women were never thought fit of occupying disciplines that men would usually occupy. I got this from an internet site that talks about sewing in the 19th century in Britain. For us to appreciate Aisha al-Taymuriyya that I will introduce. Sewing was the ultimate sign of femininity. It was sedentary and passive, and it was traditionally done by women only for the care and maintenance of the family and home. In the literature of the period, the 19th century, the needle itself often stood for women's natural place in the home and carried powerful associations of domestic bliss and maternal devotion. Look at the needle. The needle symbolized that. Needle means maternal devotion, household, making clothes. That was the needle. And all of this was associated with women. The number of women involved in dressmaking alone in the early 1840s Britain was estimated to be 15,000. And those that were calculated, those that went to the register and said, I am a sewing, I'm sure that there were more than that. Egypt was not an exception. When a father is blessed with a daughter, straight away the first thing he does is go to buy a sewing machine. At that time there were no sewing machines, but a needle and a thread. And this was the expected role of a girl. She was not expected to attain a PhD, she was not expected to be a doctor, she was expected to make clothes. And millions of women, including in the Muslim world, accepted that role because it was imposed on them by men, but even women, senior women, could not think of anything else. So you would have a woman, a mother, that could, even being a mother, being a woman, could not think of any other role other than that. And therefore, the mother of our hero, the hero being Aisha al-Taymuriyya, was blessed with a mother that unfortunately did not see any other role for Aisha than to be a cloth and dress maker. But Aisha, from a young age, said to her mother, no, I won't be able to do that. And Aisha, rahimahullah, in the 19th century, talks in her diaries about the sort of effort, the pain, the pressure that she went through, the struggle, the fight. You're talking about, one of you asked a question about if I wanted to marry or whatever, but had problems with my father. She had the same problem, but not with a man, but with a needle. She didn't want to associate herself with a needle. She says in her diary, my mother would beat me when I was young. My mother would bring me sweets. My mother would buy me gold, jewelry, Nicholas, everything to tempt me to be dressmaker. And I would say, no, 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 no. And she would say, you are mad. What do you want to do? She says, I want to be a scholar in literature and poetry and write poetry and novels. What? Novels? It's like someone today saying to his father, I want to be a filmmaker. Or I want to write a book from Islamic terms as famous as Harry Potter and Lord of the Ring, and make this film in so professional way, in acting and in special effects and in music and that non-Muslims will see this film 60 times, 50 times. Why should a Muslim see Titanic 40 times and all the girls coming out of the cinema in tears because of the death of, I don't know, this mad Titanic? Why can't I do the opposite? So Aisha wanted that, wanted to be able to play with people's emotion. Not play or manipulate, but to engage in people's emotion. And the mother could not see beyond the needle. But who was able to rescue Aisha? Her father. Aisha had two sisters. They were three girls, no men, no brothers, alhamdulillah. Otherwise the brother would have been beating her up or something. But three sisters only. It's amazing that we don't know anything about these couple of sisters. History have buried them. You know why? Because they agreed to get married to the needle. You see? It was the norm. I mean, how are you going to be unique using a needle? Millions of people are using needles, but only one are writing Harry Potter. So her father saw the agony, saw the pain, but not only pain and agony and argumentation. You see, she genuinely loved writing and reading. Sometimes I see sisters and brothers fighting with their parents. I want to study Arabic, I want to study Arabic. I'm not saying all, but deep inside, I tend to think it's a mood. It's not genuine, because a lot of them come after a year, oh brother, Yemen was too hot. Brother, Mauritania, I couldn't bear living in the desert. Oh brother, Arabic, if I learned French, Arabic is so difficult. What did you expect? You expected cookies in Yemen? Or you expected to wake up the following night speaking as eloquent as Aisha radiallahu anha? You have to struggle. But only lovers struggle. Only those who love are in love with what they do, struggle and bear the struggle. So only when Aisha showed her father that she is impassioned with books and with literature and hated the guts, if it had a guts anyway, she hated the guts of the needle, that the father stepped in, interfered, and said to the mother, leave her alone. And he struck a deal with the mother. Look at how powerful mothers were, by the way. And you know this. Mothers-in-law and mothers, they are extremely powerful. They decide when you live and when you die and who you marry and what to eat and what your wife should cook for you. Very powerful. And nice. Anyway, so he said to her, look, you take care of the two sisters and I will take care of Aisha. And she said, fine, okay. So, and subhanallah, he said to Aisha something that was fascinating. He said to her, look, I don't want you to embarrass me in front of your mother. I have struck a deal with your mother that one day you will be unique. One day you will prove to your mother that you did not leave dressmaking because you were lazy and you went into something and you failed in it and you said, my mother, I would like to retake my A-levels, or I came back from Yemen, I know I've wasted enough money. No! You will come back and you will say to her, mother, I'm a great novelist, I'm a great woman of literature. And that is indeed what has happened. And that's why Aisha Taymuriyya is one of the fascinating literature writers in her days. And she has over 5 or 6 books that are still read until today, and I think also translated. So she said, fine. And because women at that time, 19th century, could not go to school. There were no schools. Unfortunately, schools were for men only. And only wealthy families could employ private teachers to come inside the house to teach women. So he brought her 2 teachers, one to teach her Turkish and one to teach her Persian. So she was an Arab. Actually, she was of a Kurdish origin, but she, living in Egypt, was an Arab, or she learned Arabic. So now we are talking not about someone who goes to Yemen to study Arabic. We have a genius who knows Arabic, but who is also learning Persian and is also learning Turkish. Not at SAWAS, School of Oriental and Africa, no, at home, unfortunately. Private tuition, 2 teachers only. So she continued to learn. When she reached the age of 15, she got married to someone who was working in Istanbul, who was the center of the Khilafah at that time. So he took her and she left Egypt and she became based in Istanbul. However, she returned back to Egypt because her husband died when she reached the age of 33. She never remarried, and at the age of 36, her father, her greatest supporter, also passed away. So in a couple of years, she witnessed 2 calamities in her: the death of her husband and the death of her great supporter, her father. She went to Egypt and she never gave up her learning, her love, her passion for literature. So she employed 2 private teachers who now will teach her Arabic, classical poetry, classical grammar, because it's not just about Arabic now, but she wants to master the language in order to be writing books. And during that period, she was able to write 3 books, one in Arabic, one in Turkish, one in Persian. This is the product of a woman that otherwise would have been making clothes. What is also, this is a success story? Yes, it is. But there is another agony that she went through. Aisha, from her husband, had a daughter, a baby girl, that she called Tawheeda. And she loved this girl so much. That was her only daughter. And she said to herself, Aisha, I will not impose on Tawheeda like what my mother used to impose on me. I will give her the free choice to do what she wanted. And subhanAllah, Tawheeda was a genius that she was able to master needlework, but also to be like her mother, a woman of literature. So we have a progression in the quality of generations. And this is what I believe will happen to future generations. Your daughters and your sons will, I think, be better than you. You are in the transition period. You are struggling with your parents, and I'm sure that you've learned a lot from this struggle, and you will not leave your daughters and sons replicate your agonies. They might create agonies for you. So that is the progression in the generation. Tawheeda was so helpful to her mother. She used to tidy the house, and whenever the mother would do something in the house, she said, oh my mother, don't do anything. You just continue to write your novels, focus on your work. I will do you the cup of tea, I will do you the cup of coffee, I will clean that, I'll do everything for you. You just focus on what you are doing. She loved her so much. At the age of 18, someone proposed to her daughter Tawheeda, but they realized that Tawheeda had cancer. And she was dying, basically. And the moment Aisha, the mother, learned of that, she became mad. And in one moment she writes in her diary that she goes into the room of Tawheeda. And the moment that Tawheeda sees her coming, she smiles. But the mother can see that there are tears in the eyes of Tawheeda. So Aisha knows that she's in agony. And says to her, Tawheeda, are you in pain? She says, no, my mother, I'm okay, I'm okay. And then she looks at some papers underneath of the pillow or underneath of the bed. And she says, Tawheeda, what's this? She says, mother, don't read, don't look. It's just my diaries. But I'm happy. And she looks and she reads, and it's poetry in Arabic. And the poetry says, I'm trying to hide my pain. I'm trying to hide my agony. Because I care about my mother, and I don't want my mother to be upset. I want to write lots of poetry. I want to write lots of literature. I want to write lots of novels. But I am sure that I will not live to do so. What is the impact of Aisha to read these papers? Of course, she cries, and Tawheeda says, my mother, I told you not to look at this diary. I've written it long time ago, while in reality she just wrote it a couple of minutes ago. A teenager, about to get married, has cancer, in tremendous healthy relationship with her mother, and she dies at the age of 18. So Aisha now witnesses the death of her husband. Aisha witnesses the death of her father. And now she witnesses the death of her most beloved person on earth, and that is Tawheeda. And she wrote, incidentally, lots of poetry on Tawheeda. And very Tawheeda dies. Out of crying and crying and crying, she becomes blind. And she ceases, this is a difficulty now, and she ceases to write for 7 years. She quits writing for 7 years out of agony and pain. Until some of her friends came to her, persuaded her that, look, you're a genius. This is the sunnah of life. Allah gives and takes life. And after persuasion, her eyes recovered. She took some medication and she was able to see again. And she resumed after 7 years. This is Kulthum now. After 7 years of absence, she continued to write. And her writing after these 7 years was more prolific, was more mature, was more deep. Her writings was about destiny, was about death, was about love, was about daughters, was about tarbiyah, was about deen. They say that her writings after the death of Tawheed was highly sophisticated and intellectual than before Tawheed. This is a story of a woman that saw difficulties, that saw death. Since the time that she was born, she was struggling with her mother for the needles. Yet Aisha Taymuriyya is now one of the famous women writers in our Islamic history. Kulthum, I was talking about an oppressive non-Muslim society. Aisha, an oppressive Muslim society. So Muslim societies could be oppressive through a mother, a brother, a society, culture, whatever. Now we have an oppressive husband, an oppressive non-Muslim husband. A companion woman that was called Sulaym. She became a Muslim in Medina before she saw Rasul ﷺ, and before Rasul ﷺ migrated to Medina. She just heard about the message and she believed straight away in the message. Her husband was a non-Muslim. She was blessed with Anas ibn Malik, the servant of Rasul ﷺ. So his father, Malik, was a non-Muslim. And I just want to focus on this situation where while she is breastfeeding Anas, she is saying to this baby, say La ilaha illallah. Say Ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. Come on, he's a baby. But she's just, rather than singing into him to song, oh my baby, go to bed. No, say La ilaha illallah. Say Muhammad Rasulullah. And Malik, the husband, is watching. And he is so upset. And he says to her, don't corrupt my baby. She says to him, I'm not corrupting him. I'm making him a Muslim. And he becomes fed up with her. He travels, he leaves her, and he becomes killed in his journey. He met an enemy of his, has nothing to do with deen or religion, a mushrik enemy that he had problems with, and he killed him. So she was again with this boy. Anas ibn Malik became an orphan. And look at this classic situation or classic quotation. She said, Wallahi, I will not impose on Anas to leave my breast until he decides that he had enough. And Wallahi, I will never get married until Anas is a grown-up man, and he will be the man who will be my wali, and until he agrees that I get married. This is again a woman that is not just go to sleep, my baby, or say Ashhadu Allah. This is a serious woman that wants to live for her son and is willing to sacrifice her personal joy for the sake of her son. And Anas ibn Malik remembered this situation of his mother, that when he grew up and he became a man, a great companion, Anas ibn Malik, he said, Jazallahu ummi anni khayra, laqad ahsanat wilayati. May Allah bless and reward my mother, because wallahi, she have been a good mother to me. And when he became a man, a very handsome, good-looking mushrik came to her, who was called Talha, and he proposed to her. Apparently he is good-looking, and apparently she is good-looking, and she's still young and in a marriageable age. And he proposed. And she said to him, and incidentally, Talha, anyone wanted to marry Talha? Among the mushriks, of course. He was a man of character, and also power, and a warrior, etc. So he proposed to her, and she said, Wallahi ya Talha, I have no problem with you, and I would accept. And someone like you should never get rejected, but you have a problem. He said, what? She said, you are an unbeliever. But if you believe, that will be my dowry, and I will accept. And of course he left her, and for a couple of days he began to inquire, and he became persuaded with Islam. And you know what is fascinating in this story? What is fascinating in this story? That on both occasions, the woman, Sulaym, did not compromise her aqeedah when she was married to someone who did not share the same belief. And on the other occasion, she was so powerful that she was able to change the aqeedah of someone who did not share her aqeedah. So on both cases, she was powerful. And this power is what constitutes a success story. My final story is of a woman that is still alive until today. She wrote her story, did not write her name, and she became famous because of her story. She represents a success story of a woman that had an oppressive Muslim husband. So she is different than Sulaim somehow. She is from Saudi Arabia. She is a graduate of Sharia. And the moment that she graduated from university, like any sister in most cases, she wants to benefit society and she wants to also benefit from what she studied. But her husband, for all sorts of reasons, did not want her to leave the house. So she said to him, I want to become da'iyah, I have Sharia knowledge, I can benefit society, I can even speak to sisters, no men, etc., etc. And he said to her, look, the idea of leaving the household is not acceptable to me. I know that there are a lot of sisters in her situation. And I know that a lot of sisters have surrendered to that situation. She was from this group, but when she got married to this brother, he's from another group. He said to her, these are the books, cross on these books, cross on those speakers, these are my books, those are my speakers. And she surrendered to that. And I don't blame many sisters, because sisters at the end of the day want to retain life. And what I want to say is that a lot of sisters, and I'm not here want to create revolutions, by the way, or rebellious movements. I'm telling you something that you know, but she was different. She did not repel, but somehow she utilized the opportunities within the household to prosper. And that's why I'm saying, again, it's a success story. In the household, she was a good wife. She cooked, she cleaned. Oh, sorry, this is a very male. She was a good wife. Anyway, it's okay. So delete this if you don't like it. But she was a good wife. She was nice. She spoke a lot and talked a lot, and you might like this. She was supportive. She was a good mother. All the things that you think constitutes a good wife. And even in the household, she was taking care of her mother-in-law. She was cleaning her, she was doing everything. She was an old lady, so she was a good wife. But she was really in pain. That I am accountable for my certificate. I'm accountable for, Allah will ask me about this knowledge. So she started to make lots of dua. Oh Allah, I want to service Islam. Oh Allah, please help me. And an idea came to her. Have you heard of these ads that you see sometimes in traffic lights? Work from home. So she's decided that, okay, I can work from home. I can benefit society from home. All what I need, she thought, is a printer, a fax machine, and a computer. She didn't have this. I'm sure that a lot of sisters have that. But she doesn't have the money. So what did she do? She sold her gold, her jewelry, to be able to pay for the computer, for the fax, and for the printer. And she spoke to her husband, and alhamdulillah, her husband, and this is so that the men are not upset and I'm not upset as well, and the husband helped her in that. He gave her a little bit of money to help in buying the printer, and provided that she was not to leave the household. And then she started to listen to Islamic programs in the radio, Quran Kareem channels. There is in the Middle East channels that just primarily play Quran. So Islamic radio channels, 24 hours. So there is Quran Kareem in Egypt, Quran Kareem in Kuwait, Quran Kareem in Saudi Arabia. So she would listen to the programs, a program on sidq, on amana, on being honest. And she would transcribe the lecture. And she would write it on her computer, and she would make a copy of it into a newsletter, and she would ask someone to distribute these newsletters into the hospitals, into the schools, primarily non-Muslim nurses who are working in Saudi Arabian hospitals. And she gives her email. She registered with Hotmail and created look at this creativity. And she said the amount of emails that I received from Filipinos and from Indonesian and Muslims, etc., asking for a copy of the Quran, asking for this newsletter again, some copies, they wanted some copies. And she said that I've turned my house into a center to teach people Islam, and this to me was working from home. Her story gives me hope. And her story should give you hope that nothing is impossible. You can create an impact whatever the constraints. Whatever the constraints. قولوا قولي هذا واستغفر الله لي ولكم فاستغفروه إنه هو الغفور الرحيم. Just concluding statements about success, and I chose to have these statements under a title, 7 Conditions to Set a Goal. Because most of these people, if not all of them, had a goal. She had a goal to escape and go to Medina. She had a goal not to confine herself to the needle. She had a goal to live for her son and make him a decent human being. Anas ibn Malik, that is. The other woman had a goal to utilize her education and to benefit society. So 7 conditions to set a goal. Number 1, the goal should be clear and well defined in your mind. The goal should be ambitious. Number 3, do not fear your goal, but believe that you can achieve it. Love your goal, even if it was an idea. Number 4, transform your goals into steps according to a practical plan that you strive to implement. There has to be a plan. You can't say just my goal is to achieve my PhD. For example, okay, when? In what? Which university? Who will be my supervisor? For example. So the goal shouldn't be vague, it should be clear, and there should be deadlines or should be time period. And there are long-term goals, middle-term goals, and short-term. Number 5, exhort all your efforts to achieve your goal. All your effort. It's like pushing the wall. Push, 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 until you cannot push no further. This is ijtihad, by the way. This is what a mujtahid does in a fiqh issue. But this is indeed what a mujtahid does in everything in life. Be it family problems, be it in physics, be it in chemistry, politics, economics, that he or she cannot think further. This is ijtihad. So once you've decided your goal, exhort all your efforts to achieve your goal. And incidentally, these points are inspired from the stories of the people that I have mentioned. Number 6, have hope. Always be optimistic. Not to be frustrated the moment that you strike the first obstacle. Always have hope and always have ambition and hope that you are able to achieve that. And number 7, which is also inspired from number 6, be persistent and patient. Be persistent and patient. So these were the conditions to set a goal. Now I'm going to introduce to you another theme which takes us away from success into one inspiring word, and that is impact. And impact is a stronger word than effect. Let me then articulate the lenses and the paradigms of my choice for selecting my heroes that serve the word impact. Number 1, the narration of Islamic history is incomplete without recognizing the role of women in its making. And the stories of my women will show you that you cannot have a proper history without their names in, because they had an impact on society. Number 2, women had a tremendous impact, not just inside households, but on society at large. No way am I undermining the impact of the role of women inside the household, but here I am inclined to society. Society means the market. Society means children. Society means institutions, schools, human beings at large, not just my father, mother, daughter or son, husband or wife. But household is important. And I can change society by changing a household. So please do not misunderstand me. Number 3, the impact includes domains that are usually perceived exclusive domains of men. And when I was looking for stories to do with impact, I was interested in impact. I was interested in impact, societal impact, in avenues that are stereotypically monopolized by men. So you can see I'm not selecting any story. I end up having 20 stories, but I think only 3 are worthy of the narrative. Number 4, women of today, and that's relevant to you now. Women of today should aspire to leave a legacy of impact, even if limited, so as not to become frustrated with the stories, even if limited, on society that she lives in. I will leave this for you to decide now what sort of impact. Could be social, political, whatever, but make sure that before, may Allah give you long life, before you depart this dunya, leave a legacy. Have a dream, an impact, and work on it. And your dream might be, I will produce a genius for this society. I will be another mother for Ahmed ibn Hanbal. Why not? Not in fiqh or in sharia, in anything. In medicine, in physics, in politics, in anything. But I'm going to produce to this society a genius human being, a good human being. That could be a dream, and you could work for it. What are the categories of impact? 3 categories: welfare, religious, and political. And what is fascinating to me is the political, because it hurts some men. Again, I'm looking for avenues that are stereotypically confined to men, hence the politics. Welfare, we have lots of stories. The women that participated in battlefields, in their capacity as first aid, as helpers, bringing water. And one great example is the example of this woman companion called Rufayda al-Ansariya. Rufayda is a fascinating case because she had a special tent in the mosque of Al-Rasul Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. In Masjid al-Nabawi, you go to Al-Masjid al-Nabawi, you find a tent. Who's sleeping under this tent? They will tell you, no, this is not a homeless selling the issue tent or whatever. This is a tent. This is actually a hospital. Really? Who does it belong to? It belongs to a woman called Rufayda. That is exactly was the situation in Al-Masjid al-Nabawi during the time of Rasul. And when there is any prominent companion who was injured in the battlefield, they will carry him to Rufayda's tent inside Al-Masjid al-Nabawi. She was an excellent nurse with an excellent tent. One of the famous companions was called Sa'd ibn Mu'adh. When he was injured, he died out of his injury. When he was injured, they brought him to this tent, and Rasulullah knows that he was based in Rufayda's tent, and Rasulullah used to visit him in Rufayda's tent. Inside this tent, of course, for all the first aid, all the medicine, etc. Rufayda is a classic example. I'm not geared towards women companions, simply because I feel that they have been exhausted and they are too famous. Let me introduce to you a woman that was engaged in welfare services that you know of, not because of her, but because of her brother. Salah ad-Din al-Ayyubi, or Saladin, the one who liberated Palestine in the Battle of Hittin. Have you heard of his sister? You should be angry at the male historians because they disguised her. But she is a fascinating woman. She is called Zumurrud. So Zumurrud is the sister of Salah ad-Din. But you say to me, maybe she wasn't famous because Salah ad-Din was famous because he was able to fight the Crusades and liberate Palestine. No, she fought the Crusades, but not physically, but through welfare services. Do you know what Zumurrud used to do? Zumurrud turned her house into a pharmacy that was manufacturing medicine for those who were injured in the fights against the Crusades. And painkillers and tablets and all the medicine that was known at that time was produced, manufactured, analyzed, packed, marketed in thousands from Zumurrud's house. In thousands. This is coming from Zumurrud. This is made in Zumurrud. Try painkillers, excellent from Zumurrud. Zumurrud was the main supplier of medicine to the injured Muslim army that were fighting with Salah ad-Din. Salah ad-Din would not have been able to liberate Palestine without Zumurrud's effort. That's why I told you that you would have an incomplete, vague and confused, misleading picture of Islamic history if you omitted women from the jigsaw puzzle. But Zumurrud is a so kind woman that her contributions were not confined to moments of battles, but even in moments of peace, she would manufacture medicine for the orphan, for the needy, for the sick, and for the diseased. So her services was 7/11, 24 hours, 360 throughout the year. And I've put here a concluding comment. How can women be creative and think about alternatives other than war? So rather than saying war is a male domain, yes, but within war there are opportunities. You can teach people first aid, you can provide medicine. Now I don't want you to think in context of war and battle. I want you to think in your context, that what are the opportunities to me as a girl? I might not be welcomed in a male conference or in a conference that secludes girls and puts them at the back, and all what they can see is a screen of the speaker. They have no access to the speaker because he's holy and he happens to be a male, and never will the male welcome a woman speaker unless she talks about women in Islam. Okay, this is the situation. Should you retire and surrender? Oh, what can I do? Write books, have an impact on sisters, go and speak to the brothers and change their views. I'm excluded from mosques. Okay, what can I do? Let me go and clean the toilets and the bathrooms in the mosque to show the Maulana that a sister is not just a burden that wants to pray and do nothing. She's able to cook some food on Friday. She's able to do services to society, to impose on society, to imagine that life is impossible without you. You know, no male will tell you this, but a man might not think that you are important because you have retired to his stereotype and played by the roles that he defined to you, because the roles that he defined to you are not important to him. He can live without your roles. But if you can actually, I'm not creating revolutions here, but what I'm saying, I'm creating positive thinking for the male and the female, that if you can actually tap into roles that are necessary. Look, she's having a tent in the middle of the mosque. Look, she's providing medicine in a context of crusades fighting, and providing medicine in a context of peace. How can society live without her? You will always have ill people. So medicine is crucial. So you have to think, what does society today needs? I will be able to fill the needs of the society. And then, believe me, the male will come to you and say, sister, please do everything for us, because without you, we can't do anything. We have to reach this level. Not because I'm feminist and this extremist Marxist feminist struggle and hating men and lesbianism. I'm sorry to say this, but no. He's your brother, he's your father, he's your husband. I want to help. I don't want to compete. I don't want to conflict. I want to help you. Allow me to do so. This is welfare. What about religious impact? Impact in terms of, again, services. Not through rhetoric and talks, but through real services. There are loads of examples of women who had religious services through religious institutions that provided society with services. Endowments, awqaf, waqf. Not just building mosques, but building orphanage houses and institutions and schools, teaching institutions and hospitals and clinics. Not just mosques. And you know why not mosques? Because women sometimes think that why should I build an institution that I'm not part of? Why should I build an institution that at the end of the day will employ an imam that when I come and utilize this institution, you say, sister, please go away. That's why you find in history, most of the mosques are built by male donators, and most of the orphanage houses, schools, clinics, hospitals are built by female donators. And because also they are more caring. I'm not going to give millions for people to pray. You can pray anywhere, but I'm going to give millions to rescue this child from AIDS or cancer. This is the perception. A classic example now of this welfare service from a religious perspective was the wife of Harun al-Rashid. Harun al-Rashid was an Abbasid caliph that came in the 9th Christian century and the 2nd Islamic century. Zubaydah, which is his wife, one day decided to go into a pilgrimage from Baghdad to Mecca. And during the travel, she suffered a lot because in the way there were no wells, there were no access to water, There were no hotels, guest houses, nothing that could accommodate for the travelers that were traveling from Baghdad to Mecca. The moment people reached Mecca, they were going to die out of thirst. So she decided to come out with this creative idea that I want a water link between Baghdad and between Mecca. A water link, a well to be dug in Baghdad, and through some connections, like an underground tube, that will link the well of Baghdad into a well in Mecca. They said to her, "O Zubaydah, this is impossible. This will cost millions on millions." She brought the highest engineers in her time. She said, "Look, you have to think of a way. I don't care. Look, this is the goal now. This is the ambition. Think of a way. I don't care." They said to her, "It will cost millions of money." And she said a famous classic statement. She said, "Do it. Even if you have to spend in each time you dig a dinar." Some contemporary historian, he said 1 dinar during her time equals $40 of today. It means that dig, even if it costs me $40 to dig once. So how many digging are you going to do from Baghdad to Mecca? Millions of digging. She said, "I'm prepared." And every time the engineer comes to her the following day, he says, "It's impossible. It's costing us a fortune." She says, "Do it, do it." Within 3-4 months, it was done. And the people of Baghdad would make dua for her the moment they do pilgrimage. I'm not sure if the well exists today in Baghdad, but the location of it is known, and it's called Ain Zubaydah, the well of Zubaydah. And from Baghdad to Mecca, not just wells, she began to build hotels, guest houses for free. For free. And she began to build also wells, small wells that are connecting from Baghdad to Mecca. And mosques as well. She began to build mosques rather than people praying in the desert. So I'm talking about a woman that was able to make life easy for men, and also pray in mosques and sit in hotels by way of accommodation. Again, talking about awqaf and endowments. Look at this quotation which I got from a history book about the Ottoman Empire. You are aware that books of biographies, like for example, there are lots of books, Tabaqat ibn Sa'd and Al-A'imma Al-A'lam, etc., books of Al-Dhahabi. If you look at most of these biographies, narrating the biographies of scholars, good people, notables in society, predominantly they were men. So someone who wants to understand the role of women in society might not find it helpful to read these biographies. How do I understand then the role of women? Go to the Ottoman Empire's records that are in the museums today, and go and read the records of the courts. They're not just the divorces and the marriages. Go and look at the records that narrates and documents endowments. Al-Awqaf al-Khairiyya. And look this statement. Ottoman charitable endowments, Waqf records show greater involvement of women than biographies alone show. Women sometimes founded nearly 40% of all endowments. And this is a significant number. I'm going, just before I leave religious services, just end with one woman. To me, she's fascinating. Her name is al-Banin, or Fatima bint Muhammad. She lived in 13th century, Islamic century. She's quite recent. And for a historian to say quite recent, talk about 600-700 years. She is from Andalus, so straight away I opened bracket and said a good example for a European woman. This is a European woman now, because she's from Spain. She's not an Arab. Incidentally, during my research, wallahi, I'm sorry, I tried to look for women from Pakistan, India, Mughal Empire, and there are a lot, a lot. You just go to Taj Mahal and women is involved there. al-Banin is a woman that was based in Andalus, but she then traveled and was based in Fas, in Morocco, with her family. She had a sister, and her sister was engaged in real work, etc. And I'm not going to talk about her sister, although her sister is also amazing. But I want to speak about al-Banin. What fascinates me about al-Banin is this religiosity, this angelic purity. She didn't do something that is unique. She built a mosque from her own expenses. But look at how she approached this project of building a mosque. She founded a very important mosque in Fas, which is called Jami' al-Qurawiyin. Now, Jami' al-Qurawiyin in Morocco is like the Azhar Mosque in Egypt today. It became a very well-known center of attraction to everyone who wanted to study Islamic sciences, so it was later turned into an Islamic university. Who founded this university at the mosque level, because usually at that time it begins as a large mosque and then students sleep there and then it expands, becomes a university. This is how the story of classical universities. Al-Azhar was there, Al-Qarawiyin was another example. The one that actually built that mosque that later expanded into university was al-Banin. al-Banin decided for two things before she engaged into that project. And it's a fascinating example of religiosity. First of all, she said, from the time and the moment that this mosque is going to be built, I'm going to be fasting. Yes, but it's going to take months and months and months. She said, I will fast on a daily basis until the mosque is done. This is number one. So basically, while the mosque is being done, she wants the angel to write her among those who are fasting. Second procedure, she said, I want to make sure that not a single stone or a brick or sand or cement or anything used to build that mosque comes from a haram source or even a suspicious source. I'm not going to rely on this company to provide me with the bricks because I'm not sure how this company makes its money. But that's not your business. Yeah, I know, but I just want this project to be as blessed as possible. So what are you going to do? Look at this creativity again. She purchased the piece of land that was next to the mosque. And she said, use all the sand and all the bricks from that land, because I know this is my land, it's halal, to manufacture the bricks and to use it to build the mosque. Historians say that, I'm not sure if you can witness it today or not, but they say that if you looked at the mosque after it has been built, you can see the land that was next to it, holes everywhere. It's very funny, and people look at it and cannot understand this is the relation between this land. This land here was purchased to be used in the building of that mosque that is just next to it. So this is what I think is a fascinating story about al-Banin. And here at the end, I've put a concluding statement. I said, this is a fascinating story that shows that when woman is religious, she thinks and does wonders. All what you need for this girl is for her to believe. And the moment she believes, she can do wonders. But she is difficult to convince, that's the problem. She's stubborn. But the moment you change her, she will do more than you can think. And that's why I think that we could expect one day from women in this country more than we can expect from men. But you have to change them. Because look at what happens when women change. Look at what happens when Zubaydah decides, this is what I want to do. When Kulthum, when al-Banin, when Rufayda, when Zubaydah, when Zumurrud, that's what happens when they decide to do it. I want to finish off Impact with a story. It carries many messages, but I'm not going to promote or market one story at the expense of the other. All stories are dear to us. And this is another story. It's talking about a woman who is aware and who is concerned about the political affairs of her people, of her ummah. And she is trying to do the best in order to reform the status quo and the political situation. It's something that is unique. I'm talking about the sister of someone that you already know, a great Khalifa who is called Umar ibn Abdul Aziz. She is his sister, and she is called also al-Banin. She is called al-Banin. al-Banin is like Fatima bint Abdul Malik. Her father was a ruler. Her husband is a caliph. Her brother is a caliph. So she is like Fatima bint Abdul Malik in the sense that she is surrounded by caliphs. And she comes from this elitist family and elitist background. I'm going to talk about her encounter with someone who has been perceived in Islamic history to be a great tyrant. And this person is called Al-Hajjaj. Of course, we don't want to demonize Hajjaj too much. Hajjaj is on some aspect, is a great personality. He was the person that led expeditions in spreading Islam to Africa. And Muhammad al-Qasim al-Thaqafi, who spread Islam into India, he did so on the orders of Al-Hajjaj. But Hajjaj has personal problems that I will need to articulate to you for you to appreciate the role that this woman did. The Umayyad dynasty is not an ideal dynasty. It had rulers that were good, such as Umar ibn Abdul Aziz, and it had rulers who were corrupt. And I don't want to now, it's a very hot topic this is, because of the Khawarij and the Shia and the Mu'tazila and those who supported the House of Ali. And I'm not going to engage in all that. Neither do I want to bore you. Go and pick up any book in Islamic history and you will know what I mean. I'm not interested in all that. I'm zooming now into a woman. But to appreciate what she did, I think you have to have a taste of the context that she was living in. So I have to do this very carefully without boring you. Suffice it to say that al-Banin was married to Yazid. And Yazid was an unjust ruler. And Yazid, he was the caliph. And during the Umayyad period, the caliph was based in Damascus. I'm seeing people already bored. Look, in a nutshell, Islamic empires had capitals. So the capital of the Abbasid Empire was Baghdad. If you know this, this is enough. The capital of the Ottoman Empire, you know this, it's Istanbul. The capital of the Umayyad Empire was Damascus. Good? I won't say more than this. This is maybe too much. Okay, so three count. So al-Banin was based in Damascus because she was the wife of Yazid, who was the caliph during the Umayyad and therefore in Damascus. Now, there are governors for the caliph, and a lot of them are corrupt governors. One of the governor is based in Baghdad. One of the governor is based in Baghdad. He's not a caliph, he's a wali, a governor. His name was Al-Hajjaj. Hajjaj has a brother who is also a governor, but not in Baghdad, in Yemen. So Al-Hajjaj is the governor of Yazid, and he is based in Baghdad. Al-Hajjaj is brutal, but I will not talk about Al-Hajjaj. I will talk first of all about his brother. His brother is called Muhammad. Muhammad is corrupt like his brother, Al-Hajjaj. So much so that he mistreats people. He extracts high taxes from them. He abuses men, women, children. People fear Muhammad ibn Yusuf al-Thaqafi. That is his full name. One day Muhammad heard that Yazid was going to perform pilgrimage from Damascus to Mecca. And Muhammad is based in Yemen, and Yemen is very close to Mecca. So he said, to show himself as a decent, loyal governor, I am going to go to Hajj this year in order to see Yazid and to assure him that things are fine, stability, security, everything is fine in the Islamic empire. And I'm going to give him great gifts from Yemen, leather, all kind of things that Yemen is famous for. al-Banin, the wife of Yazid, heard that all the gifts that Muhammad was going to bring to her husband Yazid are stolen gifts, squeezed out of the people. So basically they are of haram sources. Yazid doesn't know this. al-Banin accompanied Yazid to Mecca. When you are a caliph, you have a palace wherever you go. There is a palace for you in Mecca, there is a palace for you in Baghdad, in Egypt, wherever. al-Banin said to her husband, Ya Amir al-Mu'mineen, I would like to have a look at the gifts that Muhammad is going to bring to you. Of course, look at this wise woman. She's not telling him from the start there is a problem with the gifts, but she's trying to be diplomatic. So she said to him, I would like to look first at the gifts. Because he said to her, why? Why is this? These are gifts for me. Why is it important for you to look at these gifts? She said, well, I like gifts from Yemen. So he sent a messenger to Muhammad and said to him, please show the gifts that you have to al-Banin. Muhammad and al-Hajjaj know that al-Banin is the sister of Umar ibn Abdul Aziz. And Umar ibn Abdul Aziz hate both brothers, they are corrupt. So they know that al-Banin know that they are corrupt. He knows that it's not just a matter of me showing her the gifts. So he said to the messenger, tell Amir al-Mu'mineen that I love him so much that I want him to be the first to look at these gifts. He just wants to make a statement that I brought you gifts. And then he can deal with al-Banin. So the messenger informs Yazid, and Yazid goes back to al-Banin, and he says, it seems that Muhammad is unhappy with your suggestion. He wants to show me first the gifts. And here the woman speaks. And she says to him, Ya Amir al-Mu'mineen, to be honest, I don't care less about the gifts. He said, then why did you want to look at them? She said to him, because I heard, Ya Amir al-Mu'mineen, that they are from haram sources. And he said to her, can you prove it? She said, no, but people in Yemen came personally reporting to me that Muhammad have jailed, have killed, have tortured people in order to generate these gifts. Incidentally, gifts here is not a watch or a red flower. No, we are talking about camels full of jewelry, full of things coming especially from Yemen in thousands of dollars, to understand what we are talking about. Otherwise, you will not be fussy about a stolen pen or whatever. Straight away, Yazid, to prove to his wife that he's a decent husband and also to make a point that he's a just ruler, he actually went to Muhammad, met him in Mecca, and said, Ya Muhammad, I heard that you've stolen these gifts. And Muhammad said, no, Ya Amir al-Mu'mineen, wallahi they are not stolen. But he could tell that I know it's your wife who told you that they are stolen. Said, wallahi Ya Amir al-Mu'mineen, they are not stolen. He said, Ya Muhammad, I want you to go and make tawaf around the Kaaba. And while you are making tawaf, swear to me, by Allah, 50 times that they are not stolen. So he said, okay, Ya Amir al-Mu'mineen, I will do that. And he went and made tawaf. And Wallahi al-Azim, uqsimu billahi al-Azim, 50 times that they are not stolen. Historians tell us that a month after that, Muhammad al-Thaqafi died. Now, I don't want to insinuate that there was a connection between him and his death, this incident. But the point I want to make to you is that look at a woman who is identified by Orientalists as belonging to the harem. So she is protected in a castle or in a palace, yet she is aware of everything that is taking place as far as Yemen. I don't want you to know everything that is taking place outside the United Kingdom, but please, when you do know about things in the United Kingdom that you think you can change and reform, do it. I'm not asking you to know everything about the politics of Yemen, but this is an outstanding lady, married to an outstanding man, occupying an outstanding position, therefore she has to have outstanding ambitions and aspirations. Actually, this is not what is fascinating in that story. What is fascinating in that story is the encounter now with the big man, with Al-Hajjaj. You have to appreciate who is Al-Hajjaj. You have to understand who is Al-Hajjaj. For you then to appreciate an encounter between al-Banin and Al-Hajjaj. Al-Hajjaj is an abnormal character. If he looks at you and he dislikes your haircut, he will chop your head off. They said that when Al-Hajjaj passed away, they opened the prisons of Baghdad, and there were over 80,000 Muslim prisoners in his jail. 30,000 of them were women. That is other than those who died in prison. Al-Hajjaj could kill any scholar of his time, however popular that scholar is. Whenever someone mentions the word of Al-Hajjaj, it's like when you say to a Jewish man during the Holocaust, Hitler or Nazism. I'm trying to dramatize to you who was Al-Hajjaj. Of course, you have to understand something. Why was he brutal? Because the center of opposition against the Umayyad Empire was actually emerging from Baghdad. Who are the center of opposition? Both the Shia and the Khawarij. They were located in Kufa and in Basra. It's logical, therefore, that if you want to crush this opposition, to have someone who's brutal. And he was indeed a good choice. When he became the governor, he entered into the mosque of Baghdad. And he began his khutbah, not Jum'ah khutbah, but the inauguration khutbah for his rule. He stood and said, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And the first thing he said, I'm witnessing lots of long necks that I think it's now high time for them to be chopped off. And he's speaking to the Musallin, and everyone is shivering, making a statement, that's me. That's how I will be dealing with you. So he killed a lot. He killed a young companion called Abdullah ibn Zubayr, who actually revolted against the Umayyad Caliphate. Do you understand now who we are talking about? He has no Sahaba, no Tabi'i. He has no red line. He can kill anyone if he sees it in service of the security of the state. Now let's zoom into this encounter between al-Banin and Al-Hajjaj. Al-Hajjaj once traveled from Baghdad to go and meet Yazid in Damascus. So he entered while he was dressing all in iron and this dress that usually a warrior wears when he is in war. Okay, and covering his face. And he went with Yazid and sat with him and chatted with him. And Yazid said, okay, how's Baghdad? How's the situation? How's the Khawarij? How's the Shia? Everything is fine, everything is okay. al-Banin is watching and have asked one of the servants to go and check on her husband, who is sitting with my husband. The woman came, the servant came. She said, it's someone who is covering himself. I don't know who he is. So al-Banin said, I am worried. He's dressed in a warrior's dress. I am worried about Yazid. So go and ask Yazid, who is this man? Just at least let me know. The poor woman goes again to Yazid and says, Ya Amir al-Mu'mineen, your wife is asking, who is this person? And Yazid then says to her, this is Al-Hajjaj. He came all the way, poor man, from Baghdad to see me. And this poor servant comes again to al-Banin and says, this is Al-Hajjaj. Then she says to the servant, go and tell Yazid that if he was sitting with Azrael, the angel that is responsible for taking your soul, I would feel more safer than you sitting with this bloodshedder, Al-Hajjaj. So she went and she whispered to the ears of Yazid, and then she left. Yazid laughed and said to Al-Hajjaj, Hajjaj, do you know what she just said to me? He said, what? He said to him, my wife is so worried about you sitting with me. She thinks that Azrael is even better than you. And Hajjaj, this is the caliph and this is his wife. What can you do? If she was your wife, you would beat her or you would smack her or you would kill her. Simple as that. But she is the wife of the, so you better be careful. The most he could do was to give him a private advice. After the girl left, he said to him, Ya Amir al-Mu'mineen, I would like to give you an advice. I would like you not to be friendly with women. Not to chat to them, not to talk to them, not to smile at them. Those women, the more you become friendly with them, they become so bold and they begin to interfere in everything. The point he's trying to make is that you have to be formal and official. These sort of advices that some brothers give to some brothers when they are married. First night, do this, do that. Of course, he does this the first night, but the second night, he's ready to accept anything. So, this is what Yazid listened from Al-Hajjaj. In the night, in the bedroom, he told al-Banin about every single word that Hajjaj told him. He said, you know what Hajjaj told me? He said to me, don't be friendly with women. Women are this, women are that. Of course, I didn't translate what Hajjaj said to you. It's in Arabic because you will be offended. But he said a few good things about women. دع عنك مفاكهة النساء بزخرف ولا تطلع. And don't tell them any secrets. Don't tell them your bank account or any. No, he didn't say that. He was telling him, don't tell them any secrets or any private things and be formal and serious with them. al-Banin heard everything and then said to him, Ya Amir al-Mu'mineen, I would like you to arrange for a meeting between me and Al-Hajjaj. He said, why? She said, I just want to say salam to him. The following day, Hajjaj is packing to leave to Baghdad. Amir al-Mu'mineen says, wait for a while, just few minutes. He said, yes, khair ya Amir al-Mu'mineen. He said to him, my wife wants to say salam to you. Now Hajjaj knows al-Banin very well. He knows that she is the sister of Umar al-Aziz. Umar ibn Abdul Aziz was the greatest lobbyer for the sacking of Al-Hajjaj. And the first thing Umar al-Aziz did when he came to be the caliph, he sacked Al-Hajjaj. So they hate the guts of each other. And of course, the sister as well. He said, Ya Amir al-Mu'mineen, I am busy, etc. He said, no, it won't take a few minutes. She just wants to say salam. And I want you to imagine this meeting between a humble woman, a religious woman, that I did not talk to you, by the way, about her religiosity. Suffice it to say that she used to fast in the day and make tahajjud in the night. But I'm not going to introduce her religiosity because if I wanted, it would be under connect, not under impact. He said, okay, fine. Now, this meeting was intended for nothing other than to humiliate Al-Hajjaj. Every bit in the process of that meeting has to mean big humiliation. So from the beginning, she said to the servants, when Al-Hajjaj comes to meet me, of course she is going to meet him but behind the veil. When he comes, tell me. They came to her and said, Hajjaj has arrived. And then she says to them, leave him for a couple of hours, waiting. And this, for a man, is humiliating. When you have a date or whatever, and 5 o'clock and she comes or he comes at 7, this is a humiliation, unless you are desperate. Anyway, so he waited and waited and waited. More than a couple of hours, 3 hours, and he cannot leave. He cannot leave, the wife of the caliph. Then a voice came from behind the veil. I cannot translate the entire dialogue, the entire lecture. But to me, this is like a cold shower on a freezing day, on the head of Al-Hajjaj, or even on the head of any human being. It's so eloquent, it's so powerful, it's so insulting. It is when a woman is angry and expressing her anger, and she doesn't care who you are. First of all, a very beautiful introduction. She says to him, who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Do you think that you are that strong and powerful? Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Aren't you this governor who killed this great companion, Abdullah ibn Zubayr? The one who is related to Ar-Rasul sallallahu alayhi wa sallam? As-Sawam al-Qawam, the one who prays in the night and fasts in the day? Aren't you ashamed of killing this man who was the son of Asma bint Abu Bakr, Dhat al-Nitaqayn, who is the sister of Aisha, who is the wife of the Rasul sallam? Who do you think you are? How come you are proud and wearing this stupid dress of yours? Aren't you ashamed of actually killing Abdullah ibn Zubayr, the first Muslim baby who was born in Medina? Abdullah ibn Zubayr is famous. for that. He is the first baby, Muslim baby, to be born in Medina. Are you proud of all this? And then she says, you say to my husband not to speak to women nicely, not to joke with women, not to smile at women. Do you know who are women? And this is my point now. Do you know who are we? Do you know your salary that you receive on a monthly basis, your high salary for imprisoning people and killing people? Do you know this salary? Where is it coming from? It's coming from the zakat and the tax of the gold that the Khalifa takes from us, O women, to provide for your salary. If we did not exist, if we were to be humiliated as you are suggesting, you will die out of hunger and your salary will be cut. So you have to understand and respect what you are talking about. And you have to be aware of what you are talking about. And wallahi, if it was not because of the gold of these women, you would be less than a fly. Now this is a strong one, I think. But Al-Hajjaj took it. Now, he took it not because she's a woman. He took it because she is the wife of the Khalifa. But if I read lots of conversations between normal people and Al-Hajjaj, usually he doesn't wait all that time for you to say you're a fly and you're a bug. No, he will kill you straight away. The fact that she's talking and talking and talking means that he's crippled. He can't do anything. And it's fascinating that he's crippled, because we would not have been aware of this eloquence unless he has allowed her to actually articulate these ideas. Then she moves into another topic, 3 topics. So first she talks about Abdullah ibn Zubayr. Second, she talks about women. And now she talks about a specific case of women. Brothers and sisters, the leader of the Khawarij that was resisting Al-Hajjaj was called Al-Dhahhak. He had a wife, and his wife is called Ghazala. Now Ghazala is a warrior like Al-Dhahhak against Al-Hajjaj. They were leading the Khawarij army against Al-Hajjaj. Of course, they were centered in Basra, centered all over the place. They would hit and run. They would plant a bomb here and run. They were on the run, on the move. They were everywhere. They say that Hajjaj, the only woman he feared was Ghazala, because she would come into Kufa in the night, burn houses, attack people and followers of Hajjaj, and leave. And they would wake up the following night. Who did this? It's Ghazala. So Ghazala was the name that when you say it to Hajjaj, he shivers. He never saw Ghazala, but he heard about her. Al-Banin is aware of all that. She said to him, who do you think you are? You think you are very powerful? You think you're very brave? You think women are weak? What about Ghazala? What about Ghazala that makes you shiver? Ghazala engaged in 5 battles against Al-Hajjaj and won them all. And she was fighting against Al-Hajjaj with her husband Al-Dhahhak. Al-Dhahhak was 75 years old. And she was also fighting with her mother-in-law against Al-Hajjaj, and her mother was also in her 70s. So Al-Dhahhak died, Ghazala later was killed, and her mother-in-law was killed with her on that day by the people of Al-Hajjaj. And only then was Al-Hajjaj felt that he was relieved when Ghazala was killed. So she says to him, you think you are brave enough? You think you are heroic enough? What about Ghazala? Isn't she a woman? And isn't she someone that you fear? So don't tell me that you are powerful. You are only powerful on those who are freaks, on those who are weak. But when a woman such as Ghazala fights you, you shiver. Now you can go in peace to Baghdad. He went sweating, shivering, and he said to Yazid, Amir al-Mu'mineen, Ya Amir, and he said to him, did she say salam to you? He said, Ya Amir al-Mu'mineen. She continued to speak and speak and speak. And I said to myself, and this is the first time that this idea came to me, I wished that while she was speaking, the earth split into 2, swallowed me, and then shut again. For him now to say that means that this is power, this is impact. I'm not sure to what extent Al-Hajjaj changed after that, but enough, and it was sufficient for him at least to hear these words that a lot of scholars, a lot of companions, a lot of women, a lot of children in prison were unable to say it to him in his face. A woman was able to do that, and very eloquently and very successfully. Now, I don't want you to be like Ghazala. I don't want you to be like al-Banin, go 10 down street, knock the door, you will be waiting for a couple of hours, not him. I don't want you to do that. But I want you to think along the same line as al-Banin. Petition, demonstrations, rallies, making a point about how you feel and what you feel. أقول قولي هذا وأستغفر الله لي ولكم فاستغفروه إنه هو الغفور الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه ومن تبعه بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. Sisters and brothers, I wanted to put a theme about women who excelled in knowledge, hence the word excel. Of course, I was eager not to put across the wrong message and to say to you that I am promoting for a particular discipline or field of knowledge. It happens that most of the examples are about scholarly women in Sharia and in religion. But I am promoting excel, promoting the values of seeking knowledge, promoting persistence, patience, commitment, discipline in whatever field of knowledge you are engaged in. So these are the lenses that I am using to select my heroes, to introduce you to my guests, to introduce you to the figures that I've chosen in history. 6 simple points, 6 simple statements. Number 1, increase in knowledge is the greatest route to excel and to succeed. I think this is fair enough. 2, women excelled in fields of knowledge that are usually perceived to be the domain of men. 3, women even superseded men in these fields and were masters and teachers in the field. Number 4, knowledge is not exclusive to religious sciences, but to all aspects of benefit to society. Here I'm trying to broaden the concept of ilm, or knowledge. Number 5, you don't have to be excelling in one particular field which this woman or the other excelled in. I'm not promoting these women and what they excelled in. I'm not here promoting hadith or Quran. I'm promoting something else in them, in these women. Therefore, you should learn from their stories and experiences about discipline and patience, which is needed in all fields of inquiry. GCSE, A-levels, university, masters, MPhil, PhD, professorship, medicine, nursery, hadith, Quran, business, banking, whatever. All need itqan, perfection, and mastering, and patience. Number 6, the important issue therefore, and this is to me the most important aspect, the important issue is to realize one's potential and then to excel in it. Like Aisha at-Taymuriyya. Aisha did not excel in religion. He's not a sheikha or a faqihah. She excelled in literature. So this is what I'm talking about. Let's then move into women that excelled in fields of knowledge. Let me at the outset, before I talk to you about women who excelled, let me go through how women were perceived by some male scholars. One of the important male scholar is Al-Imam Al-Dhahabi. He's a well-known historian and he's a well-known muhaddith. And he wrote lots of biographies on his scholars during his time and the time before him. He has a book called Mizan al-I'tidal, which is a book listing all the muhaddithin, all the narrators of hadith, and then between inverted commas he would say to you, he would then assess this muhaddith to you. He is trustworthy, he is not trustworthy, he is doubtful. Not necessarily liar, but doubtful could mean, or not trustworthy means he forgets a lot. It's a big science of assessing people. Good and bad is not enough. You have to justify why he is good or why he is bad. The book of Mizan al-I'tidal has thousands of muhaddithin. 4,000 of those who are unreliable are males only. And then Imam al-Dhahabi comments by saying, I don't know of any woman who was known to be not trustworthy or doubtful or a liar. You should congratulate yourself in that. I don't know then why women lie about their age, but this is something else. So that's good news that we have great muhaddithat. Why would a muhadditha lie at the Prophet ﷺ? Why should a man lie? Well, because he's a man. According to Adhabi, not to me. So 4,000 liars, not a single one is a woman. I thought I would begin with this good news. There were many scholars that you know of, male scholars, that are proud to tell you who were teachers were, and some of their teachers were women. Someone who is called Ibn Asakir, Al-Hafiz Ibn Asakir. Hafiz is not his name, it's a title. Hafiz is a Hafiz of Quran. Hafiz Ibn Asakir is a well-known scholar called Ibn Asakir, well-known historian, and well-known muhaddith. He had hundreds of teachers. His over 80 teachers were women. 80 of the teachers that he had were women. I stopped for a while and thought and said, I did GCSE, I did A-levels, I did BA, MPhil, MA, and then a PhD. And then I listed all the names of my teachers. James, John, Tim. And then I listed the names of my female teachers. They were 3, 4, 5 against 20, 30, 40. He had 80 odd teachers, 80 teachers. And you know what is amazing? It's not just the number. What is amazing is that in a patriarchal male society and in a discipline that is a male discipline, he is proud to list a name to you to tell you, these were my teachers. A lot of them were women. He's proud to say this to his wife. He's proud to say this to his colleagues in a coffee shop, in a cafe. He's proud. Wallahi, brothers, I asked the brothers, sisters, please go away. I asked the brothers, would you be proud going and saying to a brother, I'm going to this sister to attend the talk? Or my teacher was so-and-so, you might be proud. But although this is a liberal culture, what about this culture? Of Imam al-Dhahabi saying women never lie. Of Imam Ibn Asakir saying 80-something of my teachers were women. And Ibn Asakir was living in the eastern part of the Middle East. He never traveled to the western part or never had teachers from the western part. Some historians say that the female teachers in the western side were more than the teachers, female that is, in the eastern side. When we say eastern, we mean Iraq, Mecca, Medina, Syria, Damascus. When we say western side, we mean Tunisia, Morocco, Algeria, and Andalus, Spain. So even when you go to the west, not to London, not to Birmingham, no, to the west of the Muslim world, female were even more than 80. I then began to research. I was looking for men, great men. I said, look, to appeal to the audience, you have to mention great men. But look behind the shoulder of this great men and use these great men to introduce women behind their shoulders. So who are the great men that you know? You know someone called Ibn al-Qayyim, don't you? Ibn al-Qayyim al-Jawziyya. One of his teachers was a woman that was called Fatima bint Jawhar. You know Imam Ibn Taymiyyah, don't you? Well, Imam Ibn Taymiyyah might not have had a female teacher, but he had a female troublemaker in knowledge. Troublemaker, between inverted commas, coming and asking him difficult questions. And he thought that this woman was a genius, more genius than a lot of the men. And some historians say that he used to prepare specially for her. And this is something, by the way, I know and appreciate as a teacher. Sometimes I'm going to teach 30 students on a daily basis, but there is this girl or there is this boy, and when she is absent, I am the happiest of the happy. Because I know that when she comes, she's going to ask difficult questions. And she's not going to nod her head as easily as you think. You have to persuade and marshal and mobilize lots of dates and lots of names and for her to say, okay, I'll think about it. Men or women, I'm talking about people who make you think. And these are the best audiences. These are the best students. I'm not asking you to be argumentative, but just to always question in a constructive sense. So Fatima bint Abbas was this woman that used to question, used to attend Ibn Taymiyyah's circle, and Ibn Taymiyyah used to be proud of her and used to mention her. And you're aware that Ibn Taymiyyah never got married, but he had a respectable relationship with Fatima. Fatima was not just a, between inverted commas, troublemaker. She had very healthy contact with other women. She used to be a good da'iyah. She used to teach them. So she was a scholar in her own right. Even Imam Dhahabi, he says in his book, when he talks about Fatima bint Abbas is a well-known scholar, by the way. He says, and I visited her many times. And look, male visit female in a context of respect, in companions, etc. But he says, وَقَدْ زُرْتُهَا وَأَعْجَبْنِي سَمْتُهَا وَخُشُوعًا. And I was impressed and fascinated with her aura, with her khushu', with her attitude. Imam Dhahabi, by the way, does not sell words for free. He does not, oh, you are nice. Imam Dhahabi is a very, very critical muhaddith. And when he says to you, you are a cool guy, that means you are a cool guy. And when he says you are rubbish, you better commit suicide. Meaning that he means what he say, and most probably he is right. So don't ask him for a reference, unless you are sure that he likes you. So for Imam al-Dhahabi to say, وَقَدْ زُرْتُهَا وَأَعْجَبَنِي سَمْتُهَا وَتَخَشُّعُهَا, and her khushu', I think this will add to her CV. Fatima, but she doesn't care anyway, because she was great anyway. But I'm telling you what the male community was saying about her, both Ibn Taymiyyah and Al-Hafiz al-Dhahabi. As-Sakhawi is another well-known scholar. He had 68 teachers. Imam Suyuti, a very well-known mufassir, muhaddith, and mu'arrikh, he had 33 teachers. It's knowledge that excels you on the top of society, not your sex, gender, ethnicity, origin, or your social background. And therefore, because of that, those male scholars never felt ashamed of saying, my teacher was Fatima. My teacher was a decent human being who happens to have been a woman. Then I said to myself, okay, are you going to talk to us about scholarly women? Well, this is something that has been exhausted now. Lots of tapes, lots of women scholars. I was then beginning to think, no, I should be looking for scholars who have taught men. Again, it's like made men, but now taught men, if you want. If you want another title for this theme, taught men, educated men. Men, be quiet, sit down, relax, and I will teach you. This is exactly what I'm getting at. This was the model that I was looking for. The immediate example is the example of Hafsa ibn Sirin, again, who was the sister, as you now know, of Muhammad ibn Sirin, the great mufassir and interpreter of dreams. She is a great tabi'i, for your information. So she saw companions. She saw Aisha radiallahu anha, and she accompanied Aisha radiallahu anha, and she learned from Aisha radiallahu anha. A male figure, who is well-known figure, who is called Iyas ibn Muawiyah al-Muzani. Iyas al-Muzani, a great spiritual scholar. He says, ما أدركت أحدا أفضله على حفصة. It's an amazing quote from a brother. Imagine a brother today says, my best speaker or scholar or role model is Sister Amina. You know Sister Amina, don't you? You don't? Well, it's just a name, I made it up. But why not? Why don't we have Sister Amina in the future? Why always Brother X, Brother Y from the United States, or brother, I don't know, from Yemen, or brother? Why? Why? Don't we have eloquent women? Don't we have knowledgeable women? Iyas says, I have never witnessed in my life a human being who is better than Hafsa. At his time, do you know who was living at his time? Muhammad ibn Sirin, her brother, and Al-Hasan al-Basri. Do you know Al-Hasan al-Basri? Okay, I'm not going to dramatize Al-Hasan al-Basri. Books are written on him. Hasan al-Basri is a fascinating. He's mujaddid. But I want you to appreciate this statement. So they said to Iyas, what about Al-Hasan al-Basri and Ibn Sirin? He repeatedly said it. He said, Wallahi, I still think I've never seen someone greater than Hafsa. Why? Hafsa is amazing. Hafsa learned the Quran at the age of 12. Hafsa, don't try this at home, otherwise the council might throw you away from the house. Hafsa dug her grave in the house. And sometimes she would sleep in that grave. Don't go and burn your carpets and, Father, what are you doing, sister? I've been to this course. He said to me, go and dig your house. But what I'm trying to tell you is that those people, by the way, they live the akhirah even inside their households. Every day she reads half of the Quran. 15 juz. I am aware of brothers who, when they read 2 verses a day, they think that they are angels flying on this earth. And I am aware of active brothers who tell me that for the last 3 months I have never opened the Quran. I don't want this, I don't want this. I don't necessarily want you to read half of the Quran every day. I know you have the language, you don't have the time, you are still Biktal or Yusuf Ali, you don't enjoy it. I know. But I'm making a point. Connect with the Quran. Even if on a tape recorder or a Walkman or whatever. Connect. But as far as she is concerned, she has a graveyard in her house and she reads half of the Quran every day. Do you understand now why he thinks she's better than everyone else on this earth? Whenever you consult for your dreams Muhammad ibn Sirin, whenever people consult Muhammad ibn Sirin himself, not on dreams but on the Quran, he says, go and ask my sister Hafsa. It's amazing for a man to direct other men to a female member in the family. Go and ask my mother, go and ask my sister, go and ask my wife. Who would do that? Another example, I'm introducing to you someone who is a great scholar, and books have been written about him, and I can talk all day about him. And maybe you know him and maybe you don't. He is called Sa'id ibn al-Musayyib. Sa'id ibn al-Musayyib had a very beautiful daughter. So beautiful, so pious. Do you know who proposed to his daughter? Do you know the one who was sitting with Al-Hajjaj, who was the husband of al-Banin? What was he called? Yazid. He proposed to her. He proposed to her father. And her father, because he thought he's not a fit husband, he owned a lot of money, by the way. But the father still felt he's not a fit husband. I wish all fathers hear this. Anyway, he thought he's not a fit husband. He prays, he has a beard, but he's not fit. So he said no. And of course Yazid disliked Sa'id because of that. Who did she marry? Once Sa'id went to the circle that he was leading. He had a circle. And one of his faithful students was absent in that circle. So he asked about him. The following day he came. He said, Ya Sheikh, I could not come yesterday. Why? My wife passed away. And he didn't say to him anything. He said, would you take my daughter? Look at these different values. Different values. He rejected a potential caliph, a potential prime minister who will move from, I don't know which street in London to 10 down the street if he won the election. And he gave her to someone who lived in a council flat, who was extremely poor. I'm trying to dramatize the social background. So he said to him, would you be prepared to marry my daughter? He was shocked. He knows who is she. In fact, I think that he might have thought proposing many years ago, but he was afraid that the teacher would reject. That's his teacher. And this is a moment of agony because of the departure of his wife. And the good news is that, would you like to marry my daughter? And he said, of course. How would I say? At least it means that you will be my father-in-law. Then he said, okay. And then he went home, the student, and someone knocked the door. He opened the door, and he found Sa'id ibn al-Musayyib, the sheikh, with a covered woman. And Sa'id gently pushed his daughter into the house, and he spoke to his student. He said, I don't want you to spend the night alone. And he wants to consummate the marriage today. He proposed today, and he got married in the same day. MashaAllah, it's excellent. I wish I was his student. So the student was shocked. You know what he did? He went on the top of the house and started screaming, a woman in my house, a woman, I'm not ready for her. I didn't clean the house, fish and chips everywhere. I'm not ready. Until his mother came. She learned that he got married. She said, Wallahi, don't consummate the marriage. I will take her. I will clean her. I will prepare her for you. And she brought her to him. And she was covered. And the door was shut. And he uncovered her. And she was glowing before his face. This is the first time that he sees his wife. The following day, he began to wear his clothes, the clothes of the ilm, like Malik ibn Anas, and turban himself. And she said to him, where are you going? He said, I am going to your father, to learn from your father. She said, stay, and I will teach you the knowledge of my father. The entire knowledge of my father, I will teach it to you. What an excellent teacher, mashallah. Imagine your wife, you have popcorn with your wife, and you don't need to sit in a circle and stretch your legs and say, what a boring speaker. It's a beautiful woman who is teaching you and who happens to be your wife. Have you seen an open university that is more interesting and attractive university than this? You don't need to go to university, just stay at home, work from home, study at home. And she actually taught him the entire knowledge of Sa'id ibn Musayyib. Of course, that means what? That means that she herself was a faithful student to her father, and that she superseded this student that her father treated as the best student. So for the daughter to teach the best student, that means that she is an A-grade student. I've just got an interesting lady that I would like to introduce to you before we move into himma or aspiration. I was aware and conscious that I'm speaking to people who come from Europe. You're speaking to a European audience. So I wanted to bring an example of European models of women who excelled in knowledge. Of course, historical examples. I found a lot of information on women from Spain, from Andalus. So I spoke a lot during this course about people from Baghdad and from Mecca and from Medina. This is the eastern part of the Muslim world. Now, I would like to introduce to you Andalus, or Spain, and tell you also that there were great women in Andalus or in Spain. Before I tell you about stories of a couple of ladies, couple of women, let me actually introduce to you Andalus during their time. And I am going to use a statement that was written by a Dutch Orientalist called Dozy, D-O-Z-Y, who wrote a book in 1844, quite an old book. And one of the things that he was saying in this book is, this is for you to appreciate the society, the European Muslim society in Andalus during the Muslims' time. He says, most of the individuals, men or women, used to know how to read and write at a time where only the elites and priests in Europe could do so. So he's comparing between the layman in Andalus and between people in Europe. He says virtually any Andalusian, any Muslim European, men or women, could read and write at a time where in Europe, Christian Europe that is, writing and reading was confined to the elites and primarily the religious elites or the priests. He says something else. He says Andalus is the first city in the European world to introduce this institution called public library. In any borough, in any area in London or in the UK, there has to be a GP, a clinic, and a public library. It's unfortunate that this is not the case today in, say, a lot of the Muslim Arab countries. Yes, there is a clinic, but not necessarily a public library. And usually when you go to public libraries, they are closed, or books are dusted, old books, out of date, so as to say to you, please, next time, don't come here. There, he says, the Dutch Orientalist, he says, public libraries in Andalus were everywhere. He says, Andalus by itself, and Andalus was a small city. Look at it in the map. During that time, he says, Andalus alone had 60 public libraries. And Grenada, he says, had about 70 public libraries. And then he compares them with the number of public libraries in Europe. And of course, there is no comparison. And this is an Orientalist. He's not a Muslim, or he's not myself. And then he says Andalus at that time had 30 million Muslims. So it was a proper urban city, 30 million Muslims. So for women to become known in Andalus was not easy. A, we are talking about a very big population, 30 million, and B, we are talking about a very educated population. So while I can tell you that X and Y knows how to write and read in Mecca, this is okay, this is a skill because there is a few number of population and the society is Bedouin. Here I'm talking about an urban society, educated society, modern society, and therefore it's not really an achievement to say this woman knows how to read and write. So I cannot mislead you now by introducing to you women and say she can read and write. You will say, stop, come on. According to Dozy, everyone could read and write. So there has to be something unique that women could do. I have two women. One have excelled in everything to do with religious sciences. This woman, I am sorry to say that no one knows her name. I found her in a book that was called Nisa al-Andalus, Women of Andalus. And the book is just about women in Andalus. And it's about names of scholars, names of even singers, names of poets, names of everyone who excelled in that society. It's like who is who in Andalus. You might not agree with everyone and what she did or used to do, but that's it. These were the notables of their time. This daughter of this well-known scholar who is called Faiz al-Qurtubi, or Faiz from Cordoba, she excelled in all sorts of knowledge, science of tafsir, language, lugha, the science of poetry, and she took all that from her father. So it's like the daughter of Sa'id ibn al-Musayyib. She also learned from her husband raqa'iq and fiqh, spiritualism and tasawwuf and fiqh. Sometimes a woman complains or sister complains that this is a patriarchal society. You are under the authority of your father. And then the father passes away, you are under the authority of your senior or junior brother. And then you get married, you are under the authority of your husband. The husband passes away, you are under the authority of your son. So we are always oppressed by these males, whoever, whatever the title. Maybe that's true. But maybe if you consider these as institutions, they will be institutions to you. So you can say, okay, it happens that I am the daughter of this father. What can I learn from this father? It happens that I am the wife of this husband. Now, what can I learn from this husband? And certainly, surely, he can teach you something. I'm not here talking about fiqh or hadith. I'm talking about this male that sometimes you feel you are not happy. He carries opportunities, he carries potentials that you can benefit from. I'm trying to make you look at things around you. from a positive way, rather than you having this habit of perceiving everything to be negative. So this is an example of a woman who learned from her father, who got married and learned from her husband. And then, and this is what is fascinating, this is a mother, she has children, and I know that this is now, you will tell me, problematic, but I don't know how she managed to do it. Maybe she waited until they got married and then she was more freer to walk and go and travel. But this woman actually traveled a lot. I'm talking about a European woman, an Andalusian woman, not a Bedouin from the Middle East. No, she's a European Andalusian coming from a socially respected background. She utilized her position in Andalus and met all the scholars in Andalus. Would you do that? Would you go to London and utilize all the scholars? Or you will say, I would not listen from that scholar because he's a man of bid'ah. I will not listen to that scholar because he's a dodgy scholar. Then you will not learn anything. Stay at home and connect to this scholar through the internet, and that's it. Ya akhi, go, or ya ukhti, go and travel and meet him. You might listen to something that is of use to you. So this woman, my point is that she went to all the dodgy scholars and all the decent scholars and all the scholars. And she met them and learned from them. And after utilizing all of them, she went outside Andalus and traveled to Granada, and she went to Dania. Dania is a city in Spain, populated by Muslims. She targeted a scholar that was based in Dania. So she traveled all the way from Andalus to Dania. When she arrived at Dania to meet the scholar, they said to her, we are sorry, sister, this scholar passed away today. And sisters and brothers, this is a woman who did not come first class British Airways in a couple of hours. This is a woman who traveled months and months on the top of a camel to meet this scholar in Dania. So for her to hear the news that he is dead, but nonetheless, she's after knowledge. What did she do, this positive woman? She attended his janazah, and then she began to ask, who is the inheritor of his knowledge? Who is the carrier of his knowledge? They say to her, his carrier, his inheritor is a well-known student, faithful student. Do you know what she wanted? She wanted to know ilm al-qira'at, how to read the Quran in different qira'at. There are 7 qira'at, Warsh and Hafs, and so she wants to learn all the qira'at. When she arrived to Dania, he died. The scholar that was the master of the qira'at. She said, who inherited the knowledge? They said to her, his faithful student, Abu Dawood al-Balansi. You know why he's called Balansi? Because he's from Valencia. Valencia is another city in Spain. And these are like, look, European, Dania, Valencia. It's not like Baghdad, Cairo, Mecca, Medina. I'm talking about a European case for you here. So she went to Valencia. She's after knowledge. And then she mastered the 7 qira'at. And after that, she thought, enough of the West. I've been to Andalus, I've been to Valencia. Of course, all within Spain. She didn't think about Oxford and Cambridge and Harvard, because at that time, they didn't have enough public libraries. They didn't have enough people who could read and write. So where would she go? She would go to the eastern side. So she went to Hajj. But from Valencia to Hajj, she went and stopped into Cairo, Baghdad, Hims, Damascus, and you can see the route in the map. This is a route that is being taken by a woman traveler. A woman traveler, excuse me for saying this, who could be attacked and raped, who could be killed by muggers. A woman who was in the middle of the desert in the middle of the night. But she's going for that cause. I know that you might tell me that there were male guardians, I don't know. But I am saying that for a woman to be months and months and years outside from her household is something amazing. And she met all the scholars in these cities, and she died in Egypt, and she was buried in Egypt. It has nothing to do with Andalus anymore. This is the story of a fascinating woman. I'm going to end with the story of that other girl. This girl is simple. Her name, I don't know her name. She was a servant. She's in a lesser degree than even an oppressed wife. She's a servant. She can be bought and sold. Abda, Amma, Jariya, if you want. But we know that she was the servant of Al-Hakam. And Al-Hakam was the Khalifa of Al-Andalus, who was different than the Khalifa of the Muslim world. Al-Andalus had their own Khulafa, the Umayyads Khulafa. We know her as the servant of Al-Hakam. So she is unfortunately identified through a male figure. But that's not important for her. What was important, do you know what? She was able to master how to use the astrolabe. Astrolabe is a very ancient astronomical computer for solving problems relating to time and the position of the sun and the stars in the sky. Astrolabes are used to show how the sky looks at a specific place at a given time. This is done by drawing the sky on the face of the astrolabe and marking it so that positions in the sky are easy to find. To use an astrolabe, you adjust the movable components to a specific date and time. Once set, the entire sky, both visible and invisible, is represented on the face of the instrument. The history of the astrolabe begins more than 2,000 years ago. The principles of the astrolabe, and goes on and on and on. This woman, for 3 years, she learned how to use the astrolabe, so much so that Al-Hakam was amazed with her ability, skill and technique to use the astrolabe, and he said to her, your role in this palace is to teach my students, my male, my female, to teach all those who I would like you to teach how to use the astrolabe. This example is fascinating because here I am promoting, marketing to you someone who excelled in other than Sharia, in other than Quran and Hadith. Wallahi, if I had stories of chemistry, of biology, I would not have hesitated. But this is the story that I found of a servant, of a slave girl that mastered astronomy, physics, and the astrolabe. أقول قولي هذا وأستغفر الله لي ولكم فاستغفروه إنه هو الغفور الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه ومن تبعه بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. Sisters and brothers, we started this course with problems. And I wanted to do that because we were at the beginning. Problems meaning trying to be realistic as much as possible, appreciating that people commit adultery, people change from disbelief to belief, people change lifestyle, hence U-turn, people encounter problems, but they succeed in them. This is more or less the norm, isn't it? This theme here now, aspiration, already some are frustrated with the examples that I've mentioned. But with aspiration, maybe a lot of you will be frustrated. But that's the nature of aspiration. That's the nature of the very meaning of the word in Arabic, and that is himma. Not everyone has himma. Not everyone wants to change the earth. Not everyone wants to make a difference. Well, I must maybe rephrase that. Well, everyone wants, but not everyone really does it. Well, okay, maybe everyone does it, but not everyone persists in doing it. So I just want to dramatize to you this concept of himma and high aspiration and say to you that my target audience now, and because we are coming at the end of the course, I'm beginning to narrow my target audience now. This theme is not necessarily compatible with everyone. So if you feel that that's not me, that's not a problem. This is for people who are high flyers, not in dunya, but in everything in life and in akhirah. This is to a sister here that is sitting here that is willing to do something that all of us one day will say, wow, was this the sister that attended this course 2 years ago? Yes. What happened to her? Now she's doing this and this and this and this. I hear a lot of stories. What happened to this? Oh, she got married and now she has a baby. Excellent, excellent. I'm not undermining that. What happened to this brother? Oh, brother, alhamdulillah, he's working now in this. Excellent, very good. But when you hear that this brother now, or this sister now is doing so and so and so and so, something that is extremely unique, this is really a source of admiration. Let me then tell you what I mean with the word himma and high aspiration. And again, these are the paradigms that I look into this theme through. Number one, himma or aspiration or high aspiration. I like himma because it's not like tumuh or aspiration, but let's say high aspiration. High aspiration or himma is the highest level of aspiration. And therefore, those who attain it are a minority. They could be 5, they could be 2, they could be 3 in a Muslim population of 2 or 3 million. That is the people of himma. Number 2, there were lots of women who attained the highest level of ambition, and in many cases higher than the ambitions of most men. And when I say to you, those are minority, gender is not an issue here. What is an issue is the number. So I'm talking about 5. It begins to be silly, therefore, to ask me 5 men or women. No, 5 human beings on the top of humanity. And therefore, if that is the case, then it begins to be acceptable to find a woman on the top of humanity. Number 3, high aspiration is an attitude in life that could be developed within time. This is not to frustrate you. You are not born genetically with himma. This is the gene of aspiration. No, it's a developed process. Himma is an attitude in life that could be developed with time, commitment, and discipline. No one is a loser forever. No one is always making fool of himself forever. There are conceptions here that needs to be changed. And at the moment that they change, you can be among this minority club of himma. These are the lenses that I'm looking through when I discuss himma. And let me at the outset mention to you, and here I'm going to talk to you about 3 stories. All of them are fascinating. And I'm going to begin to tell you a story of a woman that no one knows her name, but she was extremely famous during her time. Some historians say that her name is Su'ayra al-Asadiyya, and she was from Habasha or Abyssinia or Ethiopia, and she was known as Zufar. But these are speculations. No one is sure. Okay, look at this story now. Let's zoom into her life. Ata was a well-known scholar based on the knowledge that he inherited from a well-known companion who is called Ibn Abbas. Ata ibn Abi Rabah says, once I was with my teacher Ibn Abbas, and a black woman passed by. Ibn Abbas said to me, do you want me to show you a woman from heaven? Do you want me to show you a woman from Jannah walking on earth? What would you say if I told you, do you want me to show you someone who's going to heaven, to Jannah? Of course, here we cannot compare, but I'm just trying again to make you think. Ata ibn Abi Rabah said, yes, of course, show me. And then she passed, an old woman, old black woman. She passed, he said, this is her. And then Ata said to Ibn Abbas, tell me her story. He said, when this woman was young, because Ata is not a companion, Ata is a tabi'i, so this is an old story. But the woman is old now. Ibn Abbas says, when this woman was young, he said, this woman came to the Prophet ﷺ. She said, Ya Rasulullah, I have a terrible illness. I have epilepsy, and it's a disease that I've been suffering from for many, many years. You have to be aware of something. Any dua that Rasul ﷺ does is answered. But it's amazing that a lot of the companions never asked him for favors. Subhanallah, it is as if the companions were believing in the dua, its power, but not taking this as a justification to sit and to wait for Rasulullah's dua to be admitted to Jannah. And this woman was one of them. So she says, Ya Rasulullah, I had this illness. And Rasulullah understood that it's an indirect complaint, but he gave her an option. He said, and what a fascinating option. He said to her, if you want, I can make dua for you and you will be healed. And if you want, you be patient with your disease and you will go to Jannah. Brothers and sisters, I ask you, if you had a son or a daughter who had cancer, and you had a Rasulullah coming to you, and you said, Ya Rasulullah, make dua for my son to be treated from cancer. And Rasulullah says, if you want, I can do it now, and you can go home, and she or he are excellent, and will not die. Or, you become patient, he will die, but he will go to Jannah. What will you choose? There will be a struggle. I think the best standard answer is, can't I have them both? That's maybe the best diplomatic standard answer. Ya Rasulullah, make dua, and inshallah make dua as well, that when she or he are treated, that they go to Jannah. There was no argumentation. There was no bargaining. There was no negotiation. She said, Ya Rasulullah, I will accept the second option. I will be patient. But I have a problem. Here I need your dua. When I have this epilepsy, I begin to be uncovered. So please, at least make dua that when I have it, I don't become naked or uncovered. Look at the midst of this disease and illness, what this woman is thinking about. Does a sister today think, okay, maybe I shouldn't say this, but this concept of covering and uncovering, is it an issue to some sisters? Here we are not talking about hijab. Here we are talking about a naked leg or a naked feet or something that shouldn't appear. And even if it does appear, she has no control over it. But even then, she doesn't want this to happen. And she lived with epilepsy for a tabi'i to see and witness a walking woman in heaven. I sometimes think about this woman and say to myself, how did this woman used to behave? How did this woman used to interact with society, knowing that she will go to Jannah? If I told you now, you are going to Jannah, I don't know, maybe you will stop praying or something. But this woman, as if Rasulullah did not promise her, she wasn't going saying, who would like to see a woman from Jannah? Pay 50 pence or whatever, come and see me. It was the society that was talking about her from her back. And she doesn't care about that society because she has already guaranteed her place in Jannah. Isn't this the highest aspiration? What is the high? You know why I chose her story, this woman? Because she had aspirations. You have aspirations. You want to get married and you want to work and you want to go to Jannah. Now this woman, it is as if she is making a statement that I have ceased to think about anything in life. I have ceased to think about a potential husband that once he knows that I have this illness, he will not get married to me. I will not be a good mother. I will have problems with society. I have ceased to have ambitions and interests in these things that you have interests in. Nothing interests me in this life except going to Jannah, and therefore I did not have a second chance or thought when Rasulullah put it as an option for me. I didn't hesitate. Now if this is not himma, what is it then? What is it? And that's why I would not blame you or blame myself if I said, oh, I just want you to heal this cancer or AIDS or epilepsy. Because this is the minority now. How many people did Ata ibn Abi Rabah see walking men or women in Jannah? How many? This was a single hadith said about a single woman. Ibn Ata did not say, okay, show me the following day. Oh, you showed me yesterday a woman, show me a man now. Give me an example. She was the only single human being that he was aware of during his lifetime of someone who was going to go to Jannah. Didn't I tell you we are talking about a minority? This was the story of someone who we don't know her name. Another story of another woman, Sumayya bint Khubat, the mother of Ammar ibn Yasir. She was a servant. She was a slave. And therefore she was tortured by her masters for accepting Islam. She was tortured, her husband was tortured, and her son was tortured. Do you know how they used to torture people during this time? They used to dress them in clothes made of iron and put them on the hot sand, 12 o'clock noon, and leave them there. Not just leave them naked in the sand. It's like putting them in a microwave, putting them in an oven. Because the best way to heat and to burn someone is to stick a hot piece of iron next to his or her body. That's how they were tortured. And it's not for a couple of hours, it's for many hours until the sun sets. Sometimes they would ask the children to fiddle with your eyes and put their fingers in your eyes until the eye comes out of your face. That's what some used to do, and this is in the books of history. And this is some of what has happened to Bilal. Now this happened to Sumayya, and it happened to her husband, and it happened to her son. Have you ever wondered why Sumayya was the only person who was killed from the three? Because both male, the husband, and the son compromised and gave into what the mushrikeen wanted them to say. That Ammar ibn Yasir went weeping to Rasul ﷺ and said, Ya Rasulullah, they forced me to say that God was this small living organism creeping on the sand. And I'm crying because I said it. I had to say it. Allah is Ju'al. And Rasul ﷺ said to him, but what do you feel inside? He said, Wallahi, I know who is Allah. So the verses were revealed, إِلَّا مَنْ أُكْرِهَ وَقَلْبُهُ مُطْمَئِنٌ بِالْإِيمَانِ. Those who are forced upon to say words or actions of kufr, Allah will not punish them, provided that they have this peaceful conviction in their heart that Allah is one. The point I'm trying to say to you, that they have already had the permission to compromise. This is number one. Number two, they have already been given the good news of going to Jannah. So Ammar ibn Yasir, when he compromised, he was already aware that he was going to Jannah. You are aware of Rasulullah's words to them, Sabran ala Yasir, fa inna maw'idukum al-Jannah. Be patient, O family of Yasir, because you are promised Jannah. So that means you are promised Jannah. The father compromised, and then he was exempted. And Ammar ibn Yasir compromised. Sumayya did not. They said to her, say Allah is this. She said, Ahadun Ahad. They said, say Allah is that, Ahadun Ahad, until she provoked Abu Jahl. And Abu Jahl said to her, I know why you became a Muslim, because you were attracted to Muhammad, because of his good looks. She spat on his face, and she made him crazy. And he put the spear in her private part, and he killed her. I am talking again about a minority. Not every man could bear this. There were lots of men that were defeated and compromised and went crying and weeping to Rasulullah. And that's why Sumayya is not famous for anything that she did for Islam except this moment, because she did not live to see Medina. She did not live to see Khaybar or Uhud or Badr. But These 2 moments that she resisted, these 2 moments that she spat on the face of this were enough to grant her an admission to the minority club. If she have given in, if she cried, she would be like Ammar, she would be like her husband, she would be like X and Y and Z. She would be like the norm, the standard. This is high aspiration. I don't want you again to feel frustrated, because this is a special private club for private people. You are welcome to go, but you need to be prepared for the conditions of membership. I am done with 2 now. I am left with a fascinating example, which I will end himma with. And this example, you can even Google this example if you want, because it's available in French, in German, in English. It's a story of a fascinating woman called Khawla bint al-Azwar. And I don't want to say everything about Khawla. Her story is available and is accessible in English, and she is famous. But I will tell you something. For the last month, I've been preparing this course since February. For the last month, I sometimes like this, when I'm looking at the ceiling, I say, what if I was sitting in a house and all the women that I spoke about, I could see them. I could see Khawla, I could see Nusayba, and see them engaged with each other, introducing each other. This is coming from the 18th century. This is coming. I know that you think I am mad, but this is the sort of thing. And how does she look? And is she fat? Is she short? Is she tall? Is she white? Is she black? When she speaks, does she speak eloquently, or her voice, is she shy? How does she look? Can I get a glimpse, a taste of what these characters were? Were they human beings? Did she know how to cook? How did she used to pray? If I read Quran to her, will she listen to me, or will she say, what is this? You can't even read properly. I'll show you how to read. I sometimes think about these things, and really, my respect for these people goes up and up and up, higher than you think. And that's why I said to you from the beginning, I am grateful to IslamicCourses.com for actually giving me this opportunity. I say, if it was not for this course, I, as a man or a male, would never have bought the 20, 30 books about women. Why should I read about it? This is me. I might have read about women before marriage, but I have an open book at home, so after marriage. So why should I read about women? It was because of this opportunity that I was forced to read, and I have learned a lot. And I am sorry that I have 2 lines of brothers, because the rest of the brothers thought that this is a women's course. Wallahi masakin, they don't know what they are missing. All these mad ideas were inspired from this lady, Khawla bint al-Azwar. That however much I read her story, I cannot cease to be amazed. I think Khawla, if she had a fight with me, she will kill me. Khawla bint al-Azwar is a great personality. She did not see Rasulullah, but she saw the rest of the companions. Khawla bint al-Azwar never got married, but her relationship with her brother Dirar was so powerful. She loved him a lot. And when a woman loves, she loves. Rabi'a al-Adawiyya loved Allah. And this is what happens when a woman loves Allah. Khadija or Aisha loved her husband. Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, this is what happens when a woman loves her husband. Abu Hanifa loved his mother. So much so that when his mother just passes in a circle and he is teaching in that circle, he would say, come on, you go home, all students, study, the circle is cancelled, my mother needs me. Who would do this when he is on his mobile? And a mother calls you from the kitchen. You would say to your mother, wait, mother, I'm on the phone. This is what happens when someone loves his mother, and when a mother loves her son. Khawla is a story of what a woman would do when she is in love with her brother. Now Dirar is a great, brave warrior, mujahid. He did not fear anyone. It's amazing that Dirar taught his sister how to fight. The skill of using the sword, she knows it. The skill of using the spears, she knows it. Martial arts, she knows it. Through her brother. Her relationship with her brother is so intimate. So what happens, therefore, if something bad happens to Dirar? She will become mad. And that's actually what has happened. In one of the battles called Ajanadin, Dirar was captured and taken as a hostage. And Khawla became mad. For one, she was not aware whether he is dead or alive. And of course, if he is dead, she would become mad. But on her suspicion that he might be alive, she decided to rescue him. Have you seen The Rock? Have you seen any American movie which is about rescuing hostages? There are a lot, aren't they? Okay, this is not a movie. This is a real story of a woman trying to rescue her brother from the territories of the Romans. And the Romans are excellent, and you know this, fighters. They are not on donkeys with swords. No, they are excellent fighters, powerful fighters. What does she do? She wears her armor. And now when she wears her armor, no one knows that she is a woman. And she goes and fights. I would like you to visualize and imagine now that you are watching this movie. You are watching someone coming from a distance, wearing his armored clothes. You would assume that he is a man or a male, and you would see him approaching the enemy. The enemy is armored as well. And on the other side, the Muslim army, composed wholly and solely of men. And you see this woman or man zooming into the enemy and engaging in a fight with 20, 30, this is not an Indian movie, this is a real movie, engaging with 20, 30 people and being able to fight them and to defeat them. At that time, the Muslim army was led by Khalid ibn al-Walid. When you say Khalid, it's military skills. The Muslim people in the army that are watching this armored person fighting said that this is Khalid. This is Khalid ibn al-Walid. This can be no one except Khalid. And suddenly they saw Khalid coming from the right hand of the army. And they were shocked. If that is not Khalid, then who is he? And one of the Muslims in the army, called Rafi' ibn Umayra, went to Khalid ibn Walid, said, Khalid, I thought that was you. He said, no, that's not me. But I am wondering like you, who is he? He said, this is the first time I see someone fighting in this power and this strength and this energy. To impress Khalid, that means you are something special. When you impress a great person, that means you are equally or more great. You are more great or equally at least, but not less. Otherwise the great will not be impressed by a lesser greater. Isn't that right? Khalid sees this man fighting and killing and fighting, and the Roman army is retreating. Of course, there are other people that are fighting, but you can see it's like in football, there is a certain player that making an impact. Yes, there are other players with him, but you can see this is making an impact. So he can see this mobile fighter, fighting here and there, fighting here and there. And if you were like watching the gladiator, you would zoom your camera into one fighter in the entire army, because he is the one that is creating an impact. Khalid runs after this soldier, and with his horse revolves around him and says, show me your face, tell me your name. By Allah, show me your face. By Allah, you fought like a great, great fighter. And the person is not answering. And Khalid felt a little bit suspicious. And then, please, tell me your name. And one person said to him, come on, speak to the Amir al-Mu'mineen in the battle. Khalid is asking you, what's your name? And then a feminine voice comes out of the armor. And she says, Wallahi ya Amir al-Mu'mineen, it's not out of rudeness that I am not answering your question, but I am a woman. I am not a man. I am not Khalid. And Khalid said, who are you? She said, I am Khawla bint al-Azwar. And then he said to her, and why did you do what you did? She said, because I lost my brother and I'm not sure if he's dead or alive. So I thought to fight them in case he is a hostage and then I can rescue him. He took her and they went to their military bases. And during the day she was crying and crying and crying, Dirar, where are you, Dirar? Are you? And she began to say poetry, and I have the poetry. Dirar, are you alive or dead? Where are you, Dirar? Khawla is crying for you. Khalid felt sorry for her. So he brought Rafi' ibn Umayra, the one that I told you about, who was the second man in the army. He said, Rafi', look at this poor sister. Can't you check if he's dead or alive for her? He said, okay, I'll try to check. He had a hostage, a Roman hostage. This Roman hostage confessed at the end, and he said to him, look, are you aware of someone that you captured as hostage called Dirar? He said, Dirar, Dirar, Dirar. Oh yes, I know him. He fought like a man, and he fought like a lion, and he killed 40 Romans, and he killed our military leader. Yes, yes. He said, where is he? He said, he is hostage in Homs in Damascus. So he's alive? Yes, he's alive. He's a hostage. Rafi' ibn Umayra goes to tell Khalid, Khalid, Amir al-Mu'mineen, he is alive. Khalid goes and tells Khawla, Khawla, good news. Your brother is alive. Or if you want, he is alive. MashaAllah, good news. But he's a hostage. But don't worry, we will rescue him. He asked Rafi', Khalid ibn Walid asked Rafi', he said, Rafi', I want you to rescue him. Do anything that you can to rescue him. He said, how many soldiers do you need? Rafi' said, I need 100 soldiers, but I'm going to select them. They need to be top of the range. They need to be excellent fighters. So I'm going to choose them. And he chose 1, 2, 3, 4, 100 men. And then he said, Salam to Khalid, I'm going to go to Homs. Khawla ibn al-Azwar said, where are you going to? They said, we are going to leave. We are going to rescue Dirar. She said, okay, Salamu alaikum, go and may Allah be with you. No, 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 no. She said, I'm coming with you. I'm coming with you. Rafi' said, no, but this is a male mission. You can't come with us. She said, no, I'm coming with you. Yes, but we are 100 top of the range, Arnold Schwarzenegger, I don't know who. We are all of the muscular people taking steroids day and night. She said, I don't care. I'm coming with you. Rafi' goes to Khalid and says, she wants to come. Khalid says, you saw how she fought, didn't you? So she's not going to be a burden, take her with you. And they took her with them. And the historians tell us, and I can visualize it, that 100 people were on their horses going to Homs, and a distance, and one soldier at the back following, because of not to mingle and mix with the... Can you see it? 100, space, a woman at the back. But not a woman to yell and to, no, be careful, no, she's coming to fight with the 100. They went, and she went with them, and they fought, and they rescued Dirar. The story ends, but there is another occasion, there is another situation. Khawla continued to fight wars and battles, so as not to get the impression that she's just fighting for the sake of her brother. But whenever there is a battle, she fights. She's not treating the injured and bringing water. She's actually fighting. In one battle, she and a group of women were taken hostages by the Romans again. The leader of the Roman army fell in love with her. He said to his army members, no one gets closer to her, no one mistreats her. After we defeat the Muslims, I'm going to marry her. She is aware of that, but she doesn't care less. In the night, they were put together, and I think they were shackled, but somewhere in the middle of the... because this is in a battlefield. So Khawla, in the middle of the night, began to speak to the rest of the women. Are you going to accept this humiliation? Are you going to accept this capture? Do you know what it means to be captured by those Romans? Those pagans? Are you going to accept that? Some of the women said to her, but yes, but we don't have any horses. We don't have any swords. Look at a woman now that thinks about alternatives. She said, yes, but we have the pigs. So she said, yes, but we have these. And wallahi, sisters and brothers, she took this thing from the tents and she shouted. Have you seen, at least the men, you've seen Gladiator, some of you, where when they fight with the animals and with those, he says to them, let's keep together, let's close and be in a circle together. Don't keep apart from each other. This is exactly what Khawla ibn Azwar said. Said, look, if we wanted to fight those Romans, we have to stick together. We should not depart from each other. And everyone holding a stick, and whenever she sees a Roman, straight away on the top of his head. And they did exactly that. 5 Romans came, and this is maybe like an Indian movie now. 5 Romans came, they were killed. 10 Romans came, they were killed. The one who is in love with her from the Romans, I think this should be turned into a movie. The one who was in love with her said to her, Khawla, what are you doing? Are you going to kill me? After this has ended, I will marry you and we will live in the greatest palace in Damascus. She said, wallahi, to get married to the worst person in the Muslim community is far more better than to get married to you. Then she actually continues to fight and continues to fight. And he says to her, wallahi, I can kill you, but I don't want to kill you. I love you. She says, kill me if you're a man. And he approaches and approaches. And she approaches and approaches. And at that moment, the Muslim army comes, headed by Khalid ibn al-Walid, Rafi' ibn Umayra, saying, Takbir, Allahu Akbar. And all the Romans run away, and all these hostages become cut and loose, and they come, and Dirar is one of them, and she jumps on the horse and say to the rest of the women, look, this is how we can gain our freedom again. And they went back. Who can do this? I can't do it. This is Khawla bint al-Azwar. قولوا قولي هذا واستغفر الله لي ولكم فاستغفروه إنه الغفور الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. I wanted to end this course with a soft and tender theme. I've talked to you about muscular women, or women that were fighting men, and women who made men, and women who taught men, and women. I don't want you to leave this place with the impression that woman was doing this or doing something that was violent and doing something that might have been against her nature, whatever. So I thought I must end it in a soft note, a more realistic note, something that every woman should be proud of, a natural sentiment, a natural feeling that every woman should and must and can have, like men. I know that the theme will provoke rejection and will be controversial, and I will be included in the club of the dodgy people. I know that, but I will say it and let history judge whether I was right in my decision or not. I have called this title Love. And I have looked at love from these 4 paradigms. Love between the 2 sexes is a natural feeling that some Muslims are embarrassed to talk about because of its abuse and negative connotation, particularly in the West. 2, Islam recognized love as a form of an emotional energy that should not be denied or suppressed, but channeled in a halal and in a proper way. 3, the Prophet ﷺ recognized the occurrence of love as a feeling, even if not yet consummated with marriage, provided it was not translated into an unlawful practice. 4, when woman loves, she is faithful to the one whom she is in love with, and protects this love with means that to men may seem unusual. And this 4th point, I will justify it with my last story in this theme. I have a few stories, and some of them might be a little bit strange to you, but I will have to tell you these stories. You remember that I began the course with listing the rights of women that Islam recognized, and that one of the daughters of Ja'far ibn Abi Talib went to consult two elderly men from an Ansar. Do you remember? She went to consult them because her father enforced this particular person by way of a husband on her. Do you remember what the two elderly Ansaris said to her? They said to her, no, this marriage will not happen because Khansa bint Khaddam, her father married her against her will, and the marriage was cancelled. I didn't want to tell you then one small piece of information. Khansa bint Khaddam now has actually a story to tell about why she did not like this person that was imposed on her by her father. When that person was imposed on her, she actually went to Rasul sallallahu alayhi wasallam. And this is a little girl speaking to the holiest of holy, to the purest of the pure. She is speaking to Rasul sallallahu alayhi wasallam. She's not speaking to a sheikh, to a maulana, to a hafiz. No, she is speaking to the sheikhs of all these sheikhs, to Rasul sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Yet, and this is the point, she was not embarrassed to articulate and express her feelings to him. She said, Ya Rasulullah, I don't want to marry this man. And that's literally what she said. Inna amma waladi ahabbu ilay. My cousin is more beloved to me. Meaning what? I love my cousin. He cancelled the marriage. She could have said to him, I don't like him. That's not the one. That's not the one that I'm dreaming about. Are you in love with someone? No, it's just that I don't want him. She is making a positive statement now. No, I don't want him, and I am in love with someone else. Did Rasulullah say, behave yourself, you rude person? Did he slap her? Did he say, how dare you? We are in Medina and I'm the ruler, the Nabi of this ummah? Come on, if someone said to Rasulullah, I want to commit adultery, he did not slap him. Why did this poor girl with legitimate feelings should be slapped? I'm trying slowly but surely to introduce love to you now. You might, the moment I mentioned it, what the hell are you going to speak about? Well, that's exactly some of it. Let me give you another story. There was a husband and a wife at the time of Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam. They might not be famous, or they are not famous to a lot of you, if not all, except because of their love story. What was their story? The man was called Mughith. The woman was called Burayra. Now, Mughith was in deep love with Burayra. But Burayra did not love Mughith. So she asked for a divorce. And the problem did not end for Mughith. Literally, sisters and brothers, literally, Mughith more or less lost his mind. Read in the books of history. In fact, it's in Bukhari. Mughith, whenever Burayra is walking, he is walking after her, following her and crying and begging her to return to him. And Burayra just ignores him. And he goes in the city. And I always say this, imagine I took you now, 2006, and I've placed you in Medina. What would you expect to see? You would expect to see someone fasting there, someone praying there. So this is the idealist, isn't it? And you might see someone who is crying, and you say, surely, now I'm in Medina, this is the prophetic society. He's crying out of the fear of Allah. And he will look at you and say, no, I'm crying because I'm in love. What would you say? In love with who? With Allah? No, in love with a woman. What would you say? Am I in Medina or where am I? You know, I'm in the wrong city or what? This is exactly what was happening. So much so that Rasulullah looked to Ibn Abbas and literally said to him, Ya ibn Abbas, ألا تعجب من حب مغيثة بريرة ومن بغض بريرة مغيثا? And the tears is coming on the beard of Mughith. You know what Rasulullah said to Ibn Abbas? He said to him, Ibn Abbas, aren't you surprised? Isn't it strange to you to see this emotion, to see this love from Mughith to Burayra? And on the other hand, he says, and isn't it strange to see this hate from Burayra to Mughith? He's talking, Rasulullah is so sensitive that he wants Ibn Abbas to share with him this amazement of two extreme emotions. Neither were rejected. He wasn't making a critical statement about either. He was just saying, isn't it strange? Isn't it strange that when someone is in this deep love, this is what he does? And isn't it strange when someone is in deep hate, this is what he does? And then Rasulullah respects the feeling of Mughith. He respects his feelings. He's a human being. He's in love. He goes to Burayra and says, Burayra, why don't you return to Mughith? He's crying day and night for you. Can't you see what you are doing to him? He's going after you in the streets of Medina. Isn't there a possibility that you might consider? And Burayra sits, and this is I'm not talking about a rude feminist girl, no, decent, but just doesn't love him. He says, Ya Rasulullah, is this an order? He says, no, it's just a shafa'ah. I'm just trying to mediate. She said, then no, Ya Rasulullah. Then no, Ya Rasulullah. And Rasulullah stops there. End of story. I have thought about this story and came up with 5 comments. One comment was, Mughith is walking publicly in the streets crying, not feeling ashamed, not feeling embarrassed. And I don't recall in the hadith that there were people clapping and saying, look at Mughith, he is in love, what a loser, what a sad man. I cannot recall in the hadith someone coming and giving khutbah for half an hour. Ittaqillah ya Mughith, what are you talking about? Go and pray. In fact, it's the opposite. I am in front of 2 people. One is the greatest of the great. The second is Habrul Ummah, Ibn Abbas, watching this image and sympathizing with it. Number 1. This is one comment. Second comment. It is this genuine feeling that Mughith articulated. It is this genuine action of him is what made Mughith famous. I don't recall that Mughith have narrated a hadith or is famous for being knowledgeable or he's a companion, yes. But whenever you mention to a scholar Mughith, straight away the Mughith, the lover of Burayra. He have registered himself in history because of this genuine articulation and expression of the feeling, so much so that a hadith, an entire hadith was built and based upon this action, and Bukhari comes and registers this hadith in the book of Bukhari. The hadith says, قال النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم لعباس يا ابن عباس ألا تعجب من حب مغيث بريرة ومن بغض بريرة مغيث. This is a hadith, because you know that whatever Rasulullah mentions is a hadith. Even if it was a comment on something that you might think is trivial, it's a hadith. And scholars sit on that hadith to try to extract fiqh and hadith and from this story. I don't want to be extreme, but if I wanted, I could, by saying, I'm grateful to Mughith, because it's because of Mughith that Rasulullah uttered this hadith, and that we learned from Mughith's action, this hadith that we now worship Allah through memorizing. If I wanted to be extreme, or maybe it's because we are living in an extreme age that a statement that is otherwise normal is considered extreme. Number 3, the fact that This person is crying in public. The fact that he is gaining sympathy from someone who, of course, when the Sahaba sees that he is gaining sympathy, of course the Sahaba will be also sympathizing. No one will say to Rasulullah, Ya Rasulullah, what are you talking about? How can you sympathize with a lover? No, he is the master, and whatever he does, you should do. That means that the entire of society accepted this phenomenon. This is number 3. Number 4, Rasulullah did not just sympathize, recognize, I understand, I know exactly how you feel. No, he actually interceded and interfered and left his battles and left his problems in administering the political affairs of the ummah to solve a love problem. An emotional relationship between a man and a woman, and went and actually spoke to Burayra and said, Burayra, is there a chance in which you can consider? She said no. So it's more than just recognition and understanding. The 5th and final point is that the word no shows that women has feelings and strong feelings, and that Islam and Rasulullah respects these feelings, even if these feelings are considered by the man who is expected to be loved but in real terms is not, even if that is painful to him, but this is life. But this is life. We should respect. I mean, Rasulullah did not go and say, look, I order you. And I would expect that if Mughith came and said to Ya Rasulullah, what did she say? Rasulullah would say, she said no. Ya Rasulullah, can you force her? Rasulullah of course would say no. So all in all, respect for this concept of love. I know that L-O-V-E and this red heart, love heart, and Valentine's Day, I know that in the West the word love now is being abused and has negative connotation. But I'm not going to allow that this abuse of the word to make me refrain from using it, because it was there, it's a human phenomena, it's a natural phenomena. Now the way that you express it, yes, we can discuss that. But as a feeling, it's legitimate. And it shows that we are humans, we are not machines or animals. It shows that. It shows that to parents who want to marry their daughters by force to X and Y. It shows that I am a human being, even if I was 16. Let me tell you another radical story. This time, it's Zainab, the daughter of Ar-Rasul sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Zainab is the first baby that was born from this marriage between Ar-Rasul sallallahu alayhi wasallam and Khadija. So she is the eldest daughter. You are aware that all the daughters, all the sons died during the lifetime of Ar-Rasul sallallahu alayhi wasallam except Fatima. That died 6 months after the death of Ar-Rasul sallallahu alayhi wasallam. So Zainab actually died during the lifetime of Rasulullah, and Rasulullah loved Zainab a lot. Of course, he loved Ruqayya and Kulthum, but he loved his first baby. She was born when Rasulullah was 30, and 10 years before he became a prophet. Now Zainab got married based on her consent to her cousin Abu al-As ibn al-Rabi'a. That was his name. A lot of you might not know him. She actually had 2 children from him. One was called Ali, and the other was called Umama. Umama is the girl, Ali is the boy. Ali passed away. Umama grew up and got married to Ali ibn Abi Talib. This is not important. I'm focusing on Zainab now, but I just thought that I might introduce Zainab to you. Abu al-As loved Zainab so much, but he was not willing to embrace Islam. During the Battle of Badr, Abu al-As fought with the mushriks. Incidentally, before I tell you this, during the migration of Rasulullah and everyone migrated, but there were a minority that were left behind. Zainab was one of them. So Zainab did not, she remained with her husband. That is before the verse that a woman should not be associated with a non-Muslim. Then she departed. But during that time she was living with her husband, mushrik, kafir. So during the Battle of Badr, he traveled with the mushrikeen to Badr to fight Ar-Rasul sallallahu, and he was taking a hostage. So Zainab, the daughter of Ar-Rasul sallallahu, got the news, received the news. But what can she do? She's a Muslim, he's a mushrik. This is Rasul sallam, her father. Legally speaking, she can't do anything. But life is more complicated than legalities and fiqh. Life is about emotions as well, even if you cannot confess it. What are you talking about? What I'm saying is that she loved him and she was in love with him. This is her husband for the last 20 years. She loves him. So what did she do? When Rasul ﷺ pronounced that we can release hostages provided that you can pay for their ransom, you know what Zainab did? She took her necklace and said to the mushrik, one kafir person, said to him, go to Medina and give this to my father. This is my ransom to release my husband. When Rasul ﷺ saw the necklace, he immediately realized where it's coming from. Do you know where it's coming from? This necklace has been given as a gift from Khadija. Now this is my beloved woman. Rasul ﷺ, by the way, I heard one psychologist, Muslim psychologist in Saudi Arabia, Dr. Tariq al-Habib, he said Rasul ﷺ loved Aisha with his heart, but loved Khadija with his heart and mind. I'm not going now to talk about Khadija and Rasul ﷺ, but this is, to love someone with your heart and mind, I think this is the highest level of love. Sometimes you love a woman in your mind. Sometimes you love a woman in your heart. But to be able to love with the heart and the mind, it means a lot. It means a lot. Rasul ﷺ, Khadija was different, something else. Khadija was different, full stop. I won't say more than this. You have to appreciate. Anyway, actually, if you know why, you would then appreciate why Aisha was jealous from Khadija, even when Khadija is dead. Can you be jealous from a dead person? Yes, if she is so special. So Rasul ﷺ, when he saw the necklace, he shivered. This is the necklace that Khadija gave to my daughter on her wedding day. Now, taking this necklace as a ransom means what? Means that you will take the necklace, you will give it to the Muslim army, they will sell it, I don't know what they will do with it, and build something with the money. That means the necklace is gone. So Rasul ﷺ wants to do two things. He wants to release Abu al-As so as not to break the heart of his daughter, but at the same time doesn't want to lose the necklace. So he said to the Muslims, he said, would you agree to release Abu al-As and he can take the necklace with him home? Of course, Sahaba know the necklace, know who is Abu al-As, know about Rasul ﷺ and Khadija, know about Rasul ﷺ and Zainab, come on, this is his father-in-law. They said, of course, Ya Rasulullah. So Abu al-As took the qilada and went to Mecca, and of course, Zainab was happy, and he said, look, he gave me the qilada, Muhammad, your father. Of course, he did not yet become a Muslim. Then Rasul ﷺ ordered Zainab that now the verses are revealed, you should leave your husband, you should divorce him. So Zainab told Abu al-As, told him, and this is where now emotions must stop because of halal and haram, and because of legal, and because pleasing Allah. You see, I'm not as dodgy as you think. I am aware of what I'm talking about. I am saying that in a context of halal, emotionality is not a source of embarrassment. But when something is being committed haram, I'm not going to recognize this dodgy word called love. Now I will agree with you, and that is exactly what Zainab understood. So she said to Abu al-As, I will have to leave. And Abu al-As was a real gentleman. He said to her, I will secure your travel from Mecca to Medina. I will make, a group of men and women escort you to Medina. Take care of yourself, I don't know if he said to her, I'll see you soon, or maybe one day we'll meet. But that was the last time they saw each other in that context. So she left. Years passed and years passed. One day, Abu al-As was traveling on a trade business trip. He came from Damascus, moving into Mecca. And he was captured again by a group of Muslims. Because Muslims, caravans, you are aware, the caravans, any caravans, they would attack and take the booties, etc. So they captured him again. They captured him, took him where? Took him to Medina. Who is in Medina? Zainab. Zainab now is in Medina. Believe me or don't believe me, you go and check it out. Al-Rasul ﷺ respects those who make ijara for prisoners. What does ijara mean? Means that if you are someone who is respectable, if you are someone who is trustworthy, you can go to Rasul ﷺ and say, Ya Rasulullah, I will give ijara to this person. I will protect this person. This person should be treated decently. No one should harm, no one should attack this person. And Rasul ﷺ would respect that. Zainab went and made ijara to Abu al-As. And Rasul ﷺ knew that. He spoke to the society and said, we have to give ijara to whoever. Do you accept the ijara of Zainab? I have the quotes here. Yes, دخلت زينب إلى أبيها تطلب منه أن تجير أبا العاص فخرج النبي على المسلمين قائلا أيها الناس هل سمعتم ما سمعت؟ قالوا نعم فوالذي نفسي بيدي ما علمت بشيء مما كان حتى سمعت الذي سمعته. It's along. She says to him, Zainab says to Rasul sallam, oh my father, I have protected Abu al-As and he is in my house. And Rasul sallam said to the companions in the mosque, have you heard what I have heard? They said, yes, Ya Rasulullah. He said, Wallahi, I have not heard this before. Don't think that this is a setup. Don't think that I have done it with my daughter just to, we are pretending. This is the first time I hear it. Nonetheless, do you agree? Nonetheless, do you accept her ijara? They said, we accept, Ya Rasulullah. Okay, fine. Then he goes into the house of Zainab. He says, Zainab, la yaqrabannaki. Zainab, don't go closer to him. Don't take him to your bedroom, basically. فَإِنَّهُ لَا يَحِلُّ. For he is not permissible. وأمر رسول الله زينب أن لا يقربها لأنها لا تحل له ما دام مشركا. He stayed for a while and then lived for a while in Medina, saw this amazing woman, saw this amazing father-in-law, saw this amazing society, saw these amazing people that offering him protection. He said, Zainab, I must go. I have business to do in Mecca. He went to Mecca, sold everything, and came back, knocking the door on Zainab, saying, Zainab, will you marry me? I became a Muslim. And she remarried him again. Did they live happily ever after? Unfortunately, no, because a couple of months and years, Zainab passed away. This is a story of love or not? What is it? Some of these stories have been for years narrated to you, but from a fiqh point of view, from a sharia point of view, from a hadith point of view. Today, I chose to do something different. I have a final story. I have a story of a very powerful woman, very jealous woman, who was called Salama. Salama was married to one important ruler in the Umayyad Caliphate. Her mother-in-law is al-Banin. But her husband died, and she fell in love with Abu al-Abbas al-Saffah. Abu al-Abbas al-Saffah is the founder of the Abbasid Caliphate. He was extremely handsome, good-looking, so she loved him. And she wanted to marry him. And she sent a girl to propose to him. And he said, at that time, he was not a caliph yet. He was not a founder of anything. He was a poor man. So she proposed, and he said to the girl, well, I'm extremely poor. I cannot pay her any dowry. So she went and said to him, look, I want to marry you now. you take these 700 dinars and give me 500 dinar by way of a dowry and keep the rest. So she actually paid for her dowry and she gave him an extra pocket money. What a fascinating wife. I don't think she exists today. So she loved her, Abu al-Abbas al-Saffah, and she loved him a lot. And she was a very romantic woman. One day, of course, he became rich. He became the caliph, Abu al-Abbas al-Saffah. One day they were on the top of their palace and he was playing with his wedding ring. And his wedding ring dropped. Let me wear it before my wife. So it dropped from the top of the palace. And Salama took her wedding ring and dropped it so that it touches on the ground his wedding ring. He said to her, "Why did you do that?" What a romantic statement. She said, "I don't want your wedding ring to stay there alone for a long period of time. It will feel lonely. So I had to keep this in touch with it." You know what is amazing is that these words have been registered by historians. They were not rosy, pinky words said in the middle of the night in a bedroom. No, they were words that maybe a servant heard them and wrote them, and now I am telling these words to you. So they were in great love. But that's not my story. My story is that one day she heard a well-known speaker, eloquent speaker. He can really manipulate you and play with you like a Scientologist. Any Scientologist here? Okay. So he can play and manipulate you. His name is Khalid ibn Safwan, a very well-known speaker, well-known eloquent speaker. So Khalid ibn Safwan one day was sitting with Abi Abbas al-Saffah. He said, "Ya Amir al-Mu'mineen, to how many women are you married?" He said, "I am married only to one." He said, "Ya Amir al-Mu'mineen, someone who is rich like you, someone who's handsome like you, you should get married. Anyone will marry you. I can bring you the beautiful black women. I can bring you the beautiful red women. I can bring you the blondest of blonde. So I can bring you all colors. I can bring you the tall. I can bring you the short. I can bring you the thin. I can bring you the fat. I can bring you all the attractive women in their age, in their time, in their culture." And he began, and I've got what he said to him. And subhanAllah, when I read it, sometimes I say, where is Khalid ibn Safwan? I would like to get to know him. He's describing women to him. He says, "I will bring you this with this nose, I'll bring you this with..." So Abu al-Abbas, at the beginning said, No. But then, he said to him at the end, he said, "Wallahi, you've changed my mind, totally. Do such women exist?" He said, "Yes, you just say. You just make the niyyah and I will do it." And then he said, "Okay, let me think about it." He did a mistake, Abu al-Abbas, he did a mistake like Yazid when he went and said to al-Banin about Hajjaj. Abu al-Abbas, in the middle of the night, cannot go to sleep. So Salama says to him, "What's wrong? What's in your mind? Why can't you go to bed?" He said, "No, nothing." She said, No, tell me, why?" And when a woman insists and you cannot escape, so he had to tell her at the end. He said, "Today I was actually with Khalid ibn Safwan, and he began to tell me about getting married. And you know what? He began to tell me about this woman and this woman, and she began to insult Khalid. And what else did this person, I don't know what word she used. What else did he say to you? What else did he say to you?" He said, "Look, why are you insulting him? He wants the best for me. Why you are attacking him? What did he do to you? Come on, don't you know? Anyway, so why are you insulting him?" She said, "Okay, I will deal with Khalid." The following day, she was not like al-Banin, "Bring Hajjaj to me." No. Khalid ibn Safwan. Now we zoom the camera into Khalid's house. Khalid ibn Safwan. He says, "One day I was in the front of my house. The following day, after having this conversation with the Khalifa, said I was standing in front of my house, chatting to some friends. And suddenly I saw a group of huge, muscular people wearing the clothes of the palace. And I said to myself, I know why they are coming. They are coming to give me this great gift of money as a result of what I said to the Khalifa yesterday. They came to him, they said, you are Khalid? He said, yes. And they began beating him and beating him and beating him. He said, I was about to die. I ran into the house and shut the door. And he said, I stayed there for a while. And not for a while. He was actually put under house arrest. He said, I feared opening the door. These, I don't know who will attack again. So I remained in the house. Until one day, after a week or two, someone knocked on my door and said, I am from the palace. The Khalifa wants to speak to you. I opened the door. Are you sure the Khalifa? Yes. And then he said, okay, I will go with you. And then he went to the palace and met Al-Abbas again. Al-Abbas said to him, I missed you. Where have you been? He said, incidentally, you have to be aware that there are bugs, in palaces. And usually there are not electronic bugs, but women are sitting with listening. So now he's aware because he learned now. Whatever I'm going to say now, I'm going to pay up a high price for it. So he said, no, nothing, I was ill, ya Amir al-Mu'mineen. Sure you were. So he said, I was ill, ya Amir al-Mu'mineen. He said, you know why I called you today? He said, yes, why? He said, I want you to resume your beautiful talk. Since a couple of weeks, I've been thinking about nothing other than the very beautiful words that you were saying. He said, what? What beautiful words? What? What did I say? He said to him, you talk to me about women, beautiful women. He said, look, ya Amir al-Mu'mineen, I must tell you something. The worst thing to do in this life is to marry a second wife. And wallahi, those who are having more than one wife, wallahi, they live in hell. I tell you this. That's literally what he says. يا أمير المؤمنين الضرتين من الضر ومن كان عنده أكثر من واحدة كان في ضر وجهد بغيض وتنغيص. What headache to get married to why are you laughing? To get married to another woman. He said, this is not what you told me. He said, no, that's what I told you, Ya Amir al-Mu'mineen. Maybe you forgot. And if you forgot, I'm going to remind you. I told you that 3 women are like 3 crusades coming to you in the middle of the night. Al-Abbas is related to Rasul sallam. He's from the Abbasid. He says, Wallahi, I am not related to Rasul sallam. By Allah, I have no relation to Rasul sallam if this is what you told me. It's an Arabic way of saying, this is far away from what you told me. Wallahi, I have never heard these words before. No, he said to him, Wallahi, this is what I told you. I even told you that 4 women is like illness and diseases coming all on the top of you all together. He said, Wallahi, I've never heard this from you. And then he said, Wallahi, I said this to you. He said, do you mean that I am a liar or crazy? He said, no, Ya Amir al-Mu'mineen. But I told you that those virgin women are rubbish. Actually, they are not virgin. And actually, in reality, they are men in disguise. That's what he says. That's what he says. Actually, he says, a very bad word, but I'm not going to say it. He wants to rescue himself from another kick in the face, so he can say anything. And when he said this, like all virgin women are like men, he could see someone giggling from behind a curtain. He said, and I told you, Ya Amir al-Mu'mineen, that the best women on this earth are those from Bani Makhzoom. This is our tribe. And she was sitting at the back saying, oh, Wallahi, yes, Wallahi, yes, Wallahi, you are right. Wallahi, you are right, Ya Ammah, oh, my cousin, Wallahi, you are right. And then he said, I left. And a couple of days, I saw the same muscular men with, oh no, what wrong did I do? They came, they gave me a donkey, they gave me a horse, they gave me 10,000 dinar, and they gave me lots of gold. So I was happy. Sisters and brothers, I am done with this course. I hope you enjoyed it, but not just enjoyed it. I hope you learned from this course. I know that there were a lot of problems in this course. I know that there were politically incorrect statements that I did articulated. Please accept my apology, and I am sorry if I've offended anyone. This is number one. Number two, I was not here coming all the way to narrate stories. These stories, I could have written them in a book, emailed them to you, or just written them and came here and read them to you. I want us to get from this course with practical lessons. I first of all want to entertain. This is the slogan of the BBC. I want to inform, educate, and to entertain. I'm not here to entertain, and entertain. Although I feel that we need to be entertained in this hot weather, and you have been very patient, audience, with me sitting here, you know, with all these bottles of water. People are doing like this, and I'm sure that some people had headaches with my crazy stories. We all suffered. So are we going to waste all that? Are we going to take the tube now home and open Friends and watch this movie or this film? Or are we going to say, how can I benefit from this course? How can I be a different person after this course? So I leave it to you. Number three, I would like you to establish a friendship with one woman only in that entire course. Which woman is it? Which one will you choose? Was it the woman that had a U-turn? Was it the woman with success? Was it Salama that will beat everyone up who wants to get married to her husband? All what you need to do is to identify your potentials and capacities and capabilities. And identify then the woman that her story has some relevance and compatibility to your story. And try then to be inspired by this woman. Don't think about all the women. Not all the women are suitable for all of you. But certainly, I hope I have succeeded in introducing even if one woman that you found attractive, that you found appealing. Oh brothers, you can be attracted to one woman that I have mentioned here. Maybe there is one woman that was compatible to your own aspirations, to your own U-turn, to your own success. Don't let the fact that she was a woman makes you feel that she is not relevant. She was a human being, a decent human being, and I think that we all have to learn lessons from the women that I have introduced. I am happy now with what I did. I always wanted to do great men, so for great imams. I always wanted to do children because I am a father. But I always felt doing injustice to a lot of sisters who come and attend. And I say to myself, if I was a sister listening to Bukhari, Shafi'i, etc., I want to know about women. So I said, this is my thanking statement to you, and I am happy with these 3 series of courses, and maybe I need a couple of years to think about something new, but maybe if I thought about something, it would be an overview on Islamic history, but that would not be in the summer because you will have a terrible headache from lecture number 1, or Seerah, the Seerah of our Rasul Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. But I thank you all for being with me today, and Jazakumullah khair.